Hey everybody, it's Gangly. I'm here at the Riot Games campus to talk to some of the TFT developers about the brand new set, Runeterra Reforged. Let's take a look at what the devs have to say about the new set. Let's talk with Sam, a game designer on TFT, to talk about region portals, the new set mechanic in Runeterra Reforged, which I heard is replacing the opening carousel.
Yep, you heard right. In Runeterra Reforged, we're going to be replacing the opening carousel with instead a series of 3 region portals. Players are going to be able to decide for themselves which region they want to vote for, and based on the vote, the entire lobby is going to head to the same region of Runeterra.
Can we expect that different regions are going to be affecting the game in a similar way?
So each region's mechanics are based upon actual characteristics of that region. For example, Noxus, which is known for its military prowess, is going to be a region where your battle tactics are tested and you're asked to use your positioning acumen to make the most out of that particular region's effects. But Zaun, for example, with its Chem Barons, is going to be focused on making money and how we can ask you in different ways to use your money in order to win the game.
You can experience region portals for yourself in Runeterra Reforged when it goes live in patch 13.12. Let's talk about Legends, a brand new mechanic in Runeterra Reforged with none other than Riot Mort. Mort, tell me about Legends.
So Legends are this new system where before the game even starts, you go in and you pick the champion that kind of has the augments you're really excited about. And then when you go into the game, your augments, one of those will be based off the legend you selected.
It kind of feels a little bit like you're choosing a play style before you even load into the game.
It's not so much that, because a lot of the augments we've chosen for the Legends will still allow you to play any type of comp, but it's more to ensure that there's an augment that you're really excited about and can have a good game based off of.
All right, give me your personal favorite legend of the set.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of the Earth Legend because it allows you to get that Tome of Traits early, which I like to use to try to get that 3 Piltover start and get that big T-Hex going and that big cash out, you know, that's always fun for content.
Well, you can catch me taking Tom Kench and playing Rich Gets Richer every single game of Runeterra Reforged when it goes live in patch 13.12. Runeterra Reforged is bringing new mechanics, new units, and obviously a brand new set of traits to TFT. So I'm sitting down with Isaac, the lead VFX designer in TFT. So I want to hear first about the new economy trait, Piltover.
Piltover is a very exciting trait. It's going to be different from our standard econ traits that we've done in the past, and it's going to be actually focusing on getting a stronger board over time. For you Legend of Runeterra fans, we took T-Hex and brought it into TFT. The cool thing about T-Hex is that you can actually choose at any time to sell the unit, making it our econ unit, or you can invest them till the end.
Out of all the traits that you're bringing into Runeterra Reforged, what are your favorites?
Easily, it's gotta be Yordle. I mean, they're super cute, It's going to be a reroll comp, which I actually love. But this time around, they're going to get to 4-star. They're going to be doing new abilities.
That early part of the set where you're experiencing all the traits for the first time is one of the most exciting parts of TFT for me, and I cannot wait to experience that in Runeterra Reforged. Some of the new units in Runeterra Reforged are crazy. So let's talk about a couple of them with Giovanni, one of the champion designers in TFT. Where do you want to start?
I'd love to start with Ari. Most sets in the past, we've had a quintessential big boom caster. This time around, we wanted to make Ari the same sort of thing, but instead go for this 1-2-3 cadence that slowly builds up over time and keeps you on the edge of your seat. So she'll dash around the battlefield, absorbing health from enemies, and eventually culminate in this giant explosion that kind of eradicates the enemy team.
It feels like this set is building off of the elements that we've seen in previous TFT sets, which leads me to a legendary unit I'm very excited for, Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger's back, but this time we've really wanted to amplify that Runeterran fantasy where it's all in on his turret. And over time, you'll see different upgrades available to him in the shop, shrink rays, big rockets, and you can combine and mix and match them to make the ultimate turret.
This is just a taste of all the amazing champions you'll be able to experience in Runeterra Reforged. I cannot wait to experience all of the novelty that this set is bringing. Make sure to check out Runeterra Reforged when it goes live in patch 13.12.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. say no. So we're gonna do it how we wanna. We're gonna do it how we like it. We're gonna do it how we wanna. We're gonna do it how we like it. Saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. They sounding all the same, but won't take all the blame. Oh yes they are. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. We gonna do it how we wanna. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey everybody, I'm Riot Mort, and here's what you need to know about Runeterra Reforged's first patch, patch 13.13. The legend system is out, and some of the legends need a bit more of an adjustment to make sure they're exciting to play, including buffs to Ezreal and Bard, and a little bit of a nerf to Twisted Fate. Some of the overperforming champs are also going to be brought down, including Garen, Zeri, Tristana, and Sona, as well as some buffs to some of the underperforming champions like Gwen and the Targon trait. And then from there, there's going to be a lot of adjustments on some of our various systems, including the items, Radiant items, Ornn items, so many augments, and even the Piltover table. If you're looking for the full details, make sure you check out the full patch notes, and we can't wait to see what you all think. That's going to do it for me. Until next time, take it easy.
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment, my moment, my moment, oh, my moment, oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment, my moment, my moment, oh, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows it, I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming up just wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows it, I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming up strong. And what you doing to me? What you Stand to attention, you could get a mention. Take one, you're in the presence of a legend. Street fighter, I'm survivor. Hit the grind 'cause we keep getting higher. Don't miss this, you wanna witness? My star rise like a beast, no weakness. No weakness, no weakness. Only know how to go undefeated. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh, baby, I'm a champion.
I've lit a small candle to honor the players of ours that left us on day number 1. You know, it's sad that we have an elimination system here at Rising Legends, and I think we need to have our shout outs go out to some of those names. You know, guys, Brubba, Salvi, Havali, all of our friends that we've seen before, lost like leaves on the wind. I almost thought that wasn't going to go out. It was really.
I don't know. I mean, this was work a lot better if we had like the ability to play like specific music, just like have winds of change, you know, like just going in the background.
Really bad. Something really sad behind it, either that or something completely incongruous, just like the happiest pop song you've ever heard. Use the 90s anime method. Anyways, hey, what's up? I'm Niberia, joined here by Counterfeit and Weta. We're here at day 2, as you may have figured, of Golden Spatula Cup number 1. And yesterday we eliminated all of our players down to just 64, losing, like I said, some of our biggest names in the scenes. Peter, any that stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even mention, of course, the Carmine Corp cousins both getting eliminated on a day 1 is honestly probably the most shocking thing for me. But they said there are absolutely tons of names we would absolutely be expecting to see in day 2. So it does mean hopefully in day 3 we'll be getting to see some names perhaps we've never even seen there before.
And I think as well, it's really interesting seeing the names that did make it through. We have a couple players that we haven't seen in a while. You know, one of them I wanted to highlight, Weta, you and I cast Sinar back, and I believe it was Fates at the finals there, and haven't really seen him for a while, but he's made a resurgence here in Golden Spatula Cup 1.
Yeah, Sinar is kind of a player that comes and goes in terms of competitive TFT, but I feel like he is one of the more prominent Turkish players, right? He's part of like that Turkish dream team you would put together, as we were talking about during the last Super Bowl. So excited to see where he goes today, because again, day one is a different beast. Because yeah, it's still the same points amount you gotta get to, but the field should on average be much stronger.
Yep. And if you guys didn't get to see the action yesterday, I've got to say you missed some absolute bangers. My favorite, I think, was Cardex's Cruel Pact attempt at a game, which definitely threw a wrench into that lobby. But if you missed it, don't worry. We've got a recap to keep you guys up to date and get you ready for day number 2. Let's check it out.
See, the thing is, right before we went live, our producer said, here's a new trailer and it has some cool stuff or something. And that's just, I love that. I'm here for cool stuff or something, and I think you guys are too.
Sean, he's gonna be deleting them because that Infinity HDB Hurricane combo is just absolutely insane. Healing from the stream, but all thanks Solo Gazang. The Darius does reach him, and the farthest target is gonna be Casimir. So it's not even looking at him, and Solo Gazang loses. And ladies and gentlemen, Arzu will take that first game. Sid is a beast. A lot of damage being up, but again, Bobby, way too tanky. The Aatrox comes alive with the overtime. He's able to win it. One of the strongest 3-star units effectively, and here it goes. Aces is 1-3 for a little bit, bro. Man. Roll the Rabadons as well as Loster just blazes his way with the final spark and the final nail into Little Bro's coffin.
But we'll turn that one down, and now it's backline against backline. I think the Lux can take this one down.
Volunteer beats Scaling, gets knocked down but not KO'd. He's going to be back on the mount in half a second. Sorrow will be taken down.
Have one for her, but Candace finding Yasuo too. Yeah, level 8. He is just going strong. Here's the attack count. Really. Level 9. Poppy and Quen in the front line are having a good old time. He will take a massive loss, get knocked out, and Weya takes game number 5. Things are just naturally. Poppy 3 is already here. It needs the Maokai, needs the Kale. Maokai 3 comes into fruition. This is perfect.
That if you can get these 2 final upgrades going on here, that will be an absolutely massive bonus. He's also chasing down that Swain, so finds the zone at least. He locked the shot with the miss. Okay, he's going for center free instead here. Okay, he's just spending it.
Oh, 2 more.
Oh my
You have to roll,
God.
you have to match this. You have to start trying to hold the Zenas yourself, because you know if you stop this from happening, you can win the game, because there is no board here for Arzu. He has to start selling his own board potentially as well.
Oh my God, he's rolling so fast. Nothing is coming around.
One more.
Still up the Belveth. Come on, can we find the Zena 3? He needs one more, just one, to make it happen. And there she is, but it's all too little, too late for Arzu to take the win. He is going to get knocked out with the Zenas here. It was a dream. It was a nice dream. It was a good round. And Fifek is going to crown this round with his name as first place.
I got to give a shout out to our video team. That is definitely one of the best recaps we've had so far, stepping their game up. But I had a little bit of confusion, guys, behind the scenes. I really struggle identifying classical music pieces. I just know like the famous ones, and I'm like, I'm gonna throw it at the wall and see if the name sticks. Is that Hall of the... No, Fled in the Valkyries.
I mean, it's all the same, isn't it? It's all used for silliness nowadays instead of proper appreciation. Awful.
Well, did you guys know? So this is something we love educating our audience here on show. Did you guys know that the like circus music was called initially like Entry of the Gladiators? The was like a gladiator song, which is just fascinating to me. Yeah, Entry of the Gladiators. Look it up. Time has lost all context for me.
I'm more of a Benny Hill man myself. I think that's the superior.
Yeah, same vibes. But we have someone much more serious, I think, than Benny Hill, much more prestigious than Julius Fusik's Entry of the Gladiators. We have one Entry of the Gobosteur coming in with the interview. Gobosteur, how is it going today?
Hello, thanks for having me.
Hey, how are you feeling, coming in after your day number 1 success?
I'm pretty confident, I would say, but there was a lot of upsets yesterday, so I guess we can't really know what will going on.
Well, Gobosteur, could you take me through your day one? Because I mean, looking at some of the comps you're playing, you went for Akshan a couple of times, but something that stood out to me was the Rift Walker Kassadin. Are you generally a fan of the kind of the one-off compositions that are only possible with the right augment?
Actually dislike this double trouble composition, but I rolled the augment. But I was contested on Talia on set double trouble. My opponent managed to have 5 sets in 2-5, I think. So I had to pivot out. And I was lucky I had 2 LC in second augment. Without that, I would probably manage to finish 8. So it was a rough game because I had legit no Kassadin and no Galio in 3-2. So yeah.
Oh, well recovered.
So I want to ask you about something, right? Because so far, so good. You played GSC3 last set. I believe that was your first real tournament, quote unquote. And you finished top 8 in that overall. Now you made it to day 2. Do you see yourself as like the next big thing coming out of France? There's a lot of good players there, but like, where do you see yourself in like the internal ranking?
I mean, it's really hard to rank yourself, especially because in France we have a lot of good players. Like I do think right now I'm way less good than Double or Cambi, for example. But I'm pretty good. Even though I'm not the best in France, but I actually work hard to improve each day.
Love to hear it. I have a burning question coming in from our own production chat here, Gobosteur. What is that massive painting behind you?
It's my mom painting. She's actually an art teacher.
Oh.
But I turned it off because there is actually a woman in underwear, and I didn't know if because Twitch rules are kind of. I didn't want to take the risk, but I can turn it if you want.
Monkey TOS.
Appreciate it. We'll have to clear it with production later. I'll ask you for a photo. We'll check it out. That's really cool.
Well, Gobosteur, speaking of your mum, you mentioned in your interview before that your family have been really supportive. I imagine, this wouldn't necessarily be the case for everybody. Well, I guess how would how did you initially broach the idea of getting seriously into esports with your family, and how would you advise other people who are thinking about following this kind of path to broach it themselves with their own families?
I mean, I didn't really talk to them about it. Like, I have a lot of free time this year. So before this set, I didn't really play really hard the game. But they always supported me in chess and stuff like that. But if you have a lovely family, just ask them. Don't think that they won't accept your choice. If your father are a good person, they will accept every choose you decide to make. If you are happy doing that, they will be happy too, I think.
All right, that's a very nice thought.
Well, and speaking of happiness, Gobosteur, this is, as you were saying in your fun fact, you're like, this is my first time playing a real tournament. How has that experience been? Are you having fun so far?
To be fair, I stressed a bit because I put a lot of pressure on myself. I really want to compete well and don't do much mistakes. But when the last GC was over, I was really proud of manage to reach this level. And yeah, I'm really focused when I play, and I really enjoy that. I love competing against the best player in Europe.
Yeah, and I think you can start to count yourself among them after today, and good luck in your games. But before you go, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to, friends, family, the community, anyone?
I want to send a message to Flooders, who was a player in GST too, but he played bad yesterday and he was really disappointed about his own performance. Like he was, I think it's his third GST, and he was eliminated 3 times in day 1 in a row. So he kind of lost confidence, but he's really a good player in TFT. And my family, my friends who are watching this interview, and I say the sparring partners because I practice a lot in Discord with really good French players such as Vomendes, Opesenek, Clemou, and Yaroy Rebanav. And they really helped me perform well, I think.
All right, awesome. Gobosteur, thank you so much. Good luck in the rest of your games. And of course, thank you for the interview. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Have a good cast too.
Oh, thank you very much. What a sweet guy. I love to hear from our players. And I am deathly curious about the art behind him. I think I'm literally going to DM him after this and feel like I need a photo.
I do want to call out there, like, I think it's such a wonderful thing that the TFT community in general is really supportive. And in Gobosteur's case, they're taking the time out to support a friend of his and try and push them to go further. I think exemplifies exactly what the TFT community should be about.
Yeah, I think it's always wonderful to hear those little connections, that little web of friendship that comes out across the community, especially in those local communities. We've seen it with the French scene, we've seen it with the Italian scene. Every single one of those scenes that we've talked to have that sort of microcosm. And we've got a little bit of a microcosm developing ourselves in the games so far. There's been a bit of a trend as for the compositions picked. It's not even close as to what the most played composition is.
No, so should we get that on the screen right now as we go into the Meta Talks segment here? So, most played comps, Akshan, Asir, and challenges. I mean, Akshan reroll has kind of been it's been the name of the game. And if you look at this right now, played 93 times yesterday, averages 3.97. Well, that is absolutely crazy. Sure, it doesn't have the highest win percentage, but if you look at something like the traditional Asir board, for example, the entire difference between those is just glaring. It's so crazy how much better this comp is now.
It's absolutely nuts, as you said, to be played this much and to do this well. It's interesting though when you compare it with the rest of what it is doing well. There's still quite a lot of comps that are generally averaging fairly high alongside this, despite the fact that Akshan is being incredibly dominant.
Yeah, and I think Shurima as a whole is a pretty flexible line right now. We're seeing 2 top-tier compositions rotating around that 3 Shurima, 5 Shurima core, depending on what you hit. But I want to start talking about one of the less played compositions, still successful, that Piltover Zeri composition. Zeri has been rightly maligned on the most recent patch after she got hit with the Nerf bat pretty brutally. But that's a pretty high top 4 rate, so I wanted to take a second to explain why that is. There's a very specific angle from which you can go for this Zeri. You want your Piltover at 2-1, and then you want a Lost Streak so that you can build up stacks for your T-Hex. Then you cash out and build up to those 4 Gunners, and just, pick a carry. Generally, Zeri is the highest cap one. But that's why you're going to see this top 4 rate be so high. It is only gone from those high roll situations. Nobody is angling from an average situation to be like, I bet I can pull off Zeri. It's only in those little spots, and that's why she's been looking so successful in those games.
It's also worth noting that sometimes people will cash out the Piltover open into some more AP sorcerer heavy boards, right? We saw that yesterday happen on stream once. I believe Sharu was one of the people that cashed out Piltover into a different line than the Zeri gun line in of itself. And as you were talking about, Matt, Zeri, not necessarily the hottest carry right now, but when she gets online, she can still do a lot of work.
And of course, we've got the Jinx of, being part of that equation as well. Potentially, if you can get the Jinx reroll online, you can put the very similar kind of things to work. Potentially throw in a Zeri at the end there as well to add onto your Jinx 3. So I think there's a lot of potential there. As we can see on the right-hand side of the screen as well, there's Ionia as well has been finding a lot of success on getting some really big wins. Definitely, if you can put together, say, an Ionia emblem on the Belveth, as perhaps you would see in the top right-hand corner, you could end up with something very tasty.
And I think this is one of those things we're seeing those high cap boards come out with those legendaries. We've sort of had that develop. Belveth has been huge, but I also want to talk, of course, Kaisa has been very consistent getting into those top 4 positions, can be played from that void vertical angle, can be played from challengers, a very flexible unit and very strong, despite the 3-star Kaisa face planting yesterday. She is one of those units who, with the right items, will carry you into that late.
Something I want to call out here in the bottom right-hand corner is a 6 Ionia Yasuo RE carry, actually using Karma 3 as a kind of core unit in there, fully itemized, and adding on the other Ionians to make a really, really powerful composition. Not being seen an absolute ton, but when it is seen, it does very well indeed.
Just to kind of go back to the Kaiser point here, because I want to highlight something on the graphic. The Spear of Shojin now is one of the best items for Kaiser, or at least an item that people start prioritizing more than it did before, due to the increased mana cost of her ability.
Mm-hmm. It's been, we really saw that in focus yesterday with Pez's no mana regen Kaisa 3. It was really rough for her with that increased mana cost. But I want to talk a little bit more about Legends. We came into yesterday with a pretty strong impression of what was going on. Orin and Poro definitely dominated the board, but we had a couple of players going for different Legends. We saw a couple of Aurelion Souls and one Tahm Kench on stream, but it looks like some people across the board are taking some variety here. Never seen a Bard, I'm going to be honest.
Okay, I mean, you haven't played enough Dungeons and Dragons, then that's for sure. But I think
fair enough.
But no, like Bard is an interesting one because in like the entire Bard is like one of the ones where like he's like 1 or 2 changes away from his core augments to become really, really strong. I like this recognition from Arad. It's a legend that I have toyed around with a little bit. The caretaker augments can have a lot of power in them, so pretty interesting to see whether or not that's something that is going to continue today, or whether or not that was a day 1 optimization.
I mean, I don't certainly mind seeing it more of Vega as well. Being able to bring it, particularly at the gold level, being able to bring out crit across your entire team can be very, very powerful if you've got something to multiply in your squad. It'd be that Noxus, be that potentially Sorcerers as well. You've got a lot of anything. You give a crit across the whole team, it's going to become a whole lot more.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple cute little interactions that can come from if you go for Vhagar and have that guaranteed Jeweled Lotus. One of the things that we've talked about previously, Thieves' Gloves combos really well with Jeweled Lotus. So if you can somehow get, Rascal's Gloves, anything like that, that augment is going to do a lot for you. And having that reliability for an AP comp is huge. So guys, yesterday, we got to see Finding Teemo. We had Morgan very close to clinching the victory. We're going to have that coming out again today. You're going to be playing a little bit of Where's Wally, Where's Waldo, depending on which country of origin you are. Counterfeit, I'm being inclusive of my UK brethren.
Thank you.
If you identify
for recognizing.
Yeah. Is it called Where's Waldo in the UK, Peter?
Well, no, as Matt said, it's Where's Wally, because I don't know why there's a difference between. I'm assuming it's just because reasons. Either way, it's the same guy. In this case, it's the same Teemo, whichever side of the ocean you happen to be on.
Sorry, I was looking it up to try and figure it out. Apparently, in Canada, it's also Waldo, but in Denmark, it's Holger.
It's called Find Holger in Danish. There's no alliteration in Denmark. It's different.
The big question is here: are there people called Waldo in America?
It is a name, but it's like Ralph Waldo Emerson is the literal only person I can possibly think of with Waldo in their name. So we'll see there. As a bonus, you're not going to get a prize for this, but if you want to name the Teemo, go for it. Put it on Twitter. I'll see if our socials people can give us the most interesting name. Maybe his name is like Tim. I don't know. I'm not creative in that way. Yeah, Tim the Teemo.
We had Tremo yesterday, so it's fun.
Yeah, Tim the Teemo, that really famous streamer.
Gonna go register it right now.
But of course, we have another famous streamer on deck right now. We have an interview with Snoodyboo coming up for you to take a look at one of the most popular and successful Spanish TFT players.
Hello everyone, and welcome to T-Fight and Tactics. I'm Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team, and I'm joined today by one of my favorite players, and I mean it this time for real. It is Snoodyboo, representing Spain, representing the hopes of many Spaniards when it comes to big competitions in TFT. Snoody, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling great myself, actually. How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. Happy to be here with you for what will be our first, I think, lengthier interview. I'm really going to be able to get to know a lot more about your past and kind of your journey in TFT as well. So let's start things off with your past. Outside of gaming first, anything that you're happy to share with our viewers in terms of your kind of personal life, in terms of, is TFT your full-time thing? Have you done other things? Have you worked outside of TFT? Where are you from? Stuff like that.
Well, I mean, I've been doing streaming for about 7 years. Before that, I used to study translation, and I did German, English, and Spanish. I didn't really work as much as a translator. I mean, just for like a year or something. Then this kind of started popping off and just went into this direction. And I'm pretty happy about that. Outside of that, I've done like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, maybe a little bit of Maccabees and some. I was a waiter for a while. But I mean, I've just been focusing on streaming these last years mostly, yeah.
And when it comes to your gaming history before TFT, what was that like? Was it casual? Was it, more competitive like it is now? What was your kind of introduction into gaming, and how did it evolve into the place it is now?
So the first time I actually tried to take it seriously, I used to play Hearthstone back in the days on my iPad. And one day I just got an email that I qualified for a tournament. I didn't even know that those things existed. They told me I had to go to Madrid because I was just ranking. I got a good spot there. So I went to Madrid, took a bus, could barely afford that bus, I remember that. And then at that event, I was the Spanish player that popped off the most. So I made it to day 3, I almost made it to the next stage. And then everybody started telling me that I should create a Twitch channel, a Twitter channel and such. I didn't really think about any of that before, but then when I got home, I created like a Twitter account. It got 1,000 followers on the first day. I got rated by the 2 biggest streamers ever in Hearthstone. I remember I was streaming on this laptop that was so shit. I mean, it was just crashed down with anything that happened. And it got rated by P-Link and Aka Wonder. They each rated for about 1,000 viewers. So my computer couldn't handle the notifications from the follow alert, which was a Baloo dancing around the screen. And it just turned off. And I was like crying in my room because I was like, my first stream ever, I got these huge raids. I was so happy, but it just couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah, it must have been frustrating to have that, it kind of should be the best moment ever, but it's kind of like a ball of stress that you can't really handle. So I feel you, but I think now you have those viewer numbers all by yourself without any raids necessary. So we've made it, it took some time, but you've definitely made it, I think, now. At what point, what set, let's say, do you think you really made that jump into saying, I can actually compete to be among the best in EMEA?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about ladder, I think I've been there like pretty much all the time. If we're talking about tournament experience and actually proving those results on a competitive scene, I think that's been more recent, maybe like the past set or past few sets, because my mental was just not on the same level. I used to try to prove myself that I was this huge Omega Flex player, and it just doesn't work like that, right? And these people are going to crush you because they're very good at the game, and they're going to play the meta comps, and I had to be the cool one, I had to fart around. And yeah, so when I started realizing I just had to play good stuff, it went better. Yeah.
But thank you so much, Snoody, for that insight. Before we end the interview, though, I want to give you a chance to any last message you want to send to our viewers on obviously the YouTube channel, but obviously to your viewers, anyone you want to thank or anyone you're grateful for in terms of your TFT career and everything you've done to get to this point.
I mean, just thank you all to get me to this point. Keep on enjoying TFT. There's a lot of great stuff to come. Even though some patches kind of suck, just don't take it out on Mort. I do it myself all the time. He's got a lot on his plate anyway, so yeah, let's keep on going into the right direction. Thanks for sticking with us, and have a nice and awesome time, yeah.
Thanks so much, Snoody, for all your time, for your thoughts, for your insights, and best of luck this weekend in the Golden Facet Cup #1 for Set 9.
Thanks, man.
I had another cat invasion during the interview. Always good to hear from Snoodyboo, though. I had no idea about his history as a streamer. The unfortunate influx of attention crashing him was, that's tragic. Suffering from success, truly.
I think he's taking it in stride now, though. He's doing very well.
It's worked out for him. Just a theory. But of course, we did talk a little bit about a socialist contest coming in there. I, in my excitement about naming Teemo, forgot to tell you guys where to go for that. As always, you can head over to find that contest on Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA and use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends to discuss it and name the Teemo if you don't want to do that with your submission for some reason. If you're too shy.
Oh, and also, I think you can get bonus points if you provide a name for each of the TMOs that you spot.
I'm going to say yes, even though I have no authority over it whatsoever. I'm going to say that is 100% a fact. But we also have some other people joining us on the broadcast on different channels. Of course, our lovely co-streamers going to be providing views on some of the other lobbies. It's not all going to be the same lobbies that we're watching. So if your favorite player is elsewhere, if you prefer a language other than English, we get it. Don't worry about it. You can follow along with those and find them in the chat. And I understand, guys, there's something funky going on tomorrow with a fancy Twitch system that sounds very edgy.
Yeah, absolutely. So normally on tomorrow, we'd only be able to bring you 1/4 of the lobbies that are being played, but instead, for the very first time ever, we will bring you every single lobby being played, which will not only be broadcasted, but also casted, commentated as well, all activated through the command center.
Yeah, one of the lobbies will be casted by yours truly, right here. So
let's go.
Looking forward to seeing that, how that's going to work out tomorrow. But obviously, like being able to catch the full picture is going to be absolutely amazing for the likes of these final days, where there are a lot of things in play, right? Because it's not just a title, GSC points and all that jazz. Also up for office, so being able to get the full picture is absolutely massive.
Yeah, so check that out on the Twitch Command Center. Sorry, I feel like it needed a 90s-esque read. Peter, do you want to do your pass at it because you've got that nice booming voice? You want to give it a
Command Center.
There we go. That's the good stuff. We got there. And of course, joining us here in our very own command center are our two wonderful casters. We have Makes and Impetuous Panda waiting in the wings to take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. We are here and we're so excited for game number 1 of day 2. Now, Panda, we had this massive pre-show with lots of information. We saw some crazy comms coming out of these players going over the data from yesterday. What's the one thing you're looking most forward to today?
A Jinx game with robotic arm on broadcast that actually goes first and everything goes as it should. And ideally a Spanish player being the one to get that win, if I can nitpick.
No pressure. I think that's good. But for now, there's not going to be a Spanish player in the lobby that we are watching. We're going to hop on board with a lobby 8. And here are your players. Gobosteur in there, who we just talked to in the pre-show. But of course, some other very familiar names as well. Coco, Matt Black, Anaconda, Kerfuzzled, and Experian are all players that have been part of Rising Legends again and again. And then 2 newer faces with Nuri and Sinar, more of a returning newer face, I have to say.
One more thing to mention now with day 2 that is different from last set is the fact that now on day 2 you can earn GSC points, which is incredibly important. Last set, no matter where you finish in day 2, if you didn't make it to day 3, it didn't really matter for kind of the big picture of the entirety of the circuit. Now it does, and so players have that extra incentive to do well, even if they are far away from making it at day 3 at the end of the day.
Exactly, and that is going to be so important, and players are looking for these placements. But of course, even better than making it on the back of your day 2 performance is making it on the back of your day 1 performance, getting that first place that gives you the golden ticket directly to the Rising Legends finals. So that is what we have in store for you tomorrow. But first, we're going to go into a game here with these guys. Points have been reset. We are on 0 points for everybody, and they can start out anew and try to get those comms. Now, you said you want that Jinx reroll. I had a very fun interaction yesterday with a Diamond player who asked me how Piltover works. That was interesting. But we are here, and we have Yorick's Graveyard, Ecliptic Vaults, and Orn's Forge, and it is going to be the Vaults. Now, Ezreal, not the thing anymore, but people still go for some Sawn portals, not the Glass Industries, but this time Ecliptic Vaults.
Yeah, nothing too much to make note of in this board. I think it's generically good for everyone. There isn't a big distinction or anything you can really do to find more success from it, other than obviously trying to lose streak and use that gold to hit your thresholds earlier on when it comes to interest. Other than that, just pretty generically going to give a tiny bit more resources to players throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to have a little bit of extra money, and it doesn't allow for other players to do really crazy comms like you would have with the library, for example. So hopping on board with Matt Black here, the biggest question at the beginning of the game for me is always, do we have any interesting legends? We already saw some of them in the pre-show. I think most of these players are going to keep it traditional, going to stay with Poro or even Orin, which is the variation we see sometimes. But I'm still waiting for somebody to whip out the Acel. You know, give me some Dragon King mechanics.
We did see it a few times yesterday. It isn't, impossible to see today, but it is quite rare. Usually only a single player out of the 8 in the lobby tends to be running that when it comes to the averages. So we'll see how this pans out once we get the legends loaded up next to those HP standings on the right. Right away, interesting shop here, Maokai Poppy. We saw a whole lot of Kale yesterday. This is one of the comps that will benefit from that extra gold from Ecliptic Vaults to hit that 20, 30, 40, and 50 interest a tiny bit faster and have more gold to roll down for that Kill 3, for that Poppy 3, and the Maokai 3 after Krugs.
Yeah, it could definitely be an angle here for Matt Black. I'm always, curious if we have Shadow Isles on board. Maybe the augments are kind and we get something exciting. We get like a Shadow Isle emblem out of them. That would be very cool. And then the comp could be crazy, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So we are going to go into the augment. It's going to be a Zon crest here for Matt Black. That is going to be rerolled right away. It does not have the board for it as players are picking their gold augments. What's your favorite augment to set, Panda?
Not Zon crest, that's what you're trying to... I like Jinx, but not that much. I'm not going to insta-pick Zon without even checking the mod, if that's what you're insinuating. I do like Double Trouble and Too Healthy a lot. We're seeing Too Healthy offered here. I think these transformative augments that open up new ways to play certain comps are always incredibly fun. You have that obviously with Ravenous Hunter and Riftwalker for kind of the hero augments of this set, but also Too Healthy opens up comps that you would not play usually. And you can play Jinx with Too Healthy as well, outside of just Talia.
Not going to be too healthy, though. The dream is not alive for Matt Black, as You Have My Sword is being picked up. However, your dream is also alive, Panda, as Sinar picks up Double Trouble.
And most likely that will be Talia being played alongside Set, being the 2 doubled units. And sometimes Swain as well, as we're seeing here in this case. Swain, just one of the strongest and most impactful 2-cost tanks in Stage 2.
Yeah, like you said, we already are seeing the board on the other side of this field here. 2 Swains are there. No Talia yet, but there is a Set in the background, so we have a really good start for going into that Talia comp that we have seen time and time again yesterday. I'm really excited to see how soon we can hit that Talia 3, which is going to be a massive, massive spike. Of course, Talia 2 also allows you to just play 2 of them, just have the 4th one that you get, put her on board, and you have a lot of rock throwing, but the more the merrier, No
item slam just yet for Matt Black, trying to see what these natural shops give him and if they have a little bit more direction in terms of what comp or what direction might be going in for this Stage 2 and potentially Stage 3 as well. Anaconda also has that Renekton 2 start, in this case solo frontlining. Very, very important in Stage 2. If you have at least one full item on the Renekton, you can just solo frontline, allow the opponent's units to wrap around the Renekton and have that AoE heal be that much more effective.
Yeah, and you can see it in the positioning here. It's going to work exactly like you described. Everyone is targeting that Renekton, which is going to give him a lot of extra tankiness here. And then we can shred through that front line that Matt Black has here. It's not too massive, sitting on a lot of components right now. It doesn't really have the direction that we often want to have in these early stages, and is more open to open fording, getting that lost streak going, getting some econ back. And then maybe we'll decide after Carousel or around Crux if he takes really long.
Akon's position is always an interesting one when you have a Renekton upgraded and you're trying to play some sort of a Void angle. It feels kind of bad because you want to solo from the Renekton, but then you also want the Void to stun. So for now, just playing the Bruisers, and we'll be adding Void at level 5 after this Carousel round, I assume. And overall, one of the strongest players that we're seeing till now in this Stage 2. 2 items now slammed on Renekton, Ionic Spark. It'll be fantastic to shred the magic resist and allow this Malzahar to do even more damage.
And he even had an option to play Piltover, but is not going to go for it. Into 2 has already decided, I'm not going to go for that dinosaur. I don't care. I have other plans. Void goes in. We have a little knock-up that's now going to support the Renekton here in the front line, is going to target that Vi. She will get knocked up from the little Voidling, and that will be really, really nice against Gobosteur's bird as well. Not massively stacked yet. It's also sitting on some items. Notably, it has a duplicator there in the back, hiding it a little bit with the other items.
We saw both Sinar and Anaconda leveling to 5 before this carousel. It's a bold move that doesn't always pan out. You have to be very certain you are able to 5 win streak throughout all of stage 2. If you don't, the loss of econ for double leveling before carousel is just sometimes too big to come back from in stage 3, especially to have enough gold to assemble your board later into the game. So very curious to see if Sinar and Anaconda meets, and if they do, who ends up coming out ahead.
Matt Black directly going for that Spatula. Gobosteur also eyed it. Both of them have a lot of items, so that is going to help them get a little bit more direction now, get an emblem, make their board ever so stronger. And you can see it nicely on the right side of the screen that the players that have been open fording a little bit, have been banking on those loose streaks, haven't really locked themselves in with all of the items that they have lying around.
Most players looking at open rods. It looks like 6 out of the 8 players had an open rod component, so might be slanting a tiny bit more towards AP in this lobby for game 1 of this day 2. Potentially also just a Rage Blade, for example. Can work out. We're going to go into a Azir later into the game.
And we are seeing the double trouble board here again. Now, has one Talia? Not really the items for her just yet. And there was a question in chat, but I'm going to direct it to you. Let me hear what you think about it. So often or not, double trouble for us is more of a Talia angle than it is a Kalista angle, despite Kalista being pretty good with double trouble. Her spear stack, you get a lot of extra value out of it, but players usually go for the Talia. Is that because it's safer?
It's just strong overall, much higher cap, and you get the benefit from not just the Talia having kind of the benefit of playing 2 copies of that same unit on the board, but also the sets, because how Talia's passive works, where for every single knockup, she will do that extra damage with the rock, with the boulder being tossed. So it's just a synergy and a comp that almost is born to be played with double trouble. It's as if the developers, had this in mind when adding double trouble to this set or adding these units in this way.
Yeah, I really like that explanation. And maybe for anybody that's just now figuring out the new set, tuned in, is trying TFT for the first time, the way that it works, why it works, is that every time something gets knocked up, the passive of Talia allows her to throw a rock, which is not stopped by Zephyrs, it's not stopped by stuns, it's just an automatic reaction. She will always do this. And it'll happen every time you knock something up. A Scion is great, Set is great. We even see Yasuo knocking stuff up. It's quite a cool interaction that's very, very strong.
In this case, Sinar did take a loss in that last fight. Gonna have to sell or bench this Cassio just to make sure he can make 20 if he does lose this fight as well. But Anaconda's still gonna be win streaking, not punished for that early level 5. A very aggressive play overall from both Turkish players, actually. And in this case, Experian, also one of the strong players in this stage 2, with this Galio that is seemingly unkillable with Eternal Winter slowing down the attack speed from all of these units.
Yeah, and Experian is one of the players that has been here with us for all of Rising Legends history, has won a Golden Spatula Cup before. He has reached the highest heights in our normal circuit tournaments, didn't really make it all the way in regionals, wasn't really performing there, but he's back, and this set, I think he's really enjoying it. I've been seeing him play a lot of ladder. He's very excited about it, and he's back to try and prove himself here. We're on board with him now. Demacia is active. We saw it before, and we're very open here with this one, I would say. There's lots of options that we can go into. We can go into more of a sorcerer line. We can go into more of a multicaster line, depending on what comes around. For now, he's just incredibly healthy.
And also the Eternal Winter, which is just very good right now, can stop an Azir with a Rage Blade in its tracks. Similarly for Kayle, anyone that wants to scale off of attack speed, it really just slowed down the effect at which they stack early into the fight. So going to be very, very effective. And Galio as well got a buff in this last patch. Is going to be much tankier. I think we'll get another buff for the next patch as well. So overall, a unit that will be in the spotlight, I think, throughout this next month in TFT.
Probably. Anaconda hitting Swain 2. Big frontline upgrade there on the player that has been streaking on 100 HP, and you can see why. This board already has a lot of upgrades, a lot of tankiness, 3 tank items Swain, supported by a Jarvan on 3-1. This is a little bit crazy.
And we see here Giga Swain versus the 2 smaller Swain sons on the side of Sinar. Both Turkish players had a very similar start to stage 2, but now a very different outcome. Anaconda.
So, I think your microphone
so much
cut
HP,
out
so
there
much
for
power.
a second. I don't know if it was me, but I didn't hear you for a second. Something definitely happened there, but I'm sure you made a very accurate and smart point. So I'm just going to nod in agreement. And we're going to see what augments are going to roll around. It will be a silver, re-rolling 2 of them right away. Pandora's Bench and bronze tickets came out of that. Last one is going to be re-rolled as well. Unified Resistance, actually something players like to pick up, but for Anaconda, it is going to be the Pandora's Bench to try and hit more units here. Finds a Gwen right from the get-go as well and can re-roll that. All right. Hopping over to Lakoko. Gonna see what he picks up. Also re-rolled all of the options.
Branching out just too much of a risk, but Healing Orb I think is going to be the better option here. Also a very strong board here, and as I mentioned, with all those open rods, it looks like a lot of players are leaning into AP. Sorcerer and Multicaster lines could be potentially very contested coming into stage 4 rolldowns.
All right, on the other side, there's a random Soraka. Sorry, I love this. This is glorious. She's just, yeah, being used for now, but it works, right? Everything cluttered around that Randuin's, making sure they all get that extra shield. Azir is well protected together with that Karma. Karma reroll used to be a thing, now has fallen off a little bit with all of the Ionia competition. It's just harder to hit, it's harder to get by, despite a lot of 3-cost rerolls existing.
I played my first game of Karma reroll today, actually, Makes, and it was a first. So I will believe in Karma still being alive and well, as long as you have a very good start for it. I did have Invoker +1, which made the early game very, very easy. But one more +1 that's very good is going to be Multicaster +1. We talked about it yesterday as well, because you can roll for that very strong 4 Sorcerer for Multicaster board at level 7. For now, no players have been able to pick that up from their augments. It could come in, though, at 4-2, and it could give a big spike for some of these players.
Yeah, I think for now, most of the augments that we have are rather generic. We're seeing stuff like Small Forge, Cybernetic Leech, Transfusion, Healing Orbs. It's all kind of out there. You're not really making a statement with your augments, but Gobosteur picking up the Challenger Heart has to be a talking point here.
Yeah, most likely it will be a 6 challenger board. Aim challenger is, you need 2 emblems, so it's much, much harder to reach. It is a very high cap board if you get there. There's just attack speed is out of control. We'll see with 6 challenger what he wants to go for, if it's going to be Callista, 3-star potentially as one of the carries, or just going to be a more kind of standard Ionia board instead.
We're going to go into Carousel, and I think after that we have to check in with the players that are at the bottom of the leaderboard. Gobosteur has been there for what seems like the entire game now. Probably has a lot of econ, I would guess, by now. Level 6 all across the boards for all of them. But of course, the HP totals speak a different story. Spatula being picked up by Nuri. Lakoko looked at it. Was like, maybe? Nah, I'm not going to take it.
And with Challenger Heart, Gobo might be looking at level 7 roll down here after this carousel. Has, kind of sacrifices HP all throughout this game, now down to 50. And he's going to look to spike to level 7 and try and roll down and find some amount of stability in his board before we get to stage 4.
Yeah, Gobosteur on 52. We'll go to 7 here, and we are seeing the upgrades on several boards come through. Nuri also deciding to go for the 6 Noxus here on level 7. It's just moving it around for the little pizzazz. And here we have Gobosteur with the Callista right now. Items on the bench, still not really sure what he wants to do with those. Has been sitting on them for quite a long time now.
Level 7 for Nuri is for very different reasons than Gobo. He is still very healthy, but wants to try and guarantee those Noxus stacks all throughout this stage 3 and get into stage 4, where you are going to fall off a tiny bit to those 4-cost players rolling down and hitting their own boards. You have to have those 60, ideally 70% benefits from the Noxus trait coming to that stage 4. Kalista here trying her best, but with a single item, I think might not be enough. Just a little bit too much damage coming in from the Malzahar and the Vel'Koz.
Gobo does have the metabolic accelerator though, so we shouldn't count him out just yet. He can rely on that, and we can see that he's been farming this quite a lot on the back of those losing streaks, just always re-healing, getting back up there. It's not Tiniest Titan, but it definitely gives you a much longer sustain throughout the game. Cassandra naturally showing up on that 1% chance here, but doesn't really fit the board.
You do have a champion duplicator though, so there is some guarantee of stability once that bigger roll down comes in after Wolves. If he finds, 2 copies of Yasuo or Kai'Sa, that could give him a lot of board strength that he desperately needs right now, especially with the single item on the Kalista. I think most of Gobo's game is going to be decided upon what components he gets from Wolves and if he's able to finish something like a JG, for example, on this Kalista.
We'll see if that is going to happen. However, Matt Black now bleeding even further. He needs to kind of stop this. 41 HP does not have the metabolic accelerator that Gobo is kind of relying on. We can see that he found a win. So hopefully there's going to be a turning point for this player now after Wolves a little bit more of a win streak going. And Gobo, we're going to see what he gets from them if the JG comes around. Or if we're going to get maybe more of a tank item, I think would also work with this comp just to allow the Kalista to buy a little bit more time.
We'll see what the RFC built. If he might just go into just Yasuo RFC and not play the Kalista at all going into the later stages of the game. So we'll see. I think it's going to come down to the roll down, really. If he finds a ton of natural copies of Kalista as he rolls down, he might decide to go for that 3-star and stay on level 7. Or he might just pivot into the 4-cost carries like Yasuo and Kai'Sa. Rageblade is there.
Right.
If you want to stay on Kalista. There's a Senna as well.
Yeah. We'll just see. Yasuo shows up. Kai'Sa shows up. We're going to roll down a little bit more. Let's see what we can find. Sejuani will show up. A second Yasuo. Sejuani 2 will be hit here on the front line. That's a massive upgrade that we're happy to take. Shen also rolls around. Could be a replacement there, but not really fitting right now. Maybe for the Aurelia. And in goes the Kai'Sa and the Yasuo, and we can see some items being slammed now. Finally, which should help the board, hopefully.
Will it be the Rageblade or will it be the Gunblade on the Kai'Sa? I think that decides what is going to be the direction for Gobo here. For now, staying kind of neutral, only slam the Giant Slayer on Kalista, still deciding which route he wants to take for this board.
Really massive ult there from that Kalista, but still not enough to stop the bleeding for Gobo. He needs an upgrade. He needs that Yasuo to that Kai'Sa to something to come around here to add a little bit more sustain and beef to the board. But maybe augments will help as they will show up in just a couple of seconds. Gold, silver, and in comes another round of golden augments.
Immediately rolls every single augment choice. And it looks like it's going to be a library card in the end. Has a tome. What does he get? Nothing that is going to be helpful here other than maybe Juggernaut Emblem. If you want to stick Tionia and Challengers, it's really the only benefit alongside that set and that Warwick. There's a natural Yasuo 2. Has a duplicator still on the bench. The Gwen 2 now as well. Has to decide where he wants to go with this comp now. A pivotal moment for Gobo.
Picks up the Gwen too, seems to want to go there, is going to sell off the Kalista, go with something else instead. Senna moves in, 6 Challenger are online. We can still put the Zed out and slam that Juggernaut if we can find a Shen, but it's not really showing up right now.
And once he finds that Kai'Sa 2, he's going to commit now to, giving up on Kalista altogether. Not enough natural copies on that roll down. Instead, pivot to the higher cost units. You have now this Gwen, who usually has a Challenger emblem. In this case, it's going to be a Juggernaut emblem instead. And surely this board should be enough to stabilize Gobo for at least a few more fights throughout the rest of this stage 4.
Let's hope so, but it seems to be doing just that. Kalista is still alive. On the other side is Anaconda with a very massive tanky Swain, but it will fall eventually, and the bleeding has hopefully stopped here. Matt Black still down there as well, but the lobby seems to be moving around. We're seeing some upgrades come in for Lococo. I kind of want to check in with Experion, because if I saw correctly, he picked up a Sork emblem on the back of his augment here, and there we have it, a beautiful 6 Sork board. Would like some upgrades, surely, with everything that's going on, but Heimerdinger is nice too.
has so many strong pairs on his bench to decide which direction he wants to commit to. Has a Sorcerer Emblem that could go on Sona and just play for 6 Sorcerer. But again, so many tantalizing options with the Rise pair as well, the Azir pair, etc.
Notably, this Nasus is not profiting off of a Juggernaut, so it's going to be just a little bit weaker than most of the Nasuses we see. You can see how he falls over and now onto the backline. Nearly nothing here is 2-star, and the Noxus board will have a pool party with that one, just slice and dice through it.
Do this carousel. If Gobo's able to find an Aatrox that could be huge to slot in for 4 Juggernaut and Slayer with that Gwen on the board he had early on, would have to go to level 8 to do so though, which might be tough. The Belveth here can be also very interesting for the players that had the Ionia Emblem, one of the best users of Ionia Emblem in the game right now alongside Heimer, especially when Belveth has a bow naturally on her already, which is her best component.
Yeah. You just want to see her do her little flappity flap, right? I love when Belveth goes around and she just like flops her arms. It's a beautiful sight.
Well, except for the unit being, killed by true damage. Not so
Oh,
beautiful for them,
you want her on your own board, obviously.
Ideally, yes. I missed that part of the instructions mix.
We are seeing the Double Trouble board come into fruition here. One Talia is online, the second one is going to get copied, but would like some more upgrades in that front line there. We were speaking about the set, we were speaking about the Swain. Didn't really show up. We're not seeing any additional copies here, which would be a very nice upgrade to that front line. But let's see how it does with the additional rock throwing that we have going on.
One of the downsides of players, going into Ionia quite a bit in this game. One means it's much harder for that set 3 to actually happen. You're gonna have to rely on just a Talia instead. And for set to be tanky enough to survive and get a lot of his ult off to get the extra damage of this Talia 3 looks like it's more than enough for now. And Gobo in a very, very dangerous position, down to 6 HP now.
And that's something that happens a lot with a metabolic. I feel like you're relying on it so much that you never really feel the pressure of, okay, I need to get something online now. And then when you finally do, it's all too little too late. 8 HP for Gobo. Callista 2 is now being found again. We can see the Juggernaut emblem has come into play in a different version than what we thought originally. Are we moving the Shannon for the set?
Aatrox, you just can't add it in. You would love to. Oh, never mind. Does come in the end. Sells the Gwen, loses a Shadow Isles, and instead will have the Juggernaut on the Gyaso. So really just trying to make the most of what he's being given and hope it's enough to help him survive at least one more fight.
I think this speaks to desperation. I'm so sorry, but there was so much going on with that move there that probably should have been avoided. But now we're on to 4 Juggernaut, which means at least we have a decent front line. Hopefully that will be enough for the Yasuo and the Kai'Sa to actually dish out the damage that they have. And it seems to be working, at least against Experience board. Gobo will live on, go to the Raptors, and that will allow him to heal just a little bit back. I think he will still be on his last life, but maybe if he can keep doing this once or twice, he'll at least have 2 more losses in him. That metabolic coming back into play.
And definitely, I think the right decision. Gwen was not really doing much on this board other than giving Shadow Isles to an unitemized Callista 2 that is no longer the star of the show as we move into stage 5. So I think this makes complete sense. You give even more power to this Yasuo, allow him to survive a little bit longer, be a little bit tankier with already 2 great items, i.e. an RFC, allowing him backline access. And with correct positioning, I think Gobo can really prove his worth as a player and scratch a few more placements if he can navigate this stage 5 correctly.
I absolutely agree. I think this is an option where you go from like, oh, it's an 8th, maybe it's a 7th, maybe it's a 6th, and you claw your way through as far as you can get. But we are seeing that the player next in line to Gobo, Experience, is also hitting massive upgrades. There was an Azir 2 that came through, which is really, really good for the board that he is running. And other players are now also finally hitting some upgrades. Belveth 2 for Matt Black coming in has to be something that we shout out here. That's a massive unit to be found on 5-1.
Still not hitting that Vel'Koz 3. You found another Vel'Koz here in the shop, but still 2 away for Anaconda. So someone that started off really, really hot, had that crazy win streak all throughout stages 2 and most of stage 3, is now down to 36 HP.
I really love that last second slam of the Zephyr, making sure you have at least some value out of your items, and it should be enough for the Vel'Koz and the Sona to do their job here. Azir, however, looks pretty healthy there in the backline, and the front line has fallen for Anaconda. Will not be enough, gets another loss here, and the lobby seems to spread out even further. 15 HP for Lakoko, 12 for Gobo. Both of them still looking kind of worrisome as Nuri hits a massive upgrade, but not necessarily the unit he wanted with the Echo.
Yeah, it's one of the less conventional ways to run this Noxus level 7. Instead of having the power going into Juggernaut and into the Darius, you instead have the Echo. And it does happen sometimes. It's not the ideal preference for most players, but when you're rolling down, if you just happen to get, you know, Echo and Echo and Echo, and you have almost a free 3-star, it is a viable path to go down.
Okay, looking over the shoulder of Nuri here against Lakoko's board, and it's unfortunately, as you were saying, something that has been a trend with the lobby, where every board seems to be more AP heavy, other than Nuri's, who is on that Noxus line. So we will see a little bit of competition between them and Lakoko. Unfortunately, on the receiving end of that, will take a massive hit here, down to 1 HP. We used to speak of a 1 HP buff. I'm not sure if that can kick in here for him. You know, Gobosteur is also going to get knocked down there to 2, and Anaconda is with them on 7.
There we were talking about that Bel'Veth. Matt Black did pick it up in last stage's Carousel, and now it has the Ionia Bel'Veth with 2 items as well. So just incredibly powerful board. We're understanding why Matt Black has been streaking the last few stages.
Anaconda finally hitting that Vel'Koz 3, which is going to be a big point and hopefully a chance to turn it around. But all 3 of these players have now rolled all of their gold, have done anything they could to try and get this around. Lakoko last second, moving the units in the back line, trying to position for the board that's coming for him. Unfortunately, Shroud of Stillness from Experian hits right into that back line. Both Lux and the Vel'Koz are getting hit here. On the left side, we're seeing Anaconda. That Vel'Koz is looking good, looking protected, but the Bel'Veth 2 is a strong unit to go up against, and it will be a loss for both Lakoko and Anaconda here. Gobosteur following suit, 7th place, and knocks up Annie to 6th. 3 players knocked out in 4-5.
Unfortunate that so many players had this line towards multicasters at that AP start throughout stage 2. Ends up with 2 players holding hands, 6th and 8th place, because of that, you know, both being contested and either finding the Vel'Koz 3, yes, but just so late for Anaconda, or not finding it at all for Lakoko and just ending up in a doomed spot. So unfortunate start for these players. They still have 5 games after this to come back from that 8th, from that 6th place.
Everybody's trying to get into those top 4, right? That's the goal for the first couple of games. And the tournament day, you will want to try and get into those safe spaces. You're not even necessarily playing for 1st or 8. You just want to be safe. You want to get a good average. And then later on, if your points are not enough, you start to go really risky. But some players here have a really good outlook. Matt Black, like you said, ever since he hit that Bel'Veth 2, it's just been going stonks up for him. He has the Ionia emblem onto that Bel'Veth. She is looking incredibly strong. Yasuo 2 is in play as well, and is going to go up against Sinar's Double Trouble. Still, no 3 stars in that front line for the Taliyah board, which would have been really something you'd like here, just to add a little bit more unit, just to add a little bit more knockup, make the most out of her passive. But maybe, just maybe, it's still enough here. Taliyah getting stuck a little bit there on the left side, and it comes down to both of them up against each other, Bel'Veth and Taliyah, and I think Taliyah cannot hold up against this. Sinar gonna go out in 5th.
And so unfortunate that both of those sets died so early into the fight from just the sheer DPS from that Bel'Veth right as it started off, because that's so much lost DPS off of those set knockups throughout the rest of that fight. It was only really Taliyah's knockup and a few more units giving her that extra boulder throwing synergy.
Let's see what Experian does here. Has gone to level 8. Will probably not reach 9. Roll down all the way and turn to try at least to find the Lux 2. That would have been a very nice upgrade here for this board. Has 1 copy away On the other side is Matt Black, and it seems to just continue where we see Matt Black coming up on the other side of the board and doing his worst with this Belveth. Let's see if maybe Experian has something to show for against her, but I'm not very confident in that happening. Lux goes down, Belveth just gets her reset, Empress going strong, and will go over to Azir, and that's it.
Here you see what Kerfuzzle's board looks like, hanging on in third place. We haven't seen him throughout most of this game until now. And curious to see just what he's assembled. He did pick up Portable Forge earlier on and did go into Mana Burn as the last augment, which is generally going to be good overall.
It is going to be good, but is it good enough is going to be the question as these players fight it out. You can see Matt Black is just looking so threatening to the rest of the lobby. Nuri, notably on the most HP, is still on level 7, so we might see an attempt to reach that level 8, but the gold is not really there to make that happen, is rather going to look for that Darius 3, one copy away. We're just going to roll it down here and try and find it. Comes around. I hope tomorrow when they do the recap of today, they use this as caster blessing. You know, I got to front it today in the recap.
Well, Caster Blessing, but that's a Darius with a Protector's Vow and a QSS. So not exactly the star of the show for that comp. It was instead the Katarina, and she has not been 3-starred yet. So that will be the deciding factor in terms of Nuri maybe winning this lobby, maybe being just, beaten by Matt Black in the next few fights as we move throughout stage 6. Kerfuzzle, we're seeing now his board finally has just a soup of legendary units, has that Nasus online as well, the Azir, the Senna with the Rage Blade. Can this Azir without the Lux do it? We saw one of the worst average placements throughout day 1 was playing this Azir comp, but this is a very slightly different version with Senna and just more 5 cost overall.
And it looks good. The Nasus is still alive. The Lux is untouched. She's going to use her Demacia beam and light everything on fire. Azir under attack, and Kerfuzzle is going to take a loss here. And both of them are now on to their last life. Matt Black notably also losing, which might be an issue for him.
Canby instead has slotted in this Rise. I think would prefer actually this Heimer, but opts not to. Has the Invoker in now with this Karma. Has not added Shen onto the board just yet. We'll be adding Aatrox instead with the Thieves Gloves. Very interesting decision from Matt Black here, trying to make his board as strong as possible for these last few fights. One single fight could be the deciding placement between 2nd and 4th for these players.
All right, Shroud of Stillness on the right side is not going to hit anything of value. Belveth was moved to the far right, not going to get hit by that. Small observer buck here. Don't let that distract you as Matt Black and Kerfuzzle fight both for their life. Nuri on the left side is going to survive. Knockout Experian from the looks of it. One player down. Kerfuzzle is going to follow, and it is between Nuri and Matt Black here in the top 2.
Very key position here from Matt Black, having this Aatrox take most of the damage from any of the carries on the right side of the opponent's board as that fight loads in. Once the Aatrox dies, that Darkened Blade can go to this Belveth and make her even stronger, make her even more of a carry for what could be the final few fights in this game, number 1. Can Nuri take that Katarina, though? That's the big question.
Matt Black's on 13 HP. Nuri can still lean back a little bit. He has that HP. He can say, all right, even if I lose now, I'm going to be fine. 2 copies away from Katarina. Doesn't seem to have any gold, though, so rolling has been done. Didn't hit anything, and we'll see whether or not the Noxus board can do it here. Can Matt Black be taken down with his Belveth carry? And it doesn't look like it. This board is incredibly strong. Everything onto that Echo, and Nuri's going to take a big fat loss.
You have to this Katarina, maybe a Katarina on this carousel. Instead, there's another Aatrox or Juggernaut emblem as well. A Noxus emblem can allow Nuri to get a bit of a higher cap. He's able to get rid of one of those 1-cost Noxus units, and instead 4-cost or a 5-cost can add more utility to his board. Trying to get some amount of CC on the Belveth potentially is the only thing I can consider.
All right, Nuri on the left side, and we'll see whether or not he can maybe, in 2 lucky rolls, find that Katarina, but it doesn't come around. Could still stall off that Aatrox, but it's not going to be enough. Even if he does, we're going to see a little bit of moving around, trying to see what we can do with the Juggernaut, whether or not we can make it worth here and try and find any upgrades, but it doesn't really work. And Matt Black is just sitting pretty there on the right side. Has level 9, 2 units more than Nuri, and might just be all she wrote. Let's have a look. A last round between those two, Matt Black and Nuri, the Noxus board against Belveth. Keep your eyes on that Belveth as she's in the middle of that clutter, just thriving, getting resets. Katarina falls, Echo on to Belveth. She moves out, comes back in, takes him down, and Nuri will take the L here. Matt Black taking game number 1 in day 2 of our Golden Spatula Cup.
And so fortunate to find that Belveth in the stage 4 carousel. It's one of the trickier moments when you're playing with the Ionia emblem and you're going to Ionia line. You roll down and you pray to God that you hit one Belveth or one Heimer to you move the Ionia emblem off of Kalista or off of Gwen, that was in this case. And he found it right in the carousel and had a way to really change his whole game plan to be centered around that Belveth as the main carry in that comp, and really played it perfectly.
Yeah, I really liked it as well. There was a lot of like micro decisions being done from Matt Black that led to all of this. There was a loss in between. I was kind of worried, like what beat the Belveth to, right? You're kind of wondering, but in the end, he was able to execute it. This lobby in particular, I think there were a lot of people that were more on the caster heavy side. We had the Talia, we had 2 players going for Vel'Koz and Sona, which I think wasn't ideal. A lot of hand holding happened here for these players. So really try and avoid that if you can take anything away. But of course, our analyst desk is going to break this one down and tell us more about what was going on here. We have an interview ready with all our favorite German players, Zaza, and after that, they're back for you.
Hey guys, I'm Zaza. I go in-game by 5454, which stands for Zaza. I'm 24 years old and I come from Germany. What are my thoughts on the set? I think it's really fun. Like, we have the best release patch we ever had, and I'm really looking forward to competing in the set. I think implementing TFCs has a lot of positive things with it, but yeah, I think it still needs some refinement. But like for me, I like always qualify for GC through TFC, so I can't complain too much. Oh, my best tournament was GC2 last set, and I finished first. And I think like GCs are also the most fun for me. I think the best performing player last set was for sure Canvas. I think he made like every day 3 and went to Worlds. So yeah, it has to be Canvas. Yeah, I think the most creative player I know is probably Skip Pierce. Like, he's always cooking some fun stuff. My goal as a player is for sure making Worlds one time. I've been doing well domestically. I won a GC. And yeah, I think now my next step is going to Worlds one time. Big thanks to the German community for cheering for me. Like, whenever I do well, they are always cheering in chat, and like, it really hypes me up. So thank you for that.
Ionia wins again, but this time through a little bit of an interesting path, because opening up that game, Matt Black and Gobosteur both going for that Ionia Challengers composition. But Matt Black, turns out, was winning pretty far using the Ionia Spat.
I think that's something that we kind of like need to get in line here, is that when is Ionian Boots of Lucidity coming to TFT, right? Because like Ionia is just beating Noxus over and over again. That was kind of like how this went. And I know this is a very niche reference for people that aren't like super into League World.
I'm a fellow. No, I gotcha. And I think this composition was really well played by Matt Black. I was calling him the executioner in the back chat, because once he got that Belveth online, you were talking about that Indomitable Will, just giving her a free QSS essentially every time she got a KO with that full heal was just absolutely nuts.
And we're talking about the idea that if you can potentially CC her, you can at least stop her from chaining off and basically getting infinite health and popping around the board. But without the ability to crowd control her, just an absolute nightmare. But it wasn't the only good comp, though. You know, Nuri, I think for the comp, I know that you were particularly excited to see, Matt.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'm gonna break this one down for you, because this one got me going. Initially, Nuri picked up that Echo as a sort of item holder, had that Hand of Justice there, and was positioning perhaps to pivot onto the Katarina. But then he found a Spat, and from there the Echo reroll was born, and he really had the Exodia of augments for this. He opened up with... Sorry, I'm reading my notes and I lost it. There we go. He opened up with the Jeweled Lotus, giving him free spell crit, opening up an extra slot on the Echo, following up with Cybernetic Leech, giving him even more Omnivamp, which mirrors, by that point, the former best in slot for that Echo reroll, which was double Hodge plus Jeweled Gauntlet. And that allowed him to add in that Noxus Spatula, give him those bonus stats alongside the Giant Slayer, and that Echo just absolutely popped off. He was able to hit it, and yeah, wasn't able to fully cap the composition, missing that Katarina in the end, but I think just brilliantly piloted.
Let's take a quick look at Matt Black's composition here. It's worth noting in this lobby, we were hoping we'd maybe see a little bit more legend variants, but it was Poros and Orns the whole way down still. This was a comp that was doing extremely well yesterday. Not very, highly played, but amongst our top win rate compositions.
It's worth noting that getting to a point where you have Belveth 2 is not something that you can hardcore force into, right? So we'll have a lower play rate in general, because the scenario that you need to get into is a little bit more fringe. And another thing that's also interesting in terms of like the overall scope of this lobby, as David and Makes were talking about on the cast here, a lot of AP contests on each other, right? We have an Iconic going for Vel'Koz, we had Experian also going down that route for a while and then transitioning out. Like, there were so many of these Sorcerer players all of a sudden, like there were 4 of them in the lobby, and it just kind of made no sense.
Yeah, I ended up punishing a lot of those players. We had several holding hands moments, and that defined a lot of that bottom 4 was those multicaster players in Gobosteur who lost the Challenger competition. And here on our screen, you can see all of the standings. It is round number 1, so this basically tells you everyone who finished top 4.
And it is a top 4 kind of day. Again, we'll be cutting the field in half. So from the 64 players, 32 will play tomorrow, which is why I'm very excited to see both Kafuzzles and Alana from the UK manage to get those top 4 finishes, because that's all you need to see tomorrow, is make sure your average stays above half.
And Opale from yesterday is one of the names that I want to shout out here. Really impressed me with their heavily contested Yordle game pivoting into a Kled 4 victory. And up at the top, I do want to highlight Saru. This is a player that we haven't really gotten a strong temperature check on, I feel like. Last set started by winning a Golden Spatula Cup and then kind of petered out over the rest of the set. Now back and opening up once more with a really strong performance.
It's actually something I want to commend you on something, Matt.
Oh,
Dark Hydra is on the screen and you didn't mention his name. You are a
I know. I'm trying to hold back a little bit. I don't want to curse. I don't want to curse.
No, it's kind of funny because we had two previous Golden Spatula Cup winners taking home like 1 and 2 on that screen right there, both Scapeas and Jaro as well, right? And I think that for Zaro specifically, when you look at his performance at regional finals last set, he kind of needs a sort of, I wouldn't say redemption arc, because getting there obviously is a big spike as well, but just showcasing that you are able to adapt to different sets, different metas again, which was kind of something that people were criticizing him for going into Rising Legends finals. It's just great to see him back at a level of high performance.
I would like to, to follow up on what's been said already. I know coming into day 2, there were a lot of big names that we're not going to get to see for the rest of the tournament, but I was particularly gratified to see a player who's mentioned by so many other players as one of the inspirations, Scapeus, coming out with a win in the first game.
Yeah, and I think Scapeus is one of those players where he either really pops off or doesn't. We've been talking every single time we see him. Scapeus has this super unique play style where he'll play Hyperflex in these really weird boards, and I have gotten the sense that in a meta that is incredibly well defined later in the set, his style can kind of take a hit because he's never playing those hyper polished, hyper tuned compositions that everyone is, and struggles to cap out those boards to the same level. Versus here earlier on in the set, when not everything is optimized to hell, he really can show his unique abilities incredibly well.
I'm really excited. I believe we might even be getting to see him next, if I remember correctly. Yes, going to Lobby 1 where Scapeus will be playing. So, Rita, I'm really excited to see it for myself.
Yeah, and me too. I think that his style is very specific, right? And I think that's one of the things that is really exciting. Like, and this lobby, I think we should let the others talk about it, but it's actually a super, super exciting lobby coming up.
Yep, we're going to be tossing it over to our casters once more. Makes and Panda, take it away. Represent our boy Skip for us.
Thank you so much. Of course, we did see him yesterday, and whenever I see Skip, he's very zoomed in, very close up, feels intimate. Panda, tells me a little bit more about how he plays, because his comms are usually quite out there.
He's a very creative and flexible player. I think he thinks outside of the box more than usual when it comes to players playing at this level. I think Snoody mentioned it in Team Fighting Tactics as a downside to his game plan and his play style was playing too flexibly, not playing kind of the broken stuff or the very strong stuff on a certain patch and being punished for it. But somehow Skip does that and almost never seems to get punished. He's won a GSC before. He's won, a few more invitational events in his career. And he's always a player that I think has a unique play style. When you see him playing, you can identify this is Skip, and that's a board that looks like Skip's.
Yeah, there he is. Of course, there are more players in this lobby. We saw them quickly there. Zaru, another former GSC winner, is in this lobby as well. So is Matt Black that we just saw in the previous lobby. And we'll see them vote for their favorite portal. Now, this time, you don't get to participate, Twitch chat. I'm sorry, but it seems like players really like these ecliptic vaults. The only person that's in the unstable rift is Yerka, and that's where we're going to go.
The Jinx Chibi emoting, the only player on the Rift, and he gets what he wants. Some players probably not too content with that outcome, but that is how portals work. There is a sort of a democracy feeling to it to some degree. And we'll see how players can play around. It's going to be a little bit more decision-making that has to be made every single fight to make sure you get the benefits from this portal.
All right, same question as always, Panda. Any other legends than Ornn or Poro is what I will have in mind for those early stages as we see what they have online. Nice start for Nogi here. Finds 2 Maokais, finds a Poppy, has a little bit of an angle here to go for that Kale reroll that we saw a lot of yesterday.
Also has the support for the Kalista with Shadow Owls with a Maokai. If he finds a Maokai 2, it's perfectly fine to play around the Challenger tree with just the Maokai as a main tank in stage 2 to make sure Kalista has enough time to ramp up those spears.
And unfortunately, I get disappointed again. It's all Poro and Ornn land over here. No innovating being done. I'm waiting for that one player that's going to come in here and blow my mind with like some secret Veigar or Yi tech, but it seems I still have to wait.
One player I want to watch out for in this stage 2 is Saru, the player that Top Desk was talking about. The analyst desk was talking a bit about him. Won a GSC last set. Is I think more comfortable than most players on reroll comms, which is I think why the meta really suits him for this tournament. Also played Kale reroll in game 1, a comp that we saw yesterday, failing miserably, but also doing very well if you hit those 3 stars early on. Curious to see if Saru wants to go back into that same line for this game 2.
As augments are coming in, speaking of Zaru's comps, he played a lot of cool comps yesterday. My favorite, Riftwalk, he got a first place with that yesterday. He played some Rek'Sai reroll, which is going to make Wita very happy, placed top 4 with that, 3rd place. And then a lot of Shurima actually coming out of Zaru, which is not what I expected. I expected him to go a little bit more for those 3-cost rerolls with the Noxus. There was one Slayer Zed Katarina board that he commenced, but then 3 times he did go for the strategist, did go for the Azir.
Gonna have this Bruiser Challenger board to start things off. Infinity Force gonna work wonders on Kalista because she uses pretty much any kind of stats well. Obviously, preference towards crit chance and towards attack speed, but can use both AD and AP to some degree.
Hopping over, we have on the other side, there he is, Zaru, with an angle for Talia. Picked up 2 healthy, picked up a Shojin, and will try to maybe make this dream happen. We saw it in the previous game. It didn't do too well, but maybe this time around it's gonna happen.
I talked yesterday about the strength of spot recognition when it comes to this patch, and we're seeing right away 4 players pretty much fully locked into a game plan already. Ravenous Hunter for one of our players, we have the Noxus emblem for Narkez, we have the Ione emblem, and we have the 2 healthy as well that we've seen be quite strong with the Talia board. And right here, attempting offer 2 Akshans, the strongest comp and unit seemingly in the game right now. To start things off here with Infinity Force, item he can use well.
All right. We're going to look quickly at Yurka's board here. There was an Ionia Rek'Sai, but you mentioned it, and this is getting me so excited. A Ravenous Hunter game on stream. Now, if you remember last set, we had hero augments. They were something. Some players loved them, some players hated them. I'm not going to get into it. This set, there is 3 hero augments. There is a Set hero augment, there is a Kassadin hero augment, and there is the Warwick hero augment, which is really, really fun. And it is going to get played by Vega here, which I love.
I see Swain's hero augment is so bad, you just forget all about him. Poor Swain.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about the ones that are not good.
I see makes a good LP warrior. I think that's great to see. But looking at this board from Wega, the one thing he wants to consider is the fact that he needs BIS on Warwick. This is one of the units in the game, especially a game plan that is very much dependent on perfect items, which is why sometimes you can't pick this augment if you don't have any of the components necessary for his BIS, which is going to be BT, QSS, and the Rage Blade. You can sometimes change those items slightly depending on what other augments you're offered, things like RFC instead of Rage Blade, and Hodge or Gunblade instead of BT, but you really want to try and aim for that BIS.
All right, so what we're looking for later down the line is, of course, the Warwick 3, the items you just named, and then we would ideally like 4 Juggernauts and 4 Challenger with the Kai'Sa and the Yasuo. Now, because Kai'Sa and Yasuo are not that desired anymore, there's a lot more other comps that players are open to, there's a good chance that you actually hit them, and then this board goes crazy strong because you essentially have 3 units in there that can provide a lot for your board. You have a lot of utility, you have a lot of CC, they're incredibly tanky, and then what the Warwick doesn't get to, the Kai'Sa will take care of.
Perfect loss there for Wega as well. 3 loss streak coming into this first carousel. Will potentially and probably be a 3-2 roll down level 6 to try and hit a stable board with that Warwick 2-star ideally. And as you mentioned, a few of those BIS items already built to try and stabilize later in stage 3. Has that cloak, gonna build into QSS most likely, and slowly building towards what could be a top 1 comp. This is an augment that does enable Warwick to actually become the absolute star of the show.
He's the star of the show in my heart anyhow, so we'll see how that goes. But a lot of other statement augments also picked up by players hopping on board with Narcus. Narcus was chatting earlier, saw him in Twitch chat, playing Total Domination, is on a very strong Noxus angle here, has found the Darius already, has slammed the IE, saying this is where we're headed.
Has a 3-win streak, so everything going according to plan for any Noxus enjoyers is what you should and really have to be doing in stage 2, similar to Anima Squad in set 8. You need to snowball to get the full value from this trait.
On the other side, we have Nogi. Thankfully for the rest of the players, hasn't found that action 2 just yet, but is so close since he naturaled 2 of them at the start here. is on a very strong angle to make it happen. But for now, the Noxus is going to be stronger. And we say that again and again. It's just so good for a Noxus player. If they can get an early win streak, they can capitalize on the Emperor, on the Noxus trade, get those bonus points, the 70 if you're really good with it. But even if you get like 50, 60, you're going to have a much easier time getting through that mid game.
Two of the most important rounds in the game coming up for Narkez. Has to hope to win this for the gold, for the Noxus stacks, but also has to hope for close to ideal components coming off of the Krugs. It's just because you don't have time to wait to build items later if you're trying to win streak. You want to guarantee power on the board right away, and you have to guarantee you can slam items ideally onto that area, onto that Katarina if it's found.
Yeah, if it's found, it has to be the point here. We'll see when it comes around. For now, there is going to be somebody on a very similar line. Yurka holding some of the Noxus units for now. Not sure that is going to be the long-term goal with the Ionia crest there, but it could be that he's just flexing 3 Ionia in.
Gonna lose this last fight, it looks like, in the end. Two of the strongest players in this stage 2 face off. Jerka comes out ahead with Ionia emblem, and just one loss conquer stack for Narkez coming into stage 3.
Looking at the HP totals on Krugs is always what I'm here for. Matt Black is on 61, followed by Wega on 67, and the rest of the lobby seems to be much, much healthier. Let's see what this board looks like. We have Caretaker's Favor picked up here, which is notably the Bard augment, I would say. It's what people know it for. Is not playing Bard, just hit it naturally and decided to go with it. Is going to give some direction, but thus far, the direction hasn't really helped.
Yeah, the level 6 stability point is really what Matt Black has to chase for. I'm not sure how much longer you continue losing, especially losing by this amount. To be at 61 HP means you're essentially not killing a single unit all throughout stage 2, which is not, saying any good things about your current state of the board now. Z2 might help here, especially with the Titan resolve for this next fight. Okay,
it might help, but I'm starting to worry. If you looked at the other boards, you know why. There's 2 Noxus variant players already. We're now going into the Z, which is a Slayer variant, but still shares a lot of units with the Noxus player. You want that Katarina, you want that Darius, you want that Kled, and it is going to be a problem if these players decide to stay on those lines, which seems to be the case right now. Sephir, last second slammed here, will put it on there to try and avoid yet another loss, make the bleeding stop.
Wega did pick up a Spatula from Krug, so can maybe go for a Juggernaut Spatula to get that 4 Juggernaut without having to add units that are not really so impactful, like Garen, for example, in a board like this, until you get to that Aatrox much later into the game.
Yeah, that would be really nice. We'll see if that is going to be the case. Could also be a challenger spot to maybe remove one of the challengers, but yeah, I don't think so. I think the Juggernaut might be much more likely here.
Has a bow open, so he's gonna have to hope for a rod in the carousel, but right away, Prismatics to hit us here on stage 3. Ionia Crown is a possibility for Matt Black. He had it last game, not really gonna be the best option. I think the gold one is a little bit better in terms of how much power you get, because Karma and Guardbreaker are not really the items you're absolutely looking for on this comp. They are obviously decent, but not ideal. So Matt Black really thinking through if he wants to go just for a repeat and go for Bel'Veth this game as well.
I mean, can you really go for Bel'Veth? You'll have to find her in the first place. Does reroll the Ionia and decides to go with Cybernetic Leech eventually. While that was happening, we saw a lot happening, and I see something that makes me excited. Zaru on the back of 2 healthy now also finds double trouble. This is going into best in slot direction for this Taliyah board.
He's doing it. The Madman is absolutely doing it. One of the, I think the forbidden tech this set. If you hit this combination of augments, it's just so strong, because both are telling you to do the exact same thing on your board. Play multiple versions of this Taliyah and this set. Once he hits the Taliyah 3, if he hits the Taliyah 3, because he's at 0 gold right now, he might be something close to unstoppable.
He might be. Let's see what everybody else is on to. We do have the Prismatics coming through, so that could change trajectory, could make some other boards really strong, but it's definitely one board to look out for, and Scapeus just faced it, so he is going to be safe for a couple of rounds, but everybody else will need to look out for it. Wega, we were speaking about the Juggernauts, we were speaking about the Spatula, picked up the Juggernaut crown.
Maybe a Darius too as well, which isn't the star of the show for this comp. It's obviously going to be the Warwick, but it's going to help at one, denying a couple Dariuses from the Noxus players, making it harder for them to spike later in stage 4. And also, it's a Darius too. Without items, he is still a tanky unit that can deal damage, that can't get resets, and can do a lot for this comp in this transitionary phase where you don't have BIS on Warwick yet, and he's not a 3-star.
Yeah, notably, you don't really have much on Warwick yet. You do have the QSS, which is nice, but it's not going to add much damage. You don't have any additional copies. We're on a Warwick 2, where we would like a Warwick 3, so it's really good to get those upgrades there with the Juggernaut emblems to try and make this board just a little bit stronger until we reach the points where we can actually slam those items. But it is going to be enough against Yurka's board, who's on the same emblem, also picked up the Juggernaut crown on the back of Ionia's crest. So 2 emblems now going for Yurka, which could be a cool board once it's finished.
And Narquez starting to sweat. There's a 2-star Darius on Jerka's board, there's a 2-star Darius on Wega's board. Everyone seems to be holding Dariuses. There is one on Carousel as well. And it's going to make it that much harder for Narquez to eventually hit his cap once he has that full board online with a 6 Noxus later on level 7 in stage 4.
All right, no spatulas here. Wega still has one on bench, has not slammed it yet. We'll see whether or not that's going to happen soon. After finding that Juggernaut crown, you probably don't slam another Juggernaut emblem, so he could be looking into other options on what to put there.
Here's to see what Birdurp's board looks like right now. He did pick up all that shimmers very early on into the game, has a Mogul's Mail in this case. I think one of the better options for sure. And overall, if you're a fan of Shimmer skill trait in set 7, you love to pick up this augment, especially at 2-1. I think it should be essentially auto pick for almost any player because of how much gold you're able to generate off of these items.
I personally love them. I was so excited when I saw them come back, and then I picked it on PBE and was bugged. I cannot lose this feeling of picking diamond hands and you're like, wait, what? It doesn't work? And now I'm always scared when I pick it, despite knowing that it has been fixed for weeks now. But we are also seeing the Freaky Friday here from Birdup, which of course is going to deliver a little bit of Orin items here, Infinity Force in the backline on that Callista. And she is going to be the main character for now, will be good enough to beat Narcus board, who's on an additional Spatula, picked up 2, but didn't make a tech crown, if I saw that correctly. Actually slammed an emblem out of it.
And Birdup in a very, very strong spot. So much gold to work with. Has great items as well with the Infinity Force. With the Freaky Friday giving him 2 Infinity Forces. We saw the Coco playing it yesterday in Game 6, where he had one on Kaisa, one on Yasuo, and they were both popping off. Ended up being a 3rd for the Coco. So overall, I think as long as the rolldown is not going to be too bad, you can almost essentially go fast 8 from this angle and end up with a very, very strong Ionia board.
I would like to see that. Birdup is still missing some upgrades though. So right now, board is strong, lots of gold. We're gonna go 7. Really nice and easy here, but would like some additional units, which should be easier to hit now that we are on 7. On the other side is Zaru with the best in slot augments for this board, but doesn't really seem to find Talias yet. If we're looking at the bench, there's a lot of copies that he would like to be there that I cannot see.
A quick introduction to Mogul's Mail for those viewers that have not played with this Shimmer skill item yet. In this set, you need to reach 40 stacks and then you get gold. If your unit dies before it reaches 40, don't get your gold for that round. So it's really all about making sure that unit can take damage, but can also survive being solo frontline like we saw there with the Maokai. Shadow Isles, the trait itself, helping so much to give that extra shielding to the Maokai, making sure you get that gold. Uh-oh, Velvet in the shop. Are we gonna run it back?
You pick it. When you see it, you pick it. You have to. But it is Birdup. It's not matte black. Still, the option is there to slot her in, and we'll see whether or not it is going to be the case. Wolves will give us a little bit of extra gold and items looking all across the board. Most players are around that 50 gold mark, and most players are on level 6 still. The only person that has leveled is Birdup that we are looking over the shoulder.
Holding the Warwicks, making sure that our Ravenous Hunter player is not going to be finding success. I think very key from all these players, making sure to hold some of these key units like Darius and Warwick can really make it so some players go almost uncontested top 4 if they hit early enough. In this case, the roll down still angling towards some amount of Shurima units as well, Juggernauts. I think none of the items slammed are committing you to Ionia just yet. You have time from Birdup to still transition if you need to. Oh, no longer.
Narcus rolling down nearly to 0, makes back 10, finds the Azir 2, which is going to be the carrier of the Noxus emblem that was made on the back of these extra spatulas. But will that be enough? Still missing some upgrades in the front line, but it's a really smart move. If you know you're going to be contested on units, people are picking up the Noxus units out of the pool, why not go for the Azir instead? Why not make that your main character, your main carry, and try to work with this? Would like a bow, would like to make a rage blade to make this Azir even stronger. That would be really nice. But I think we're on a good trajectory here now that we have that going despite the 5-loss streak. Gold augments coming in.
Putting Noxus emblem on Azir also opens up the possibility of having a better synergy with Unstable Rift as a portal, making sure that any attack speed items can go on someone and you can get benefit from those if they are rolled in any of these next few fights.
Here it is. Rage Blade comes in. Very nice. Hopping on board with Scapeus. Scapeus on the multicaster here has picked up good items on that Vel'Koz, but isn't even on Vel'Koz 2. Zona 1, Vel'Koz 1 is sitting there in that backline, finds the Zona, rolls down, finds the Vel'Koz 2. Big upgrades, but are they big enough to stop the bleeding?
And this is the awkward thing about playing this comp while level 7. You can't fit in the Lux. You don't have Force Sorcerer to amplify that damage on the Vel'Koz. You don't have the Demacia to get that Radiant item on the Lux as a secondary carry. Now that Sona no longer really does that much damage. He's more of a utility unit. So overall, with this HP and this current spot right now, I think Scapeus is going to have a very hard time top 4ing this game.
Yeah, it might be enough to beat out the action board if he's lucky with the hits of the Vel'Koz. Everybody has been taken down except for that action, and it will be enough against Nogi for now. I would usually tend to agree that this board isn't looking too strong, but we're talking about Scapeus here, so I'm holding myself back just a little bit because I know this guy always has boards that I look at and I'm like, this really shouldn't be strong, and then somehow he still manages it.
It is a Jarvan 2 with Capricious Forge, so that is going to be a huge benefit. I think Jarvan can use this augment quite well. You also have Transfusion, which means that being the slow health is actually a benefit for Scapeus. Those are the kind of the silver linings, the small benefits there are to this current spot. But again, so far away from any kind of 3-star, I think that project is almost something you can write off for this game for Scapeus, unfortunately.
Looking across the board on the augment choices, first person I had to look at was Zaru. I was like, okay, what is he picking up next? We have the tactical superiority getting in play for him, which is also going to help the board quite a lot. So 3 nice augment he has got going, but he needs to find the units in order to make it happen. Scapeus continuing his wins here, very nice for him. And Narcus finally using both of the spatulas that he had from the augment is also going to be a good sign as we are moving into the carousel. Heimerdinger here and an Aatrox for legendary units, which is something players usually angle for. And Scapeus is going to go right in and pick up that tier with the Aatrox.
Azir as well can be interesting, as well as Akshan with a cloak. If you're going for an Akshan reroll comp, you want those Runons, ideally 2 of them, so that could be beneficial, but it will be Weka taking that cloak instead, who is on Ravenous Hunter. Curious to see what his spot looks like right now. We saw him much earlier in stage 3, was kind of slowly getting towards that Warwick board, but we've seen many Warwicks on other boards as well, and I'm not sure how close Weka is to actually hitting that upgrade. Oh, yeah, he's still pretty far, but has a lot of gold though.
He's 3 copies away. Maybe we'll see a little bit of rolling here right now. Irelia is going to come into play for now, but items will be slammed. Best in slot items on that Warwick now, which is really, really good for the Ravenous Hunter. He's turning just a little bit there on the spot. But yeah, 3 copies. I like that he's holding on. I like that he's keeping 50. He's saying like, okay, I'll just hope that other players slot their Warwicks out. They don't play them long term. They just pivot out of them, and then I'll naturally find him eventually. But of course, that also means that he might take more damage than he would if he were to commence a roll down.
So the moment he hits that Warwick, we'll be able to go 7 and slot in this Irelia for Challenger as well. So just incredibly important to hit this as early as possible. Up against the Z3 here, the Z3 should be able to win this against a Warwick that has not been 3-star just yet. But the Warwick is doing a lot of work. The BIS showing why it is the BIS. It does so much for allowing Warwick to be unstoppable in terms of stacking up that just raw damage all throughout the fight.
That was beautiful. I like that. That made me very happy. Just that Z3 keeling over from the Warwick. But very good for Wega, right? He wants to stop losing. It's exactly what he needed. 6 Juggernaut makes that Warwick incredibly tanky. Normally, we see 4 Juggernauts being played. This time, it's more of a Juggernaut variant based on what he got from carousels. However, Narcus and Scapeus both on 29 HP. We are moving closer to Raptors. They need to turn things around, and I had good hopes for Scapeus, but it didn't really turn out to continue there. The win streak has been broken once again, and he had another loss, so hopefully he can make it happen on the back of Raptors as Yurka and Zaru are fighting it off. Here's the double trouble Talia, still hasn't hit, actually missing all of the additional copies right now that he would like for her to be there, but at least he has some Swain going.
No knockout.
So that's not gonna work.
The Kalista wins it in the end, and as we mentioned, the Exodia combo is only an Exodia combo if you actually manage to hit your key units, which are maybe the Set 3 and the Talia 3. Not quite the case. You do find the Swain 3, but that's not really the unit that really carries these interactions between Talia's passive and the knockups. There is no knockup on the Swain.
Unfortunately not. That would be really strong for this board, but I think there's a lot of knockups already in play that should help here. The double Zets will do their job in knocking a lot up, and so will Talia. So rocks will be thrown eventually at enemies, and maybe, just maybe, the Talia will come around now as there is a GG option on the table that we could use, but maybe not exactly what we needed with 3 items on the Talia there already. For the second one, could be worth.
One off of Warwick now for Wega has a chance to really hit the entirety of his board and pump up to level 7 to get even more power from Challenger as a trait onto this Warwick. Can he find it? He does. And he has enough gold to level if he sells off. But yeah, it'll be selling off too many strong units here in case of this Nasus.
That was beautiful. I really liked seeing that. However, another person that has hit Zaru, so Wega and Zaru, both with their 3-star carries, now finished up. Great items on both of them. And if they meet, I'm actually curious who's going to win. What do you think?
I mean, there's a QSS on the Warwick, so I think, and Warwick overall I think is a stronger comp, but I have not actually seen this combination of Double Trouble and Too Healthy in play myself, so I don't know exactly how strong it is, just the numbers and the concept itself. In this case, Kaisa can do it, can beat the Saru here. He goes down to 21. And Birder, a fantastic third augment for him as well, was leading the pack the entirety of this game throughout stages 3 and 4, picked up long distance pals to benefit that Kaisa and that Yasuo even more, and just overall so much combat strength from all 3 of his augments.
Nogi finding Akshan 3, which is also going to put pressure onto the lobby. And you can see that Narcus now on his last life, 3 HP and a dream. And this is the board. The copies weren't really there. Wanted that Darius 3 to come into play so desperately, to be the main carry, to be the main person here in this composition. And it didn't happen. And there's an enemy on the other side that I don't think is a good matchup here. We'll see how it goes. Set 3 not on board for Zaru just yet, but it might just be enough for the Talias to do the damage that they can, trying to get through that front line. Swain 3 will fall. Cast. Darius commences the dunking, and I think Talia's gonna lose this one.
And Saru now down to 7, Narcas down to 3. Narcas, we talked about it, players throughout stages 2 and 3 were holding Darius, just trying to slow down the ultimate power from this Noxus board, and Darius 3 has not been hit, and that is equaling to what looks like an 8th or very close to it. The Azir not doing enough with the Noxus emblem.
Unfortunately, yes, that seems to be the case. So Narcus not really in a position where anything could be done, right? Like no gold, no level points, no items to be slammed. There's not really any moves to be made here, except for positioning maybe, and hoping that you go up against somebody that you can maybe survive against. But the second person in line already has fought him. That was Zaru. So it might be Nogi here, which could be the best situation. But Nogi also put in everything, and it is going to be the Akshan 3 on the other side. If that one can take out the carries, it is going to be very, very bad for Narcus. One of the two is going to go home here eventually. On the other side, we have Zaru fighting up against that Warwick, and I don't think he can survive that. I don't think with the Z2 you can't put anything up against this Warwick here, and you can see it coming. Zaro taking a massive hit here, and so will the other side. One player out only. Nogi survived. 6 HP.
And very surprising from Saru with what should be one of the strongest combination of augments in the game, not able to pilot this comp to anything better than an 8th, unfortunately, for the Greek player. Missing maybe some key itemization on the Talia, didn't really have the best of items, and didn't really hit that set 3 early enough or at all, really. So just not everything working in his favor. For other players that have hit, though, it's going to be interesting to see where Wega ends up with that Warwick 3. Matt Black is once again streaking 50 HP. We saw this in game 1. We might be seeing a rerun in game 2, but no Belvet this time around.
Yeah, no Belveth. Yerke here rolling down, finds Belveth. She's in place now, but not really anything to work with. Second Belveth, but Yasuo 2 comes in. We're going to see a sell of the Gwen, and this is where the Belveth comes in. And despite this being the same thing that we saw from Matt Black this time, it is going to be Yerke now with the Ionia Belveth coming into play here. We're going to see him slam those items in just a second. And Nogi, 6 HP and a dream going up against this board. Items are being lost, slammed on the right side. Will it be quick enough for him to take out anything here? Or can Nogi hold on? Can Nogi do something against this Belveth? And I'm not sure. She's on to that action on the right side and making short process with him. Nogi is going to be losing this one on the right side.
And Belveth going to work so well with this Warmog because a lot of her kit scales off of her own max health. So it really does make a lot more sense than just adding this Warmog to a tank.
Ay. All right. Getting a ice cream cone. Could maybe use that to buff up our Katarina, but she's not really itemized anyway. So.
She's a 2-star when she should usually be a 3-star at this stage in the game. So just things did not work out for Narcas.
The fact that Narcas is still here despite not having 3 stars, I think speaks volumes.
And shout out to Scapeus from a pretty doomed spot. It seemed like the Capricious Forge on that Jarvan has done so much for him throughout stages 4 and 5. He's still alive, 11 HP. Could come down to this last fight, but it will be Wega's Ravenous Hunter Warwick up against this Azir and Darius combo with the Noxus combo online. And right away, the Warwick might angle towards the Azir once this last kill comes through.
Yeah, Warwick on to the backline. The Azir under attack is going to fall. There's nothing you can do against one woofy boy and his mad life's dream. He's just so strong with the Zonmod, with the best in slot items, with the additional Juggernauts. Wega has built a dream board for this hero augment, and Narcas is going to feel the hit of that. Minus 12 HP, followed by Yerka for minus 2. The top 4 have been decided, with Scapeus just sneaking in there.
He gave up on the 3 stars altogether. He understood he was never going to have enough economy to 3-star these Vel'Koz. The Sona instead somehow made it to level 8, added in that Lux, 2-starred her as well, and is now sitting on a board that is top 4 in the end. I was wrong. I thought the spot looked quite doomed, but I really did not understand how valuable this Jarvan would be throughout all of these past 2 stages.
I mean, that's Scapeus for you, right? We looked at it. I said, normally I wouldn't think it's strong, but Scapeus, so he's going to make it work, and that he did. It's just, it happens again and again, man. But looking at the gold totals, we're seeing that both Wega and Skip don't have much to work with here, whereas Burdep already on level 9. You can see that in his shop. It's just legendary all around. He can choose whatever he wants. He's getting them all served right to his face, and that is going to be a problem later down the line. Kai'Sa 2 comes through here. He's trying to make Kai'Sa 3 happen. Maybe not. Doesn't buy her. Goes for the Aatrox 2 instead. Just holding on to her for now.
We're going to see it now. Scapeus versus Matt Black, the current HP leader, playing that Zed reroll that is currently one of the strongest reroll comps in the meta. And we're seeing why. The entirety of the board for Scapeus has been deleted. The Vel'Koz 2-star cannot do enough. Scapeus gets taken down with a decisive loss there against Matt Black.
To be honest, I think the 4th place was really good for Skip here. I don't think that's something you're mad about. I think you're really happy you made it into those top 4, and you're going to take the additional points with you. But look at the Warwick, man. For a second, I thought he was struggling against his level 9 board, 2 levels under him. not going to be the case. Belveth 2 comes into fruition here, though.
I think Birder is trying to slowly transition into 5-cost carriers instead of just going to be the Belveth naked right now on the board. But yeah, now it does finally have some items. This should, I think, make a lot more sense. Aatrox won't be doing nearly as enough compared to Belveth in these final few fights.
Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. We're seeing the itemization come through as well to make sure she does what she can. The Zaru board is not here anymore, so CC isn't the biggest worry, but of course it always helps when she can move freely. And on the other side, we are seeing Nox's board with the Z carry. Also not on the Katarina 3 that he would have liked, but will maybe just be enough against the Kai'Sa. We'll see. Belveth onto the Katarina, takes her down, gets the reset of the Empress, one more. But on the other side, the Zed is unbothered, just standing onto the Shen, and now he will try and take him down. Aatrox and Belveth will try to make this happen and turn him down, but it's looking quite close here, and Berta will be taking a loss.
Zed looking just too strong. Vampiric Blades as well on that board for Matt Black. Very key little Zephyr tech we saw there at the very start of the fight. Zephyring the side where Zed is going to be on so that unit gets jumped up into the air, and Zed can immediately access the backline if there's only a single frontline unit in front of him.
Now the question is, can Berta do anything against this board once it comes around with not being a copy? So he played the copy before. This time Matt Black is going to serve him the real version, and maybe, just maybe, that will be the end of it. We'll see if it's going to change anything. Zephyr will hit that Aatrox, lift it up, and we'll see whether or not the Zed can take down the enemy backline. He's onto the Kai'Sa, bottom left, trying to knock her down. Few purchase. She jumps away, survives, just barely. One more ult, and she is trying so hard to help the Dream here. Everybody onto the Zed, and I think this time it has worked for Berta. Massive CC, really good with getting that Kai'Sa to jump away before she can finish. And this time around, it's going to be a win. But how long can he keep doing that?
The timing of Yasuo's last breath was so big to stop that last Zed ult from coming through, and the healing from coming in as well from Vampiric Blades and that Hodge.
Carousel, Berta picking up. Wega last. We'll go for the Scion here. Another cloak, no full item. And we do have the Rabadons in place for Matt Black, which I would assume goes on... well, I don't think the Katarina, she has items, I think. We'll see. I haven't seen Matt Black's board in a little while. Yeah, she has full items. There we go.
And one off the Katarina 3 as well. We saw it last game. It was not hit in this case. Maybe going to be an option. Text in the Heimer now instead. Has 2 turret upgrades already online with the Mechanoswarm and the Shrink module. And again, all about the Zephyr, all about the Zed positioning. If the Zed can immediately ult and kill off one of the key carries on the opponent's board, the fight is much more in Matt Black's favor.
All right, we'll see whether or not that is the case. Burnip has done it before. Can he do it again is going to be the question. Look out for that Warwick. He will be the main character of Wega's board on the right-hand side. Kai'Sa trying to survive back there, trying to take down some of the enemy units. 2 more are standing, but one of them is the main carry. The Warwick just chiming through the board. Big CC coming through. That will be the end of it. Berta finding another win, just holding on here. And Matt Black also losing against a copy.
There seems to be a little bit too much just units in general for that Warwick to work through. The 1v9 not coming in, unfortunately. And now a very interesting finale for this game too. 5 HP for Matt Black, 4 HP for Wega, and 3 HP for Birder. But it's still anyone's game to win. This Katarina could have been the deciding factor, but is not found for Matt Black.
We could see a double elimination here. If Burdip does it again, he could just knock out both of these players from a situation that looked dire before. Matt Black is going to fight Wega though, so not going to be the case for a double elim for Burdip. We'll see what happens. Burdip on the left-hand side goes up against the Noxus board. He has lost against this one before. He will try and fight for survival, but one of the 2 on the right side, Matt Black and Wega, will get knocked out. They can't just both survive. and we'll see the Warwick here chiming through onto the Z. Can he take him down? Will be the question. He ults and falls, and Wega survives. Matt Black getting knocked out here, and so will Bird Up, and that is a double elimination for the Ravenous Hunter King. Warwick reigns supreme here for Wega.
I think this game was a perfect example of the meta we're in and the different spots and lines that are possible, and players knowing exactly how to play these spots. We talked about BIS for the Warwick. It was found for Wega. He knew when to roll, when to hold off, when to try and actually finally find that upgrade. And since then, he's had a very easy time rolling into this top 3.
I mean, it's no incident that Wega and Warwick start with the same letters, right?
Yes, Mix, that is 100% the reason he was offered Ravenous Hunter. You've cracked the code. This is how augments work. The system behind the scenes is all off of your name and your initials.
Exactly. We do have a break ready for you, and after that, our analyst desk is going to break it down for you. Don't go anywhere. We have an interview with Snooble lined up.
Hi, I'm Snubble, or Snooble, depending on who pronounces it. I'm 25 years old and I'm a TFT player from Denmark. Who's going to perform the best in the new set? I hope Kevin Parker makes it for once. Like he's been pushing for a while, been consistently a very good player. I'd like to see him make it. The same goes for Solo, because Solo hasn't made it like to Worlds, right? It'd be cool to see Leilana put up like a strong tourney performance this set, because he's been insane ladder warrior for so long, right? I played in the one tourney I played in GSC 3 in 8.5. Like I'm still very new to the set, right? So it was my first open qualifier and it was my first GSC, but I made it to day 3 in my first GSC. I didn't place very well in the last, I think I placed like 28 out of 32 or something like that, like 22, 28, something like that. Like wasn't pretty, but we made it to day 3 pretty comfortably, even though I think I low rolled the 2 days, but like I've gotten a lot better at the game since then, so hopefully we'll see that this set. But yeah, there's still a lot to learn. Like I really started playing at the end of set 7.5, so I'm still very new, right? And I only really grinded set 8, so I'm gonna shout out like probably like Bedur, Fossil, Frobber, and Witch, and then like my stream community. It's like probably the places I'll send a shout out.
Oh boy, what a lobby. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for joining me. Vega, of course, going on that vertical Juggernaut Warwick composition. You love to see it, the Ravenous Hunter. But it wasn't exactly like a clean path all the way there, Wida. He and Saru both really struggling with their reroll comps.
Yeah, no, it's kind of funny because there were so many of these pieces being put taking out the pool, right? But when you looked around the lobby, there were so many people prioritizing getting that Warwick unit onto the board, either for challenger aspects or for juggernaut aspects. So Vega did not hit until 5-1, which meant that had he lost like one more fight, this game would have been over, but he got that final spike in that absolutely perfect time and ended up winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reflection of just how crazy nuts that Ravenous Hunter is, that we're seeing multiple different players holding the Warwicks, which is not something we've really seen at all in this set under really any other circumstances.
Yeah, a lot of denial coming out onto that Warwick for good reason. Reminds me of Winds of the Wanderer from last set, where everyone's like, no, none of that, but not quite able to deny it. I do want to talk a little bit about Matt Black, who's been having quite the run of games. You know, first place last round, this round third, but barely, with that Zed reroll composition. And a lot of these last rounds really came down to the positioning of that composition, because Zed was stuck on single targets sometimes, not able to get the healing out, and the composition really suffered for it in those fights.
Yeah, and that's kind of just the name of the game of this comp, that if you're able to get into the backline and get those massive sweeps off, then you'll sometimes see Zed go from 0 to like 100 HP again, like just full on here. So you can kind of see the massive healing coming out in this fight on screen right now, even though it did take number there, but who also was looking to be in a good spot. We were about to see the Belveth 2 run back. No Ionia emblem this time around, though. The final deciding factor and ensure that this comp did not go for first, but still second place with this lineup coming from Berderp just shows the power level of these Ionia Belveth-centric compositions.
Yeah, I mean, to have two of them being attempted in the same game, I think it really reflects just how, you know, how over the top it should be. There definitely were some rounds towards the end where we did see the Warwick falling down. I think maybe on a slightly different circumstances, we could be looking at a different winner.
Yeah, I mean, it was really micro-positioning that decided the final stage of this game, because Warwick, if he's stuck on a non-carry, that's going to be a problem for the composition, because it's all around that single target damage. But in that last fight, you saw directly on that Katarina, directly assassinating the rogues that were trying to do the same to the backline, and it paid off in spades.
I want to say something, right? I'm a big fan of Vega. He has the best copy pasta in TFT. It's absolutely amazing. I don't know if it was spammed in chat during this game, but mate, shorten that Twitter handle down. Okay? I know it's your real name, but that's a lot of numbers. If you expect people to actually go over there and follow you, right? That's another thing. But again, maybe that's just like maybe he just like took like a random like day of TFT play. That's just his placement. It's like 4, 4, 1.
Actually, part of his telephone number. You're supposed to guess the rest, and you win a prize. But of course, after that wonderful game, we do have an interview over the break with Catalyst, and then we'll be back with more Golden Spatula Cup Day 2. Don't go anywhere.
In TFT I go by Catalyst, and I'm from Bulgaria, and that's about it. I mean, this set, I like it pretty much. I think it has the potential to be the best set. The only set that comes close is set 6, where they introduced augments, and that was a pretty big spike for TFT. But I really like the set. The units are so much fun, and for me, fun is the most important thing in the game. I mean, I'm not very familiar with the other regions, but I think our region, basically the rest of EMEA, I think we're getting better and better with every set, not gonna lie. I've basically been participating in the Golden Spatula since set 6, set 7. I didn't finish that well. I mean, in set 6, I think I finished like top 30 or something. And after that, I kind of fell off because set 8 was pretty weak for me. I didn't like the set, so I didn't play that much. Whereas this set, it's another thing. Oh, I am trying hard. I mean, I like the set, so I'm playing a lot. I'm just getting better and better. Goals? Well, my goals were Worlds, of course. But actually, my goals are like, they perform good in tourneys, try to qualify for all the cups, try to do my best, have fun. Thanks for everyone who's supporting me, I guess. I'm really glad I get to have fun playing TFT, and yes, that's about it.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Golden Spatula Cup #1 of Runeterra Reforged. We are moving close to the halfway point of day number 2. My name is Canafit, alongside Impetuous Panda, to bring you this next game. We will really start to see who's moving towards the top and who's spinning towards the bottom.
We're moving to lobby 3. These players have around 10 to 11 points. So kind of on average, after these first 2 games, you ideally want to do a little bit better than that. In these next 2, you want to make sure you have kind of a cushion to fall back on for game 5 and 6. Not going to be overly stressed about making or not making it into that day 3.
So from what we saw in the previous game, of course, we're still expecting to see a lot of the same stuff towards the top end. One thing which we didn't get to talk about on the desk, which I wanted to bring up with you specifically, was, Akshan reroll we saw being absolutely everywhere yesterday. In the last game, going out in 7th place and otherwise not showing up at all. Is this maybe a sign of anything changing today?
I think mostly that board that we saw was just did not have a strong enough front line, did not buy enough time for Akshan to actually get that damage through. And the Akshan in, I think, most of the fights we saw in broadcast did not really have some great snipes on the opponent's carries at the start of the very fight, which is what dictates a lot of those matches where your frontline isn't as strong. You have to get that kind of a high roll snipe on the opponent's backline carry. Was not the case. I do think it's still a very strong comp. Nothing has changed from yesterday today in terms of balance in the game. But it's more about players being able to hit uncontested and really trying to find that perfect itemization on Akshan, especially Runons and Deathblade.
Yeah, we know how ridiculously strong that can be. Of course, in the previous game, we did see the Ionian line being heavily contested as well. Both Bird Up and Yerka taking it to a 3rd and 5th, 2nd and 5th place finish respectively. I mean, if for our players now who are in this spot of wanting to try and get the strongest finishes possible, do you think if these players are going to be looking for those incredibly high-end comps or just the top 4s?
I mean, it's really what you get offered at 2-1 is going to dictate most of your game plan. In some games, you can go for a first place. Something like a kill, for example, is something that I think is a comp that you do decide, I want to, risk it for a first wraith, or I want to play top 4 with a different kind of comp. But in most cases, it's going to come down to the augments offered in your spot at 2-1. I think it's not so much players, deciding at the very start, oh, I'm playing for top 4. It's more what they're being given and what options they have.
All right, so as you can see here, our players in this particular tournament, we're not doing the snake seeding from before. We're doing the seeding where players have these similar results to each other. So at least they've got direct control over their fortunes from this point going forwards. Very, very similar points, separated but only by 1 point from the top scorer to the bottom.
And some very strong players here as well. Kubikson, known to be one of the youngest champions in TFT, won the Polish Ultraliga at the age of 16, which is an incredible feat in and of itself, but still also hangs around in the top 20, 30 spots on ladder, and is trying to prove himself on the European stage as well in the EMEA scene in these GSCs. Has not been able to do so just yet. I think has never made a day 3 in a GSC up to this point.
Yeah, and a player I'm going to be looking out for particularly to see on camera there, looking like he's got some very weighty thoughts on his mind. Catalyst, a player who's had some pretty tough tournament performances, but keeps on coming back, plugging away, and hoping one day to hit it big.
Aware and Lyris as well, 2 of those OG French players, not quite in that S tier that you find Cambiz and Double and some of the players that have proven a lot in those EMEA finals and in some cases even the World Championship for Double 61, but players that are definitely you have to watch out for in tournaments like these. They can show up. Lyris has proved it last set, doing really, really well in the Hex League especially. So we'll see what they can bring to the table for this game. And Odessa, of course, very young, very talented Spanish player.
All right, we'll be heading across to Targon of Prime for this one as we get things started again. A really, really important game. So we'll make sure we'll start off things nice and calm for our players. We said from the very beginning, especially once we get these first augments in, we should have a very good idea of how this one's developing.
In these 2 games we've seen on broadcast, we did not see Kale Reroll finding much of a spotlight with our players deciding to maybe not risk it for this comp. Right now, Odessa is starting with a singular Poppy as we get into the stage 1, and we'll see if any of these players wants to take that risk, wants to find maybe a good spot to play Kale with a few natural copies of Maokai, of Poppy, and of Kale in stage 1.
So Targon Prime, we'll be looking to see our players maybe take some L's early on to try and activate that blessing and get the benefit of it for more of the game going forwards. 40 HP being that magic number when the big present arrives, which can really change some fortunes.
As you mentioned, losing HP early is something that does go hand in hand with playing Kale, so maybe the portal itself is going to be part of the reason that one or maybe several unfortunate players will be trying to play Kale reroll, might be contested. But we do see an early Akshan. We were just talking about this unit and how strong he can be. There is a sword component already open for Odessa, so it can be an option.
And we know how powerful that can be. A quick word about our legends, though, in this one, because we are seeing something a little different, at least from one player. Gobosteur bringing out the Aurelian Soul. We know how powerful that can be if you can get to the late game.
It is a game of trying to balance greed with stability, and it's a game that many players end up losing in, but the players that win big with things like Belveth 2 and RE2, and overall just a very fun legendary soup comp that can be played at level 9 much later into the game. But Gobosteur right now is holding onto the project of a potential kill reroll game. Is offered Patient Study, does have unstable Yordle delivery. We saw it twice yesterday from Simply Wojtek and from Opale, played in one case with Tristana and in other case with the Kled reroll.
Yeah, it's a lot of potential value. Patient Study is definitely what was on the mind of Gobosteur coming in, knowing again, Targon Prime will reward loss streaking doubly so compared to a regular game, but the Yordle delivery is so tempting.
Gobosteur scouting, trying to see if maybe any player is contesting him on the possible Yordle line. Maybe that was the case, instead to go for Patient Study in the end and just play for what is his preferred playstyle, it seems like, with a choice of Aurelian Soul as his legend.
All right, so it's back to the standard races and at least trying to play a pretty, slow and steady board.
Oh, and we see it now. The reason why he chose not to pick the Yordle line, it is going to be Dark Hydra angling for kill reroll. Maybe another player as well.
Okay. So again, this is one which we saw an absolute ton of yesterday, but not so much in our lobbies so far. We can certainly see that the itemization with Dark Hydra is already looking fairly promising.
I think two of the augments that I'd really shout out right now among our players is going to be Long Distance Pals for Lyris. I think one of the strongest combat augments in the game outright, especially in a dual carry meta like the one we're seeing now with Kaisa and Yasuo, with things like Darius and Katarina. But also for Narkez, all that shimmers. Birdep navigated this augment perfectly last game with Mogul's Mail. In this case, it will be Determined Investor for Narkez.
The Determined Investor is so ridiculously strong if you can get it going later on. Of course, again, Narkez getting another reward for taking some L's here. Getting the Determined Investor procs from the beginning of the game means you're getting huge value from it as it goes on.
And for any new players, you want to essentially get stacks on the Determined Investor. You want to let your unit die 8 times, then the item transforms into Diamond Hand, which is one of the best items in terms of invulnerability for key units that like to get down and dirty, like Yasuo, for example, much later into the game. There is a projection for Ionia right now for Narkez, but overall, there isn't a necessity of playing this comp specifically when you have Diamond Hands.
Excuse me, my pets are having a little bit of a disagreement with each other. But hopefully we won't see too many disagreements about how these games will go on. So we can see, from Gobosteur side of things just progressing exactly according to plan. The Determined Investor will tick away. Narkez, interesting having so much different stuff on the bench right now. Seems to be gearing up to try and make sure that while these rounds will be losses, they won't be, terrifying losses that will do too much damage.
And key min-max here from Narkez, trying to hold, if his interest thresholds allow it, some of the key units that other players are going to be rerolling for, like that kill reroll that Dark Hydra is going for.
Shido's checking in here, picking up the Deathfire Grasp. Of course, the Ornn has been very popular at the moment. The Deathfire Grasp will allow for an enormous amount of burst onto the first unit in particular that Taliyah targets.
Very great on Lux later into the game, potentially Vel'Koz as well. Maybe Taliyah, depending on what is offered at 3-2 for Hashida. Player who Weed has mentioned in the past, he's a very strong player from way back in the day, but hasn't done so much in proving his talent in GSCs just yet. This might be his chance to do so.
Oh, it's a big opportunity knocking here. Let's take stock as we go to our first carousel where everybody is, though. Remember again, we're on Targon Prime. 40 HP means you get a whole heap of presents dropping in. So Odessa up at the top has not taken a loss as of yet. Dark Hydra, the closest to getting that payout.
Akshan with a cloak can be interesting if there's any Akshan reroll players. Zed with the bow as well for that Titan's Resolve. Dark Hydra, we see it right away, has a rod and a bow open for that Rage Blade. Is going to try and build a second for that kill to really benefit from later into the game, as she is really the centerpiece of that strategy. Just allowing this kill to stack Rage Blades, stacks, and get as strong as possible as a long fight goes on.
Well, David, talk to me about Chaos, since we haven't seen so much of her today. Of course, saw an absolute ton of her yesterday. Compared to what we seem to have brewing in this lobby, how do you feel like Dark Hydra's KO comp is going to ultimately work out?
It's not so much about what other players are playing, it's more about hitting your units at the right time and not falling behind the econ tempo of leveling later on to slot in more slayers and keep up with the pace of the lobby and eventually reach level 9. That is really what spikes this comp to a crazy level and almost guarantees a lobby win if you find all of your upgrades and you reach that level 9 with enough health. For now, we have snipers focus on this kill. We saw it yesterday, played a few times, didn't find that much success. We'll see if Dark Hydra can make it work.
Well, going up against Odessa, who is the win-streaking player, has picked up the early round wins and a pretty solid-looking composition of just a grab bag of good units. We now have to continue to hand out further wins, or in this case for Dark Hydra, further losses, down to 78 as Kubik Sun and Hashida and Narquez all take the L's as well.
And it seems no other player is trying to openly lose streak, considering the Dark Hydra is happy to slam these items and isn't really scared of winning a fight by accident and ruining his econ in the moment. So for now, just trying to kill off some units, not get too low in HP too quickly. And once we get to stage 3, you'll start rolling down after Krugs and just try and find a lot more of these kills, especially as only sitting on 2 copies right now.
And certainly there's a lot of raw power already there for the KL. You mentioned the sniper's focus, giving extra damage for the distance to the target. The Demacia kicking in as well to give the extra item. Actually going to be swapped out at the last second. Maybe Dark Hydra is starting to get a little bit worried about potentially accidentally winning.
Yeah, this is the one good thing about if you slam items in a fight, it'll help you maybe kill one more unit, and that's fine. In the next fight, because you have units on your bench, you're able to either take out the unit that's itemized, this kill, for example, or just add another kill in, take out Demacia, and become weaker in the process to guarantee you have this econ lead going into this massive rolldown.
All right, so far so good. Keeps things going. Dark Hydra down to 68. Odessa maintains that win streak coming out there. Across the rest of the board, see, most other players haven't lost a ton of HP, and money, it seems like it's medium to high, particularly towards the bottom end of the current table.
Dark Hydra sitting above 50, happy to roll here. Make sure he has a little bit more time to go through all the APM decision-making he has to make and the roll downs for the again, after this Krug phase, he's going to have that one last round while he's still on level 4 and has a 55% odds at finding 1 cost, where usually players will roll down to around 32 gold and then make it back up to 50 in the next 2 fights. But sometimes if they're very close to hitting their 3 stars, they might roll down to 20, sometimes even 10.
We'll see which one's on the menu. Certainly for now, but with Dark Hydra again, waiting for that Targon Prime payout, going to be a little bit less worried about spiraling out of the game. Do notice as well from Kubik, we saw from before, running the Aurelian Soul and the Patient Study, also on a loss streak as well, though hasn't managed to maintain the full strength of loss streak that Dark Hydra has.
Already 6 poppies, 7 poppies found, still missing so many kills though. Is going to be one of the biggest. Okay, I thought I was going to hit poppy 3 before hitting even a kill 2, but not the case. Has the Vigos as well. They could be a reassurance in case he's missing a Maokai 3-star, but it seems like it won't be the case. Kills the one that's currently far behind. And Dark Hydra going to go, I think, down to just 32. He can sell these Diegos if he needs to make econ back up. Protector's Vow, I assume, will be slammed here onto the Poppy. And that will be the case. One of the strongest items on Poppy, especially once he's 4-star.
Yes, we're brewing towards that later on, of course. Once 3 different 3-stars are on the field and Yodel's activated, that Poppy is going to be knocking people all the way over the place, doing a surprisingly large amount of damage and making sure that KL stays safe.
And Dark Hydra has to find natural kills throughout the rest of the stage 3 or he might be doomed. We saw it yesterday. It's always one unit that's holding back the spike, holding back that level 6 for most of these players. It was Maokai in most cases yesterday. We saw it from Snooty in that game 1, and it's KL now for Dark Hydra. So it's just an iffy spot. This is where you kind of lack player agency to do anything about it.
On to our second augment, and it will be silvers, but as we can see here, with some hearts trickling through the mix, we could see some interesting ones coming through. Bronze ticket, of course, when you're re-rolling, always going to be a tempting choice.
Does feel bad considering you've already rolled a bit of gold after Krugs. You would have liked to have this earlier into the game at 2-1 instead of now at 3-2. It's the same with golden ticket in some cases when you find it and you've already rolled down and hit some 3-stars like Poppy here. So some value has been lost, but it is going to help Dark Hydra potentially hit this kill 3 eventually.
Taking a quick look across, do have a little bit of a few more Orn items trickling into the mix. Catalyst and Hashida. But we'll check in with the Aware, who, of course, we have been seeing a lot of AP being played and a lot of Sorcerer Funny. Decent levels of success. This time around, perhaps it won't be as contested.
We'll most likely end up on that multicaster board we saw Skipeus playing in that game 2. A lot will depend on how quickly you can find that Vel'Koz 2, transfer these items, and find some stability to either go 8 to slot in Lux, or just have enough gold to slow roll above 50 at level 7 and find these 3 stars eventually. You do have the Spat though, Peter, which is really going to be great to maybe go into 6 Sorcerer later into the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be tremendously powerful. For now, though, where I think it's going to be... Oh, no, my mistake. It's a little bit stronger than what Catalyst have got going on. Currently rocking the Karma, which, of course, you see a couple of players, and we've seen a little bit earlier today, trying that as an alternate route for the game. Perhaps if you're not going down the Sorcerer tree.
Odessa, if you're wondering, why is this guy 100 HP still? Why is he still win streaking? What is he playing? He hit a Callista 2 at 2.5, and that should answer, I think, probably every single one of those questions, especially considering she most likely has some pretty good itemization as well if Odessa has been able to win streak these first 7 rounds.
And we know the Ornn item's done a really good job for those players running the Legend to keep them nice and toasty. Lyris also win streaking alongside Odessa as our players continue to plummet down towards the 40 HP. Dark Hydra on 49 for Aware. Maybe hoping to pick up a win here as we do check in with our Akshan here, who has got themselves a long distance pal.
Would like to see Aware holding this Maokai and Kale if he's able to win this fight. It looks like it's not going to be the case, though. A loss coming in here despite that win in that last round. Ideally, can hold one of the two, just make it a little bit harder for Dark Hydra to hit his comp, or just completely unbothered by what Dark Hydra is trying to play and going to give him a slightly better odds at finding these units in his own shop.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to check in with Dark Hydra, who will be getting that payout in a second. But as we can see across our inventories here, our players towards the top and the bottom have both been fairly free with chucking in their items. Aware with an open Spatula. Be interesting to see what he goes for.
A huge pickup by Dark Hydra. Denies a Vel'Koz that any multicaster player would want to pick up in his carousel. Denies a Rod, which would go well on the Vel'Koz as well. And finds a Rod for himself to build that second Rageblade on his kill. So at least that is going in his favor. We have to check up on him, as you mentioned, Peter, with just how much kills he has. That's going to be the make or break moment for Dark Hydra in these next 2 rounds.
All right, Hydra, I think using that power has started to hit some of the 2-stars coming in. So 2-star Timo. Narkez pushing levels as well. I have to think that particularly for Narkez and Kamixon, who are getting close to the payout, they're hoping to arrest their descent speed a little bit and make sure they don't just plummet past 40 HP at speed.
This is looking so good for Odessa. Great items on Callista. Using 2 Callista since they don't actually have any negative effect from rolling 2 of them with how the spears end up stacking. It's going to be a net benefit here. Has the Nasus online as well. The Rando's getting full value and not really punished with the positioning as well, with the Bastions moving forward right as the fight begins.
Yeah, that's an enormous amount of damage. I know Megs was talking about this yesterday within the context of the double up, but even without that, you can see how powerful these 2 Callistas can be very quickly putting down the individual targets. The Aware does have quite a lot of burst left over though, so it's going to be tight, but I think the Callista's still got enough in the tank.
I'm curious to see if Odessa's going to try and pivot this into an actual Callista 3 game with Callista as the main unit he will be building around, or if it's just going to be a transitionary phase. I think, like I mentioned before, it's going to come down to exactly how many Callistas he finds on his natural roll down at 7. After, I assume, we go into Wolves. Not going to roll now, considering he is quite strong. He might, though, if he thinks there's any way to upgrade this board to defend this win streak and try and get for the 10 win streak because of the extra gold.
Dark Hydra just hitting the 3 stars now did take a fairly substantial loss in the previous round. So while they're the only person having gotten that payout from Targon Prime, they are about as strong as they're going to be. But we would now see
Liars versus Odessa, the win streakers.
Let's see who gets
for both players.
It's a lot of money on the line in this round. The Akshan isn't fully itemized as of yet, whereas the Kale is going to be able to rip through that front line very quickly, but both front lines go down, and the clear shot onto the Callista is blocked by the shield, so she gets to keep on firing and perhaps make sure Odessa stays undefeated.
Gonna be a close one.
Oh no!
Not enough DPS on that Callista to get to the Akshan in the end. The first ult with the shielding from the Shadow Isles trade was not enough, but the second one did the job, and we're seeing it now from Dark Hydra. He is actually not as poor as I would expect. He's already level 6, so I think this is still a fine spot. It is risky being at this HP, especially if someone assembles a comp that can just roll you over at some point in stage 4 or 5, like a Yasuo with RFC that can actually target this kill as the fight starts and almost guarantee the loss. Other than that, this spot is actually much better than it looks.
I'm kind of curious, if you're Dark Hydra, what's the next step in your game plan? Because you've got so much of your stuff online already, but you don't have a ton of gold in the bank. You don't have a streak really either, and I mean, lost streaking definitely seems like it's off the table for the rest of the game.
Well, there's only one real game plan once you've hit your 3-star, which is just patiently wait, find the best moments to level up without sacrificing too much econ. You have to really find balance between your strength and the lobby strength and try and navigate it in a way that you can be as greedy as possible. The ultimate goal is to go level 9. You have a Slayer emblem as well, which is massive in terms of getting extra DPS for this kill to win these next few fights where you're still level 6.
And we know how powerful those Slayers can be, sharing that generic damage across the field. We see it's just been thrown onto the Poppy just to get a few more items on there as well. Going up against Catalyst. This is going to be real tight. Every round we watch for Dark Hydra could be the one that sends him out of the game. He doesn't keep getting the wins in. Right now, as we see, the power is absolutely there for Dark Hydra. But with other players like Abixon building up power as well, there's going to be a real scrap at the bottom of the table.
And for any of our viewers that are fans of Dark Hydra, you don't have to be nervous yet. I don't think he'll be losing any fights for now at all of stage 4, really. I think he's just that strong right now, especially once he's able to go 7 and slot in this Zed. I love the Slayer emblem on the Poppy. He has really low-rolled in terms of tank itemization for the Poppy. Only has that Vow of the Sunfire, not ideal in the Poppy, and instead just gives her some extra power through the emblem.
Yes, I like it as well, especially considering that we've got the 3 items locked in on that KL. You mentioned before, the potential if she takes aggro, she's been in trouble, trying to fish for maybe another Slayer emblem, but does not find it.
Could have Rogue with the Zed coming in. Could also have Strategist with the Jarvan eventually slotting to this comp over the Garen. So I do like the Strategist a little bit more. Sells off the Kleds, levels to 7 right away. We were talking about it. You have to navigate the combat path and does so right before facing one of the strongest players in the lobby.
Yes, Odessa no longer on that ludicrous win streak, but it's still got a pretty strong board. A pretty strong board that looks roughly similar to before, but now has the Kaiser in the mix, backing up that Callista. Not remotely on the same power level as what Dark Hydra is putting out right now. So Hydra will keep building up, got the streak going.
The only wish now for Dark Hydra is to find a natural Gwen in the shop. Will slot in much better than the Zed right now on this board, giving Shadow Elves to Maokai as well. And Narcas finds a very lucky Senna on level 7.
Gets the payout as well, as did Kavixen and Catalyst. They've all got it in hand. So mentioned the diamond hands from before, going to make that make the front line extremely good for Narcas to make sure the Akshan gets as many shots off as possible.
So far away from this Akshan 3, has rolled down to 0 at level 7, 32 HP, 7th in the standings. It just does not look like a good spot. Has not hit the Sejuani 2 either, so the front line is really all about this Urgot and the diamond hands.
The Urgot will not take the early aggro here from Hashida and this Talia come from before. We can see it's a little bit more on the Shurima side than we're perhaps used to. The Urgot is incredibly hard to put down though. He's got the healing, he's got those invincibility frames as well, and it's good enough to keep Narcades moving up from a very vulnerable position.
This is very similar to Scapeus' point in the last game. Both economies for Scapeus with a multicaster board are gone. You have your 2-star carry, yes, but very far from a 3-star. And I think Narcas, his realistic approach to this game is going to be trying to top 4 ideally, while understanding he probably won't hit this Akshan 3. He does have a duplicator on the bench though, so maybe there's a chance he gets some natural lucky shops in the next few fights.
Fascinating to see where the items drop from this character. We've got 4 currently unassigned spatulas across most of our bottom 4 and aware as well. So there's big potential to move their builds further forward if they can find the right pieces.
An interesting decision by Narcas here. Had the option to go for the Sejuani 2-star with a rod. Instead wants to prioritize finding the Akshan items first and hoping he just finds the Sejuani in the shops either way, which I think is the correct choice here. A little bit risky, but you have to start thinking of taking risks considering the spot he's currently in. And there we go. He found the Sejuani naturally.
Yeah, Dessa definitely needs to find something more to put out here. It's started to slip from that dominant spot. Lyris on a 92 HP has definitely taken over command of this lobby. So a scary player to look forward to. So check in with Hashida, who's on 5 strategists right now, seemingly building towards something pretty major.
A very unique board, giving much more preference or value to Talia and to Swain instead of the Azir and the Lux that we see in the 4-cost roll down with this strategist board. A very different take, but much stronger in the mid and early game, which is why we're seeing Hashida right now 3rd in the HP standings and still seemingly strong enough to not lose by too much here to one of the strongest players, Odessa.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that raw shielding, that raw AP from 5 strategists. It's going to make for a pretty solid setup, but taking the L there as Lyris actually takes a loss up at the top. Dark Hydra is streaking down the bottom of the table, trying to push up past the Wear, maybe Narchez and Kabixon as well.
Who would have thought Dark Hydra, once he's assembled his board, was going to streak all of stage 4? Surprise, surprise, that is KO reroll for you, especially with an emblem to help things out. And I'm wondering if he found that Gwen or not. If not, I think he's just going to be coasting for most of this next stage as well, trying to rush level 9 as fast as possible. One off Talia, one off Swain. Can he hit to further stabilize his board?
Oh boy, I'm fascinated with this. So okay, so we've got the Swain coming in and the 3 stars as well. I mean, we've even got a bow on the bench to potentially build up the Azir longer term as well. But right now, that's a big spike coming in. We'll see if he can take a chunk out of Catalyst.
Hashida has to consider what he wants to do with the Spatula as well as we move into the final component PvE stage of the game after this fight is over. Can he win it to go into that with some more HP, some more stability? The answer seems to be no. The Kai'Sa is doing so much for now with the Ioni emblem.
Wow, that's got to be disheartening when you've just hit to still take an L. Of course, we know it's against a pretty good setup there with the Ionia Kai'Sa. She's very strong indeed. But Hashida has only got the chance to put a set in at 3 star to strengthen this board in the immediate. I think now really needs to hit some good itemization for that Azir.
Yeah, having 4 components on the bench when you're, losing HP, losing fights on a 4-loss streak is not a great spot to be in. You want to feel some amount of pressure from the lobby and then react to it accordingly by slamming these items and making the best of what you can. Hashida opts to greed instead, hoping for just better overall options.
Taking a look at our economy on the right-hand side, I can't help noticing Dark Hydra, well, on a win streak, was spending pretty aggressively there, looking for something specific to keep that streak going. Across the rest of the table, Catalyst doing pretty well in 3rd place right now, as our players start to push levels and start to spend that money.
And Aware, we talked about it much earlier into the game, might have been going for a 6 sorcerer with a spat, instead just went for Tactician's Crown instead, and has a 6 sorcerer online, now changing up his board a tiny bit, maybe giving some more value to multicasters, or maybe just trying to pivot into an Azir board instead. That will be the case here.
Okay. I mean, we're keeping the augments very generic here for Aware, so they've got that option. A very strong-looking Lux, a decent-looking Azir on the back line, but we've got a very scary-looking action for Narchez.
Narchez, he has hit what is essentially best in slot for this Akshan, some combination of 2 copies of Deathblade or 2 copies of Runons, but in this case, not enough to beat this board from Aware. A huge hit on Narchez's HP total. Now he's going down to 8th place in the standings, and we're in stage 5, Peter. This is 1 fight away from death for both Narchez, Kubikson, and probably Aware as well, maybe Hashida even.
Yeah, things are really heating up here. Remember again, this is round number 3 here in day 2. Our players finishing the bottom 4 will have to really struggle to get through to day 3 at all. We're cutting half of our players away by the end of the day. So if every result lobby, every point counts.
I think we found our pattern for this day 2. It will be at least 1 Belveth 2 on someone's board throughout every single game on broadcast. In this case, a new variation, a new version of Belveth has arrived with Shurima Spat instead.
He does seem to be able to carry pretty much any Spatula very well. And I think we might see one of the problems here for Dark Hydra. Kabixon having hit the 2-star Gwen you mentioned before as a crucial part of building up that KL board longer term. And Kabixon, has built up for the Aurelian Soul and is already very strong.
Odessa's a really big hit there. He was sitting fairly healthily at 30 plus HP, now down to 18. And Dark Hydra has also lost a fight down to 14 now, maybe against some sort of backline action that killed that KO early into the fight. Getting really close here, Peter. So many players under 20 HP.
I mean, this is the moment of truth for so many of these comps. It really feels like you've got to spend absolutely everything you have just to survive one more round and then push yourself up a couple more places. For the player who finishes 8th here, this will be a devastating end to the lobby. But it really could be, any one of, at this point, 3 different players.
Hashida's creativity not quite paying off. 1 HP for him. Odessa hits the Yasuo too, which could be massive. We'll see who Hashida faces and if he has a chance to maybe face the strongest player in the lobby, which could spell ultimate doom for Hashida in this last fight.
Deathfire Grass goes straight on it to the Sejuani, almost manages to allow her to be one shot straight away. The Akshan is firing through, almost manages to land the shots, but the units are lining up pretty well to keep Talia safe. One more ult, it's surely gonna do it. She doesn't quite die. Respawn on the Aatrox, and the ult doesn't quite come out in time.
We saw Aatrox do it yesterday. He couldn't do it today. And Dark Hydra, 2 fights lost in a row, ends up going 7th there with a -2. Hashida ends up 8th. And it's, again, the fine balance of that kill comp. If you get 1 or 2 losses when you're sitting so low, it can doom your entire game. And that was the case for the German player.
Honestly, since I wasn't able to be on yesterday, I was really looking forward to seeing a kill comp going off absolutely huge. But yeah, very, very disappointing ending there. I mean, looking at the gold totals of the players just above Kabixon and Narkez, we can see players who have, would be very, very hard to get past at the best of times.
And Lyris looking down at the rest of the lobby, essentially 50 HP points above everyone else, guaranteed to top 4, considering how low everyone else is and how these players will likely eliminate each other as we move through the end of this stage 5 with 2 more fights left.
Only Catalyst really with enough HP in the bank to give us a long-term challenge here. But I mean, it's all looking good. Narkez on the other side with his own Akshan being put together with a little bit more of the Deadeye side of things and the Determined Investor into Diamond Hands. This should be an incredibly strong front line. We'll see if it's good enough to take down Odessa.
As I said a stage ago, it was the game plan for Narkez. Push 8, forget about Akshan 3, just try and fight for top 4. But he's currently 1 HP. And the Warwick is slowly tickling, clawing away at the Akshan, giving him more mana so he can cast early on to the fight. So actually a good thing here, but not good enough. The Akshan, I think, can't quite clean up, gonna be killed off. Only the Urgot that's alive versus 2 very low HP units. And the Urgot, I think, can clutch it up. Narkez survives for 1 more round.
Oh my gosh, slap him with thighs, slap him with shotgun knees. It's very rare you get to see an Urgot be quite as influential as that into a round, but hey, if it works, it works. Narkez holding on 1 HP. Aware out in 6th place. Exactly as you said. We're down to the wire here. Catalyst, the only player with HP in the bank before, also taking an L in the previous round, means we could well be looking at multiple eliminations in this round to come.
Odessa's looking for 1 more win and hope that Narkez loses so he can guarantee a top 4. The Zephyr will be huge. If Odessa hits a key unit, that could be the deciding factor on him winning the fight or not. And it looks like it will be hitting this Cassante, so not going to be the best of the options here. Or no, hits the Sejuani instead, the fully itemized tank, and that completely changes the outcome of this fight. We'll see if Akshan's ult kills off Kaisa. It does not for now. Completely body blocked by the Aurelia. The Yasuo should be able to clean up here. He does. Sejuani comes down. Her whole team is dead. And unfortunately, that means that Odessa survives and Narkez might not.
Yeah, on the left-hand side, it was a pretty compelling victory for the Deadeyes there, which kind of somewhat off our screen. So we're still on the 5 remaining players. Again, 4 of those players with a single life left. Kabixon, who's been building up through the game, is on a win streak, but everyone below him is looking very, very precarious indeed.
We're seeing this very unusual, but seemingly very strong between the 4 win streak board. Bel'Veth 2, RFC Titans, that part we know about. It's good, it's strong, we understand this, we've learned this. But the Shurima emblem is a new take, especially with 7 Shurima, not a version of Shurima you see very often.
No, it's pretty terrifying, honestly, because we're going to be ascending all of these Shurima.
Cassante? And you find Cassante too.
Oh boy. Well, at least we've got another item coming in to make sure that Azir is a secondary damage threat. We've got 2 aura items to buff up both of the major threats while relying very heavily on the Nasus 2-star to keep the front line locked down.
Doesn't give up on anything to make this Akshan 2. Could be the deciding factor if he barely ends up losing this next fight, but he is streaking. Should be the win here with the Bel'Veth 2.
We're keeping eyes on Catalyst on the right-hand side. We'll see how well the Ionian board ends up doing against what is a terrifying Shurima setup. So many ridiculously strong carries as the Bel'Veth starts to go off. The rest of the units aren't dying maybe quick enough Belveth will be left all on her lonesome, allowing for Catalyst to survive another round.
Narcas also does it on the left. The Akshan was through maybe half of that fight at like 10% of his HP, was not taken down in the end. A whole lot of DPS came from that unit throughout the rest of that fight. And Narcas, similar to Skipaz in the last game, has somehow made it to this top 4 through a great management of his potential and really how high he can cap without hitting Akshan 3.
Oh boy, speaking of high caps though, Laris just hitting the Heimerdinger too has been sitting pretty up at the top for a while. It seems like we're on a collision course between Laris and Kubikson in the rounds to come, but Catalyst and Narcas could still surprise us.
And know your enemy is big for Catalyst. He wants to get a initial kill very quickly onto a unit, wants to burst someone down. Not going to do much onto the Sejuani, I assume, with the Yasuo wasting some time here. But we'll see if he can pick off any of the key units, maybe the turret, especially with a double shrink model and that Mechanoswarm.
Over on the left-hand side, Narcas fighting against the Shurima board, doing a pretty good job of keeping things away, but it's going to be all over on the right-hand side. Teemo comes a call in once again and makes an absolute mess of things. We knew it was going to be explosive towards the end. That turret, just a little bit too much, and I think... No, yes, we are down to our final 2. Catalyst out in 3rd, Narcas in 4th. They held on heroically, and it was only 3 HP that separated 3rd from 4th.
And for any of our newer players, you're wondering, why does Heimerdinger have these items? His son is great, yes, but does he really deserve a Rage Blade and RFC? The answer to that question is that all of his attack speed also transfers to the turret, so it's incredibly important this stage of the game. Belveth and Heimer both want similar items that give attack speed, which is why you can flex around both of these 5 costs that are so impactful in these final fights.
All right, we'll see if Polaris has got what it takes. The turret is fully online. The Heimerdinger has been 2 for a while, but the back lines are going to be continuously building up from Kubikson. Belveth dives right into the center of the morass, looking for kill after kill, popping across the field, fully stacked on the Titans, now hopping away from the Akshan. She's out of position for just a second longer, ulting Empress again and again, back onto the Akshan again, deletes him like it's nothing, and strides through the battlefield, knocking everybody aside.
Heimer's trying his best, reaches 60 stacks on the Rage Blade. Can Heimerdinger do it? The answer is no, but he was much closer than anyone would have thought.
Oh boy. We are learning some pretty harsh lessons about underestimating Belveth, who was, seen infrequently yesterday, but today seems to be front and center stage.
A little bit more attack speed for Kubikson, who already was using these R items to give even more value to his units. We see the Chalice of Power, the Cube Cone, and the Zeke's already there. So a second or a third Zeke's, or second Zeke's third aura item will be beneficial and will work for his current positioning. Akshan 3.
We knew how difficult the Belveth found it to get rid of this Akshan when he was at 2-star. Now he's going to be hitting like a truck.
And that surely should be the deciding factor for Lyris to turn this one around. We'll see if the Belveth can do it again. It's going to be much, much harder. A single ult from Akshan hitting this Belveth early might spell doom.
So hard to keep track of where she's going through the fight. The Zephyr doesn't manage to do too much of anything, but we'll watch for that first ult from the Akshan. We'll be able to cut through the front line very swiftly, takes out the Azir just like that. Belveth is still alive, hopping through the battlefield, clears out the left-hand side. With left in the 1v1. No, it's not 1v1. She hates the others. She's going to go for it once more. The Void Mother chooses violence and knocks down Lyris again.
By the time you were done saying 1v3, it was already, they were both dead already. Belveth is just that fast at killing units, at evaporating with the true damage she has on tanks, non-tank, really. She doesn't discriminate. Any unit that stands in her way will be dying very quickly.
Gosh, her scaling power as it goes on, especially with all the buffs she's got going forwards, just seems absolutely ridiculous. I was certain Akshan 3 would be enough.
Is there any consideration for this Zephyr to maybe change the outcome of this fight on the Renekton? That's the only thing I can consider. Renekton trying to position in a way that he could snipe the potential Belveth. It looks like it will in this case. Gonna hit that. Oh no, hits the Akshan instead. And that might be the difference maker for this fight going once again in Kubikson's favor.
We do get a shot through, but it's going to take out the opposing Akshan rather than the Azir. So that's a huge, important target off the menu. Belveth is hanging around in front of Akshan for a second. There goes the Azir. It's down to the Void Mother again, but she's too low, and it will be over. We thought it could be managed, but Akshan 3 just that tiny, tiny bit too strong.
And Lyris dominating this lobby all throughout the game, was sitting 50 HP above the rest of the lobby for most of the game. Finally, lost a few fights here near the end to Kubikson. It seemed like maybe the game was slipping away from him, but in the end, as you mentioned, found the critical upgrade, the Akshan 3, that really turned things around and gave him the win.
Oh boy, I think the big thing that I kind of took away from that was just how unpredictable the fights are when Bedworth was involved. At some point, she was exactly where she needed to be, hitting the right targets. Other times, she was being pulled to the other side of the arena just by constantly, using the Empress to teleport and gain her health back.
And there is some fight RNG with the Cassantes as well, where they ult, but they can knock off the board. So when you get into this 4 or 5 cost territory, things are much less predictable because of how all these different ults are so powerful, and a single good or bad ult can really decide the outcome of a fight.
All right, gentle viewers, that brings us to the end of game number 3 of the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. So we are moving to our halfway point and beyond it. We will be taking a break. We have an interview with Lezzaford coming up during that break, and an analyst desk afterwards. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me. I'm Lezzaford. Everyone know me here in Spain like Leza. I'm 27 years old. Right now I'm living in France. I have to say that the first batch of this set, in my opinion, was the best batch I've ever played in the new set. I found it so balanced. You could play a lot of different compositions. I participated in the Golden Spatula Cup 2, I guess. In the set 7, I was also in one Golden Spatula Cup 3. In the set 8, due to work, it was difficult for me. I didn't have enough time. And right now, that will be my first Golden Spatula Cup. I'm really happy because I think that I performed really well in the Spanish tournament. So we'll see how I'm gonna do in this tournament next Friday. I would like to say thank you to every single people who supported me in the last 2 years and a half. I always try to do my best in terms of competition, in terms of performing, streaming, making a really good environment every single day. So thank you so much for the first of all, for the Spanish community, all my friends that are here in the Spanish community.
We're back here at the analyst desk, and before anybody can get in my way, Void Mummy, there.
I was gonna say it.
Nope, not happening.
Come on.
So, this game, there's a lot going on, and I think you were calling it Shurima Shuffle.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing some Shurima shuffling, right? You put on your best dancing shoes and you start dancing. But it's just, like, that's kind of one of the things about when you have this Target Prime and you know that everyone is going to get a spat, it's a very easy way to kind of get into this, because it's a very easy makeable emblem. There's a lot of lines that can go down there. You can go for the AP line, you can go for the Belveth line, right? There's so many options with these emblems.
Yeah, I am surrounded by sand, and for good reason. Oh dear, in my throat.
Yeah.
But I think one of the most interesting things we saw it yesterday as well, that Shurima Belveth, I want to elaborate on why it's so strong in particular. Belveth, of course, her first ultimate increases her max HP, so in addition to the attack speed everyone already gets, she gets massive amounts of healing every time that procs, and Kubikson took advantage of that by not putting a healing item on her, just going for that RFC plus Titan's Resolve, giving her a ton of damage and reach, and you can see in this fight, it just gave her reset after reset and allowed her to just full clear boards.
I love when she's flapping across. It's just the visual of it alone makes me so happy. It's just so funny to see and incredibly strong. However, there was a lot going on in that game that we did see in previous rounds as well. We did see the Talia board just ending up at the very bottom, despite finding the Talia. 3 augments weren't really there. It wasn't really the perfect setup. I didn't expect it to go 8th, but that's where it went. Then right above that, we had a Kale reroll. Once again, not really making it all the way. There seems to be a trend with these comps where they're only really good in incredibly specific setups.
I was actually preparing to make like a counting game of GeoMake, so I would go like Act 7, 6, but then Narcus ended up going 4th instead. So, but the whole Geo kind of fell flat to the floor. There's a bit of a German staggering at the bottom of the lobby here. But I kind of want to highlight something about this, because Narcus' opening augment was that all that shimmers into the Diamond Hands, into the Terminal Investor, into Diamond Hands. And that Diamond Hands Urgot just cleaned up so many fights. And when with that, those like 1-digit HP differences across the board for those like bot 4 positions, that was such a crucial stabilization point.
Quite frankly, it feels like the only reason that he was able to make top 4 was that Urgot, like you said. We saw multiple fights where it was just Urgot versus the world, and that invulnerability gave him enough time alongside the Hand of Justice and Titan's Resolve to finally clean up. I also want to mention Akshan reroll. We were not seeing a whole lot of it coming in here, and then we saw 2 players trying to go for it. There was a contest on it from Lyris and Narquez, but like you said, Narquez pivoted out into going more the like vertical Deadeye composition, allowing them both to make their way into that top 4.
And I really like these kind of smart decisions where you see, okay, somebody else is on the comp that I want to play. They have a better angle for it. If I contest this, if I continue going down that road, we're both going to have a bad time. So I am looking for another option for Narcus. It was that Deadeye comp that you were alluring to, and something we're seeing from a lot of the players that I think is just such a valuable thing to take away for your own games if you're playing that. Whenever you find yourself competing with someone for units, try to find an angle where you're like, okay, at least we're not sharing every single unit here.
Yeah, in times of trouble, other Morddog comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, just press D.
Good reroll. Yes, exactly. But
I'm kind of shocked. That one was good. I'll tell you.
On the spot as well.
That was good.
I thought it was good. I can appreciate a reroll joke anytime, you know, so we'll let chat be the judges of that in the end. But also, in the overall picture, we're kind of at the halfway mark now. So 3 games have commenced, 3 more are to come. And for the players that are currently in the bottom half of the standings, that means they have to step it up. And from here on out, we are going to see players go for more risque boards, going for more 1st or 8th kind of playstyle. Not entirely just yet, unless you're at the very bottom, but it will happen throughout the lobby. So keep your eyes open for that. We are leaving the safe haven of playing.
Yeah, Kale, I suspect going to haunt our dreams once more, because that is the ultimate 1st or 8th composition. You either absolutely high roll and end up crushing the lobby from level 9, or you get fly swatted out of the air. It's been a real bummer for me, because Hydra looked like he had a really good angle on that, and then the comp just evaporated in the mid game.
I was really sad to see it too. Whenever I see German players, I'm like, okay, hopefully the reroll is going to work out, but can't win them all, you know?
Not enough.
It's unfortunate. Next round.
Yeah. I think, Wida, I got a question for you. We had Odessa starting really strong early, but falling out after that incredible opener. Was he just not hitting his stuff?
His streak was also broken, right, by Lyris, which also kind of ended up just meaning that he couldn't keep up the lobby tempo in general, right? So if you look at the standings here, this is our top 32. These other players at the current moment that would make it to tomorrow. Keep in mind that the break-off point will be around the 28, 27 point mark again. And you can see Sharo here kind of falling a little bit down to the wayside. Had that 8th in game 2, but comes back with a strong 3rd place. So some interesting developments here all around, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, we can see Odessa as Speak of the Devil over there in 21st, but a lot of familiar names here. We were speaking on Saru's performance overall. Legends Amir sitting there at the top, and someone in 2nd place who I am very excited to see, of course, Ging. Our biggest criticism of Ging's play, and frankly his own, because he was tweeting and memeing about it, was, you know, in the Rising Legends finals, he wasn't able to top any of the lobbies, but we've been seeing him the last 2 days. Ging has been taking first. Perhaps good prep coming into the end of this season, because I expect to see him in those finals once more.
I really love that, and I also really love seeing Enzo up in there, the player that has made it the furthest in the past set, coming back for more rewards, for more honor, and, you know, just getting out there. Love that, love to see it. Lots of new players too, so curious to see where they end up. I think our casters are getting ready for game number 4. I'm getting some thumbs up. We'll see if they are, and if the players are, then we are going to go into that game. So why don't we head on over there? Peter and Panda, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. As you said, we have reached the halfway point and we have leaped across it with both arms open for what should be an incredible game at number 4. David, we are heading all the way up to Lobby 1 to find only the prime selection of players who've got everything figured out in day 2.
Among those players is Ging, one of the strongest players in EMEA's history. Last time I casted his games was in the World Championships for Set 8. Did not go so hot for our Turkish player. Hopefully, that is not the case in this game 4. Currently sitting 2nd in the standings, so very much relies on himself to make it to day 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really fascinated to see how Ging is playing this season in particular, because I know he's definitely a long-term favorite of not just ourselves, but of course many, many players as well. We've got other players in here as well who've also made a pretty big impression. Of course, Enzo breaking Amir's not turning up in the top 8 streak at the Monsters Attack Championship. And of course, Bird Up from the UK as well, having a chance to get some words in about him. A player who is known as the notorious liar. He promised me he was coming last in day 1. Now he's promised me he's coming last in day 2. He seems to be doing an awful job of it.
And all stories need villains. Maybe for this lobby, it will be Shukyu, who is very much shrouded in darkness in his webcam. Maybe going to be leading into some kind of void comp coming into this next game. Maybe not. Maybe just something more, you know, like Demacia fighting for justice. It's all a plot twist in the end. Very excited to see what he shows up with. A player we haven't seen too much of in GSCs in the past. I think overall, this is, like you mentioned, Peter, the top 8, and a lot of somewhat new names, Legends of Mirror as well. Very excited to be among this top 8 right now, it seems like. I think it'll be a great game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been the whole thing.
Oh no, he dabbed, Peter. Oh no.
Oh no. That's what happens. You know, the players keep an eye out for their opportunity to show exactly what they're made of. Of course, you know, this is another aspect of the play. You know, our players, of course, you know, what they're fighting for here in the GSC at number 1 is a spot at the EMEA regional finals. If they can win the entire thing, and if they can do well, then perhaps they'll get there as well based on their GSC points. But alongside that as well, they'll be looking to try and build their communities, and perhaps one way of doing that, David, is to dab your way there.
Well, not sure I would agree or support with that statement, but yes, that is that is an idea you can have in your head, and it could be valid for some people. I'm not a big damn aficionado myself, but I am a fan of Enzo, another player that was at the World Championships last set representing EMEA. So both Ging and Enzo in this lobby, I think, already shows why this is the current top 8 in the standings, and shows the strength of players both historically with Ging and Enzo, and on this current day with players like Birder, who we saw earlier, Helsing as well, who are doing very well for themselves.
Yeah, this is so fascinating. I mean, this has been the whole story of today, hasn't it? You know, or coming from a day number one, so many incredible players already knocked out of the competition opens up a lot of different room for our players, to these new players, to really establish themselves. The fact they've made it to table one here in a game 4 means they've been playing extremely well. So even coming 8th at table one is still a recognition of how well you've been playing the day.
And one small correction to make before we move into this game. The player that you see as Diaja in this lobby is going to be our dabbing friend, Legend Samir, who we saw earlier in the lobby asset. So just a different name in-game to his broadcast name. But if you like dabbing, definitely root for him.
We have established the stakes here. The stakes are very high indeed. So we know again today we're cutting to our top half of our players. So people who are playing around table one at the moment, as long as they stay roughly here, they should have that spot. But we also know that these top players will likely be playing against each other again tomorrow to try and take the crown.
And we are back with the classics when it comes to the legends, an almost even split between Poro and Ornn once again in this game number 4 of day number 2. Once again, we'll see what units players opt to hold with the shops that are offered in this stage 1. A lot of the comfort that these players have with certain comps can be shown already with the units they value and units they opt to hold instead of others.
So, since we've got a little bit of time to work with before we get in here, of course, as mentioned before, Ornn and Poro's all over the place. Now that Poro will give kind of free reign to access all areas, but David, why do our players like Ornn so much?
It's just a fairly flexible augment that I think is great in terms of like standard power level. It's not bad to pick. It's always a failsafe you can fall back on, and almost every single comp can play around a specific Ornn item in one place or another. So you can kind of, if you have good knowledge of what works well with what, you can pick an Ornn item and have that decide your direction for the game.
We're seeing those items coming in soon. Again, we'll do another highlight before we really get into the mix here of how many players we've got in this lobby who don't necessarily have a ton of competitive experience behind them, going up against the big names of Enzo and Ging in particular, who've had so much history. They'd have to wonder, if you're going to be intimidated coming in against such story players, or if instead you'll just plow ahead. Got a first one, we'll see what it'll be.
Total domination is a possibility here, but without already having a Darius or Katarina, you can't rely on the strength of the 3 Noxians that are offered because they're usually not strong enough to make it through. And Legend Samir, he just saw 3 Maokais in his shop for a millisecond before he picks this Ornn item, which could be actually impactful in terms of what he wants to go for. As a Poppy as well, has a Tristana too. Is it Gold Collector? Is it Sniper's Focus? Is it Anima Visage? I think all pretty equal chances to be picked here.
Yeah, I mean, they're all very strong, exactly as you said. It will be the Anima Visage, so it's going to be an incredible... That Maokai 2 will be almost impossible to kill from the very beginning of the game. And we even put Redemption behind him as well. An incredibly strong board, but still a level 3 board long time. As Legend Samir, he realized his stonks are rising right now, and he's going to deploy full power, as he'll actually find a weaker and very similar looking board from Ging, which will stop him from getting a loss streak.
So he dabbed once before the game started and has hit this opener. He just dabbed 10 times in a row. Admins, is that legal? Is it too much of a power-up, considering how well the game is going already, considering the great outcome of seeing those 3 Maokais in the shop dictated his decision with the Ornn item as well. So really everything going swimmingly for Legend Simmer right now, and might be opting to play a comp we haven't seen too much of yet. Tristana reroll is still a thing in the meta, despite obviously being a little bit more fringe compared to Kayle reroll.
Well, yeah, I mean, sharing the units with the Kayle reroll is always going to be enough to give people pause about going down this route, but this start has been absolutely ridiculous. We've even got a Poppy turning up as well, and the chance to make 10 gold off the round. So far, so good. I think Legends Man might even be able to have their cake and eat it with having a slow start building up gold while also winning rounds. However, though, for Bird Up, picking up the Onion emblem straight away, things are also pretty hot over here.
Wait. There are 7 crocodiles on this man's board and bench right now. What is going on? There's an Ionian emblem on this Renekton as well. If he naturals 2 more, this could be an explosive start for Bird as well.
Gosh, I don't think I've ever seen this one before, but hey, it's one hell of a way to make a start. Actually going up against Legend Samir here. We'll see who's got the most ridiculous of starts. I'd imagine it's probably going to be the Maokai that makes it through eventually, but I mean, I just don't have a metric to measure this Renekton against.
These are power levels we haven't quite calibrated just yet when it comes to a Renekton with Ione emblem. This Maokai doing so much though with Anima Visage, obviously the Redemption scaling off of that extra HP as well. And in the end, gonna be a fight win there for Diaja, staying at 100 HP. No Renektons in this shop, thankfully, for the rest of this lobby.
Oof. All right, but I mean, for BetUp, it's still a pretty decent start. Again, I think for our players who are currently towards the top as they are here in Lobby 1, we're making sure, ideally, that we're finishing top 4 and eliminating even the tiniest of possibilities of not making day 3 at all.
Enzo, we saw, has gone level 7 or level 5 rather at 2-3, which means he thinks he's strong enough to actually go for that 5 win streak. If his calibration of this lobby strength currently is wrong, he will have to pay dividends later on as his economy might be in shambles. He might never recover. For now, facing off against a player that wants to be losing, wants to have his units dice in the case of this determined investor on Helsing. All that shimmers once again picked up by one of our players in stage 2.
Yeah, so Helsing going to be building up towards the determined investor as well. We did see some pretty impressive stuff from the Diamond Has longer term. So Helsing will be sitting back for the time being and letting that brew. For the moment, in terms of the actual HP in the lobby, Enzo and Diaja both managing to keep their streaks intact.
And Wega has picked up a very interesting augment, Peter. I hope we can go to Wega after this carousel. He's picked up Escort Quest. He is playing TFT and also a secondary minigame alongside it, truly showcasing how big of a brain our German player has.
Gosh, yeah, I don't see that one too often at all. So if you can keep that little target dummy alive, you're going to get paid off for it handsomely. I mean, if you can put together a board that can do that in the early going, but while having an augment that basically doesn't do anything for your board, I'd be pretty impressed, but it could pay off huge, as you say.
Well, it doesn't do anything, but it gives him the satisfaction of completing a side quest, which, depending how much Wega likes his RPGs, could be a pretty important thing for his mental in this game 4.
So it's worth noting we are on the summit, as you may have glanced in the top right-hand corner from time to time. We'll be getting into a bit more detail on that later on, but suffice it to say for the time being that we will be seeing champion duplicators raining down for our players on this game. We already know how popular reroll is, and it's going to be even better in this lobby.
And this is a kind of a very interesting augment because it's one of the augments where the stats are very much misrepresenting the power of Escort Quest as an augment. The reason the stats for this augment are so good is because at a top level, players are only ever going to pick it if they're incredibly strong, if they have a very high roll opening where they know this escort, this dummy will not be dying throughout stage 2, which means you have a 5 win streak, which means you have a very high chance of finishing top 4. So it's a confirmation bias really when it comes to this augment.
I mean, I think we saw that from some of our stats in day 1 as well. Yeah, if you've got the right circumstances, you can pull off something ridiculous as we see there. Vega immediately gets the 3 gold after finishing that round, so will benefit. Having the streak, spending the gold and pushing you further, we'll have a little bit of a trough here as can't afford to go up to the next level unless he sells, but perhaps he'll do that to make sure he gets the extra gold.
Enzo not only not punished for his early level to 5, still on that win streak, but has also been able to slot in a Darius. The Darius pair actually has a part of a BT potentially on his bench, and if he's able to win this next fight, it could be huge for him at potentially going into Noxus throughout this mid game.
Yeah, interesting choice of the Archangel. Certainly will build up as we go, but not something I've necessarily been personally familiar with on the Noxus line, but it could be very exciting for later on up against Legends to me, of course, with the Maokai board. Hasn't managed to go completely undefeated. That's Enzo's territory so far to try and maintain up into Crux.
And Diaja, no kills anywhere to be seen, so I think already has decided that he will be playing into this Tristana reroll if he's playing any reroll at all. The moment you do slam items on Maokai, you kind of already send a pretty big message to the rest of the lobby that you are playing Tristana over Poppy, because you itemize a different tank on each of those reroll comps.
And we are receiving word from production that Diaja is even more degenerate, Legends Simulator is even more degenerate than we thought before. Actually, a recombobulated player in our first round of play off stream, so there really are no depths that he will not sink to.
I think the dabbing is now fitting perfectly with his persona. It seems like the augment choice and dab choice is going hand in hand.
And apparently with third augment as well. Absolutely amazing. We're building the profile here of a player definitely to be watching going forward. But taking a quick look at our economy on the right-hand side, we can see the bottom of the table have got most of the gold. Ging in particular, and the Tamino 6 managing to put together very impressive loss streaks and bank balances as well.
More Viegos in the shop here, going to be picked up by Legend Samir. Going to stay above 30 gold here. A different array of 3 stars in this comp compared to Kale. You do want to be 3-starring the Viego as well, because why not? You're rolling for 1 cost, you might as well hit the Viego as well. And no one is really playing a Viego on their board past stage 2 anyway, so they are almost always fully open for you to pick up and upgrade.
We talked a little bit before about how Tristana was being a little bit avoided because of the KO composition running a lot of the same units. It looks like we've run across that exact same situation. Shukyu has already grabbed a lot of the same units that Legend Samir will be picking up himself.
Very close to the kill, and the duplicator will help in trying to iron out any units he is missing once he rolls down again after the carousel or at Wolves, depending on how many fights he's able to win throughout this stage 3.
Oh boy, yeah, thank you very much, production, for showing us about the duplicators. So it will be initially these lower-end duplicators, which only get 3 costs and below. Later on, it will be full duplicators. But certainly, in the immediate, it does seem to incentivize our rerollers, just get them to where they need to be 1 or 2 rounds sooner.
Prismatics, oh, think fast, Shukyu, start going. You have to, oh no, he doesn't handle the APM, it seems like, doesn't trust himself to make full use of that augment. And I, stand by his decision. I myself rarely take Think Fast because I know my APM is limited in some cases and I do not want to risk my games.
I like as well that Shukyu, just with a little wry smile, immediately re-rolled it to take the temptation away from even considering it any further. We'll go a little bit deeper in. Wellness Trust would be an interesting option. We know we've got Metabolic in the lobby already from Ging. Wellness Trust, a even more intense version of that same idea.
That will be the final option for Shukyu. I'm wondering what Tomino is playing. Lower HP than both of our reroll players, especially in the case of Shukyu, who is playing kill reroll. So just loss streak, 6 loss streak for now. Has rolled down, hit a lot of pairs, but hasn't upgraded the Zed yet, unfortunately.
No, looks like he's going to be putting some more items in place. It does seem like we're building up towards what could be a pretty terrifying board longer term, but on Ging's side of things, has managed to find a relatively early action, get him up to decent level power, but not full capacity yet.
Will be the Zanyas picked up here for Tomino. We'll see if he's able to stabilize at this 50 HP mark. Goes back up to 20, thankful here to not really shoot himself in the foot too much when it comes to his economy for this stage 3. But really has to find the Z2. But to use a duplicator, I think it's worth it in terms of how much HP it'll save if you don't want to risk it. And do so right before the fight starts in case anyone is scouting and thinking less of his board because his Zed has not been upgraded. But no, we'll roll in the end. Ends a Yasuo and is really hoping to hit this Zed. Does finally do it, but has lost a lot of gold in the process.
And we know that gold, especially once you can get above 50, you can slow roll, you can generate a lot from there. Do you want to take note that Legend Samir, we saw before, picking up a level up as of that last round, so we'll keep an eye out for how his board ends up developing. Helsing, of course, who has been a determined investor for quite some time, is close to getting the cash out for the Diamond Hands, which will push the power of his board considerably.
There it is, finally 2 wins in a row for Tomino. Needed that stability now. 33 HP, hoping to stay at that level and not anything below it for the next few fights in stage 3. On the other hand, Enzo 100 HP still. He's slotted into Noxus at the end of stage 2 and is potentially trying to, again, navigate that trait to perfection, snowball that win streak all throughout stages 2 and 3, get those Noxus stacks, the Conquer stacks, going into stage 4.
Yeah, that's one of our admin shadows letting us know Enzo has been rolling extremely aggressively to make that happen, and it's paid off so far. On 100 HP, completely undefeated. I think must be pretty close, if not completed, on those Noxus stacks. But I mean, right now is still providing massive pressure to the lobby, even if he's already there.
And Ging now has that Death Blade ready to be slammed on what I believe was the auction that he was playing earlier on. But we're seeing now Enzo's board for Juggernaut, for Noxus, maybe hoping to slot in the 6 Noxus at this point in the game, which is why he's rolling so heavily. Has not found a Kled yet, unfortunately, but has hit 2 Darius 2s. Not even in stage 4. So very good start for Enzo, despite actually being level 6 still, not level 7. And this roll down will slow down his chances of hitting 7 and be able to slot in 6 Noxes with Juggernaut later on.
I mean, I suppose we've got at least, yes, the extra Juggernauts are going to be throwing on a little bit of extra crit chance as well. Enzo's not holding anything back here, trying to make sure this streak remains intact. Well, Helsing will get the diamond hands here, which should be allowing them to get themselves a couple of extra gold pieces and turn their life around. For Enzo, it's all in, and so far, it's all paying out.
This Darius with the diamond hand must have been visibly confused. He dunked, did no damage. He's like, what's going on? This is my job. I'm not doing it right. I am surprised to see the project of a Samira 3 and Cassio 3 on the bench here for Enzo. Maybe just the outcome of a roll down where you just naturally hit all these units and you say, why not? Maybe I can 3-star these as well.
Well, shook you. I presumably having taken over this particular line of play from Legend Samir before. Again, we noticed Legend Samir has picked up level up, so I think may have abandoned this line of play entirely. So Shukyu's being able to grab everything they need, one away from hitting the full value Kale, and actually hasn't spent all that money, has been relatively reserved.
He is on a 2-loss streak. He is going into Wolves next round. He is still above 50 HP. I don't think he's any kind of desperation. And we talked about it before. You have to navigate this very fine line between stability and greed when it comes to Kale. I think it's completely okay to wait until you get into Wolves, get the extra econ, roll down, finish your comp, and then go 6 after Wolves when you get into stage 4.
Of course, remember again, we've got a couple of players with the metabolic accelerator effects, and Shukyu is one of them with the Wellness Trust. So as long as he keeps his goal above 50, he'll be getting a couple of HP back every round. And if he can take minor losses, or maybe even on occasion some wins, then he won't be falling down too far too fast.
This is a very, very good spot. Even a close loss there, which is really ideal for what Shukyu wants to do here, especially if he hits this kill and this Poppy while sitting above, 30 gold. It will be an incredible spot for this comp. I think finally a chance to see Kill Reroll actually navigate itself to the top 3, maybe the first.
Well, I mean, looking at the economy on the right-hand side, we can see a lot of our players are keeping their cards relatively close to their chest. All but 2 of our players around 40, 50 gold or so, not committing in major cash to make their boards go off huge, providing a little bit more room to breathe for our players.
Is really big. You can slam this Thieves Gloves on the Maokai if you wish to do so now. You find the kill, one off of the Poppy, sitting at almost 70 gold.
Whoa,
I'm going to say now, this has the potential to be a first place for Shukyu.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty bold decision to go directly up against someone who was already in that line, but all credit, I think, also to Legend Samir to back off and decide to go a different direction. Helsing, of course, with the diamond hands from before, will be building up as we've got a very rare 3-star Karma 6 Invoker board.
And this is a summit for you. Reroll is absolutely king in this portal. I mean, you just see it here. You have the extra duplicators. You have a chance to spike much earlier than usual with a comp that we haven't seen much of today, Peter. Karma Reroll.
I love this one myself, but I can definitely see that it has its weak points. Perhaps the Diamond Hands will allow enough tankiness long term. Karma, of course, the real center point, doesn't need mana items because Invoker 6 is already giving her just a ridiculous amount of cast up time.
To mention it, Enzo continues to win streak. He's navigated his position perfectly. We saw his very aggressive level to 5 before the first carousel on stage 2, and he's able to maintain his win streak all throughout, making sure his economy is intact. For Helsing now, we'll see what the option is going to be. Sentinel Spirit, not really going to be maybe ideal with only 3 Ionia in, only benefiting the Karma as kind of the star of the show with this reroll comp, but maybe just good enough in Helsing's eyes.
And Make's made a really good point here. We've got to remember that because we are on the Targon section, we will be seeing a fairly aggressive Rise pick later on who will be dropping down meteors on people's heads, which will be more than a little bit alarming for the people involved. So we're keeping an eye out for that. But we've got other players building up strong boards as well. 3-star Zed coming in for Tamino. I mean, this board is going to be absolutely nightmarish.
Everyone is hit. Kill 3, Akshan 3, Zed 3, Karma 3. It's all the case of who hasn't hit, who has decided not to play reroll, and they might be in a very, very tough position. Ging in the case here only has that Akshan 2 playing this Akshan contested, only has 5 copies. That does have 2 duplicators though, so it is actually closer than it seems. But for now, might be losing some of these fights.
Yeah, in that trough of time between, Akshan, we can see, does not do well with Zed, who gets right up in his business, pushing Ging down to 30 HP. Helsing on 39, we know, is trying to slowly work his way up, but Ging could be in real trouble.
Enzo, we're seeing, is going to win another fight. He does. That's going to be a 12 win streak for the French player who played so well, playing tempo and playing for kind of every single small advantage he could. In last set, we saw him in EMEA finals doing, 80 points in 2 days, over 12 games, was just fantastic to see. And similar level play coming in here for game 4.
Oh boy, I'm so impressed that Enzo's managed to keep this win streak going. We've so many different things coming in, but for Ging, time is running out. As you said, just needs to find one or two more actions to get this board really online, but I don't know if there is enough time left.
Juggernaut Emblem on the Sejuani for some extra damage reduction as well. The Akshan essentially with 4 items thanks to that Jewel Lotus Prismatic he has as well. And we're seeing the power of it. Almost one-shots the opponent's Akshan, and the opponent's Akshan almost returns that favor. The battle of the sniper crossfire. Sejuani takes a hit for the president. Akshan survives, and that ends up deciding the outcome of this fight. What an odd mirror match to have here between the two Akshans.
Yes, there's only going to be room for one. I mean, it's such a difficult thing to be in the position here, where, as you said, this is reroll city. If you don't hit ahead of the other person, then I just don't know where you go from that when you spent so much time trying to put one board together and you may need to switch to another.
King has got to go fast, picks up that glove. We'll see what he can do with it. If he can somehow salvage this game, needs to find 2 more Akshans somehow and then duplicate it for that Akshan 3, which will give him much more stability considering his frontline is fairly good already. He does have that unified resistance for all those 5 tank units in the front, so it's really just the damage that's missing.
Third up, right in the middle of the table. Interested to see what they're up to in a second, but we'll check in with Helsing, who again has been sitting, waiting for things to get going. Picks up a 2-star Shen to make sure that front line with the diamond hands is as strong as possible. Xiaja has got the Rise early on, so it has been clarified. The Rise will be picking up units and chucking them all around the place, but if there's only 1 unit left, that unit will die as soon as the Rise casts. So if he gets to the end of the round, he is nightmarishly strong.
And this might be a loss here for Legend Simmer, but it wouldn't be surprising considering he's sitting on 5 pairs, and not just any pairs, 5 pairs for 4 or 5 cost units that are extremely pivotal in winning or losing these next few fights, especially this Belveth. RFC Edge of Night already slammed onto her. We saw her being the star of the show, top 4ing every single time in the first 3 games on broadcast today. It could be a 4th if Xiaja finds these upgrades.
And not quite there yet, but it's a pretty stark contrast from what Legends to Me was doing before, to go from a 1-cost reroll to trying to go for one of the most expensive boards in the game, but has got a little bit of time to work with and has got the Gwen 2 online as well. So slowly and surely, we'll be building up. Doesn't unfortunately have enough money to be able to get to level 9 with that level up.
Well, I did hit the Gwen 2 at the rate of 1 natural upgrade per round. That might be enough for a top 4. We'll see if he gets a little bit luckier than that as he gets the influx of gold from this next PvE round and maybe has a bit of a lucky roll down. But seemingly selling off some units, making a bit of a transition here into the Cassante and possibly the Sejuani at some point in the game.
Yeah, can actually be leaning pretty hard on that Nasus to provide serious frontline to buy enough time for these damages to do what they do best. Up against Ging with the Akshan, will be punching pretty hard and taking out the Rise almost immediately, but the carries still stay alive for a few moments longer, not long enough to swing the tide.
Another big loss. 2 more of these, and Legend Simmer will be in trouble now, down to 7th place in the standings, equaling Helsing. Birdherb says, nope, I will be even worse. Goes down to 15 HP, 8th place for him. 1 fight could be the difference maker now for Birdherb, considering we're going into stage 5.
At least we've got the reprieve of having made it to the PvE round, so our players can recontextualize what they're doing. But yeah, Bird up in some pretty major trouble, especially with Tamino and Mega, who are both on some pretty serious win streaks up to the top. Tamino having not lots for a while. We know that Slayer Z board is incredibly good.
And looking at this board, it looks to me like it's just a mistiming of upgrades and items having to be slammed because you're feeling too much pressure, and then finding the Belveth later on and not being able to have the Aeoni emblem on her. So just a little bit unfortunate how things must have panned out for Birder in stage 4. We'll see if this will be enough. Challenger emblem instead on the Belveth, and the Warwick getting a surprise little package here, having the Aeoni emblem for himself.
It would be very frustrating. We've at least got a champion duplicator coming in for our players now, so I don't know if this is going to be enough to bring the people back. Diageo at the bottom will be turning that duplicator straight into an RE2. But up though, the Belveth 2, well, that's going to be pretty damn satisfying.
Any player that's playing for a 5 cost going into stage 5 with a champion duplicator, if they had a pair, they've hit massive spikes with these last few upgrades. Birder being one of those players. Can he finally get a win here? 6 loss streak for the player from the UK.
They're currently the best performing player from the UK. Do remember, we are at Lobby 1. These are the best performing players in the competition against each other, as Belveth eventually chews through a massive Maokai. Choco has, of course, been building this board since the beginning of the game, but the Belveth arrives and is starting to go absolutely ham. She's challenged us. She's going to keep on attacking faster and faster, and it doesn't look like the Kale board's got enough in the tank, knocking up and deleting.
This is one thing I hadn't considered with Shukyu, with his position, with how strong he was once he hit those upgrades early, is that this is not a normal lobby of TFT with champion duplicators coming in at stage 5. The tempo and the strength of these boards are going to go out of control when it comes to pretty much every player having the chance to hit a 2-star 5 cost. We're seeing it here. Diageo has hit RE2, has hit Belveth 2. He's hoping to find one more items for one of these 2 carries in this next carousel.
It just needs to make it there. Oh boy, just no money left over in the bank, and another Belveth, not exactly what you need right now. At least we've got the 2 Scions on the front line and the 2 stars to Giovanni, as you said. But I don't know. I'm not sure if Legend Samir, even after this big pivot, can stand up against Tamino, who is still undefeated in what must be a ridiculous amount of rounds.
If the Belveth can burst down one of these tank or these carry units right away, that would be huge. Can kill the Katarina. Can't kill the Zed just yet, of course. Katarina now dead. Belveth still alive, taking down this last tank. Zed versus Belveth. Only 2 items on Belveth, though, and that might be the difference maker. Legend Steamer so close to absolute power, taking down an 8th. But still dabbing.
Well, dabbing from birth to the grave. That's at least made an impression on the way out, but oh boy, what a ride it was for him the whole way through there. But we've now got players like Helsing who've been, again, trying to hold on, putting something a little bit different in our midst. The 6 Invoker has been riding a very fine line, and I don't know if it's going to survive too much further.
Ideally, once you go for this Karma 3, you'd like to also 3-star other key units like Soraka, like Cassandra, like Galio. In this case, it's only the Karma, and that might be the difference maker here. The Shen as well, Diamond Hands, but no other tank items to support him in the front line.
4 players up for execution in this round. We've got teams across the bottom 4 right now. Shukyu, we saw having a hard time in the previous round, should have a little bit of a better go of it this time around. Nobody threatening the Kale at all, but the Karma is building up her damage. The individual tanks here for the Kale board seem like they might be too tough to crack.
And the Yasuo, if it had an RFC, that would be a completely different fight. If it's able to ult onto the Kale early onto the fight, stop all that damage, all the stacking of the Rage Blade, but no RFC, no access to Kale, and Kale just able to easily stack up to 50. Gunblade healing these tanks as well.
Bear in mind that Helsing has got final reserves, which just got activated, so we will be getting a big burst of power from the bottom of the table. And honestly, to be able to hold off on activating that for this long means I could really see Helsing making a big leap, maybe even into the top 4.
Challenger emblem for Birder, and he does pick it up in the end. No one trying to deny that from him.
Take a quick look at the economy for just a second there as our last bits come in. Enzo, of course, of the top, will get the last selection of items. It does feel like heading towards the tail end of the game here. Tamino, as I see the final reserves landing on a massive win streak. That's the beast that Helsing has to slay to stay in this lobby.
This is the final bit of gold. Could have maybe gone for a Yasuo 3 project. Knows there's another Yasuo player. Not going to try and go for that with Birderp also on the challenger line. Instead, just trying to cap out this board. Possibly the Ahri instead of the Yasuo, filling in the Ionia. That will be the Ahri 2. Not sure if it's correct to sell Yasuo just yet to change or to move that Archangels onto the Ahri. Where you're facing Zed and Zed's going to come onto the Karma right away. This could be dangerous.
Bear in mind, we have got Rise flinging people around the place, will have to be the difference maker. Exactly as you said, Zed right on there. The healing from the Hextech Gunblade will keep Karma alive for the time being. Rise is still up and fighting, will be throwing units around, but the Karma is gone just like that. It does not look like there's enough in the tank left at all. We've got a knock up again, but it's not that final unit they needed.
Duplicates the Rise once the fight already started, or in this case ended. Couldn't handle all the decisions he had to make in time. It was a lot to do with final reserves, rolling down all that gold, finding the RE2, trying to make sense of his board. In the end, taken down in 7th, getting taken down in 6th with that Akshan that was not able to get to 3-star. And the kill player is still very much alive.
I'm honestly surprised and impressed. But hey, I mean, Shukyu's pretty much got everything he could ask for here. We've got the Heimerdinger 2 in the mix. We've got the 3 stars across everything that counts. You couldn't ask for too much more.
Well, you'd like to be level 9, ideally. I think he felt too much pressure from all these 5 costs, the duplicators coming in. He had to roll on 8 instead, so can't really access that full power on that kill. Also can't access that 5 Slayer, which is one of the biggest trait spikes from 4 to 5 Slayer. The average placement goes up like absolutely crazy.
No, fair point on the level 9. And it could be the difference maker. Shukyu has got 13 HP left in the tank. We've got the building power of the Darius, but he's actually getting melted away.
Poppy doing so much that Darius can't really ever get through the Poppy in less than maybe 3 ults, and that buys so much time with the CC as well from her ability. Once she's 4-star Yordle, it buys so much time for this kill.
Oh boy. So yeah, Hextech Gunblade and the double Ginsus getting stronger and stronger. Maybe with this streak, I mean, I suppose Shukyu doesn't have too much more to spend this money on. Maybe in the long term, he might be able to claw the way up to level 9.
I think he knows he's just too far away to make it. If he was sitting at 30, 40 gold, it would be a much bigger consideration. Selling off here, I think he's still too far. It's just gonna be a better consideration to try and roll for Jarvan 2 and Gwen 2, and play for a 4th or a 3rd ideally.
Of course, we've got another duplicator coming in because we are on the summit. So we also find just a little bit more power, but I do wonder if our other players will be able to find a bigger spike than Shukyu is able to right now.
Sure, he didn't stop rolling and just use a duplicator. I guess he knows he can't really use gold for anything regardless. So I guess a bit of a moot point here. Didn't have much of a decision to be made here. Tomino does have a decision to make though. Picks up the Thieves' Gloves, itemizes the Gwen as a tertiary carry. What's the right word here, Peter?
I know. Yeah, I wouldn't know. We so rarely get that many carries in the game. It just doesn't come up very often. The Shukyu is relying really on that primary carry, which in this case with the Hextech Gunblade doesn't prove as vulnerable to being assassinated as we've seen other corner carries be, and we'll get a very, very definitive win here.
This is the power of this comp. If you keep your Kayle protected, if she is out of harm's way, the Poppy does the rest. And that was the case there. Belveth almost melted the Poppy, couldn't quite do it in time. The double JG Archangels hidden Exodia tech from Enzo still working out. He's sitting at 50 HP at this point with a Casio 3.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this particular setup before, but Enzo has a path and he's going to tread it come hell or high water. I mean, again, a player who managed to do such impressive things at the Global Championship, I'm sure has it in his mind that he's looking to make himself a global champion this season.
This is, I think, the mark of a good player. Pivoting into something entirely different that is, against the script, itemizing the Casio when you don't find Katarinas and still finding a lot of success.
It works incredibly well. Shukyu, though, fighting up from the bottom, is the player most vulnerable right now, but does seem to be consistently getting these rounds in convincingly. The Kayle is everything, of course, and a front-to-back fight seems like it should be straightforward, but those frontliners are starting to crumble.
No, she moved. Oh, she still tanks the hit. The Kayle survived. I thought the Poppy would actually kill the Kayle in the process. And can the Poppy get one more CC on the Akshan?
Jeez.
It's gonna be it. Only a turret left alive, but Shukyu should still be alive.
No.
2 HP for the KO reroll player, and has a chance to win 2 more fights and maybe fight for that 3rd place.
Oh boy, I mean, so we know Shukyu doesn't have any money left to play with, so I imagine the only thing that's really left to try and do is positioning. I mean, is there anything you can see for Shukyu, David, at this point, or is it just...
Well, he has 1 more power spike left. Z2.
All right,
Certainly
I'm
the
here
deciding
for it.
factor on this next fight.
Oh boy. I mean, there's so
Zephyr?
much HP left on the rest of the lobby as well.
Ooh, the Zephyr lands on the Darius. Perfect positioning play from Shukyu to start things off.
You mentioned before how important it was for that Darius to chew through the front line. Being delayed by even those 4 seconds could be absolutely massive. Walks right onto the Heimerdinger on the back line and does start getting access. He's being chewed down by the massive amount of damage KO brings to bear.
The Poppy and Kale doing it once again. Wega now down to 8 HP, getting ever closer to Shukyu's own HP total. Enzo now at 20. Void Emblem, a little bit too late for anyone to pivot into this line. Maybe just going for the items are missing on some of their carriers or tanks now in this case. Enzo has strategists as well, which is going to be great, working alongside the Swain that he has alongside his Noxus board, the Azir as well.
Coming into our final part here of round number 4 here at Lobby 1, the very top table in the entire competition. Tamino is still back on a win streak again. This comp just feels like it's so much more powerful than it has any right to be.
What is a Jin doing on this board for Tamino? He somehow just snuck his way into a stage 6, almost stage 7 board this late into the game.
I honestly do not have the foggiest. But for Wega, there is one more chance available playing on the right-hand side of your screen against the Noxus board. There's no tricks this time, just raw DPS versus DPS.
Zephyr landed on the Poppy on that left side between Shukyu and Tomino, but Kale still protected. Katarina's onto her now. Can Katarina get this kill? She can, and that should spell the end of the road for Shukyu. Now the Zed cleans up the turret. It's only Poppy left. We know she's good, but she's not that good. It's both Zed and Katarina left there. Shukyu eliminated, and looks like Wega also eliminated.
Oh, jeez. Right down to the wire, right at the end. It could not have gotten any closer, but we are bringing this round to a rapid close. Down to our final 2. Tamino, off the charts powerful. Enzo finding a way when no way presents itself.
Noxus reroll versus Slayer's reroll in a portal that gives you duplicators. Who could have expected, Peter, for the 2 strongest reroll comps in the game to end up first and second in this game 4? That being said, it's a very unique version of Noxus reroll on the side of Enzo with that Casio 3 frontline.
I did think eventually we might see the items going elsewhere, but no. All the way to the very bitter end. Enzo will make the Snake Lady work.
Positioning on the Casio, targeting the Zed right away, but Zed jumps in with a rogue trait behind her, kills off the Cassiopeia. The Darius is trying his best, dunks once, kills the Katarina, but does not finish the job. And I think that's going to be the end of the road for Enzo. It's a big hit, but it's not quite big enough just yet. 3 HP for the French player.
All right. I mean, we've got a little bit more itemization coming in to try and complete the full ending here. I mean, what do you think for both players they're missing here?
Well, there's an Azir 2 that has not been upgraded yet somehow for Enzo. That could give him a very slight power spike. Also, the Nasus, who does have already a BT, could have a second item, as he is kind of the carry tank unit that is hoping to get more items now off of this PV round.
Do you think there's ever a world in which we throw the Cassiopeia in the bin and just give these items to, I don't know, to say to Azir instead?
If you upgrade it, I mean, it's a Cassiopeia 3. You can't, if you have to remove her, maybe, but selling her outright does feel bad. You'd have to find a replacement Cassiopeia to still have Noxus on the board. So I think a little bit too late to consider that pivot. Once you commit to the Snake, you have to go all the way through with it.
Many Snake make good. We'll see if it's good enough. We've got just the frontline Infinity Edge being added onto Nasus. Shouldn't make a massive difference. On the right-hand side for Tamino, of course, we've got a composition that is absolutely huge. Zephyr, the land. On to Darius, exactly as you said before. He's out of commission for a while, which means Cassiopeia has to get it done by herself. The Zed dances into the backline, but does not find the Cassiopeia yet. Katarina deletes her immediately. The Zed goes down. Darius is dunking. He has got just a little bit more left of the tank. Takes out the Katarina, but he hasn't got enough to reach the end of the line. Respawning Aatrox will not make a difference, and Tamino rides the victory train all the way to the very end.
And I think Tamino should get an extra point in the standings for this win because he did finish this game with a Jhin on his board. The Zephyr went on the Jhin. The Jhin became, in some ways, the star of the show in this last fight, keeping that Darius up in the air for the first 6 seconds of the fight. Overall, very interesting game. I think the Summit provided a novel experience with the duplicators, how fast players were able to hit their 3 stars in terms of that Karma, the Akshan early on, obviously the Zed and the Darius, and overall, an explosive game from stage 4 onwards.
I was really expecting, considering we were seeing, the main champion duplicators coming in the later parts of the game. That, sure, we see the reroll do well in the initial stages, but they're able to bring those kind of compositions to such a ludicrous level in the late game. I honestly just really blew out my expectations.
And shout out to Legend Swimmer, who I think was so close to hitting a crazy cat board with all those 5 costs, went 8th in the end, unfortunately, but just wasn't able to go 9 with level up. I think there was just too much pressure from the lobby overall. So it goes to show the downsides of playing level up and trying to go for that fast 9 strategy.
All right, general friends, that brings game 4 to an end, which means we only have 2 more before today is done, and we shall find out which of our 64 players we're going through to the 32 spots in day number 3. We have, of course, an interview during the break. It will be with Traviscwat Meow Meow. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Hey, I'm Travis. I'm from Poland. My in-game name is Z10 Traviscwat. I think the new set is great. The patches we had so far are really good for the beginning of the set, and I can't remember the game being so well balanced, despite what some people are saying. So far it's really nice, especially after set 8, which I didn't like. I think the best performer in Runeterra Reforged will be either me or Lelouch. We both like the set a lot and we're doing good so far, so I'm hoping we win the EMEA this time. Okay, so my best performance in a Rising Legends tournament was probably 2nd place in Golden Spatula in set 7. I almost won, but Scipeus cooked a fun board and unfortunately beat me. But yeah, that was for sure my best performance. I also played in Rising Legends finals, but I finished like 20th place or something like that. Oh, I can highlight a underrated player. I think Alan Skill is coming back to the game and he's gonna be a beast set 9.5 when he scales. Okay, I want to give a shout out to Lelouch, Alan Skill, the people I train with on Discord. I also want to give a shout out to my team Zero Tenacity, they're cool guys. And of course to my community that watched my stream on Twitch.
We're back here at the analyst desk. My name is Mix, and I'm here with Niberia and Wita. And guys, this game, it was all about the summit for me, because right from the get-go, you know you're going to get those duplicators. And for some players, that means, oh yeah, I'm re-rolling, right? It's generally a re-roll meta, something you get this time for, you go for it. Some other players saying, yeah, it just makes it easier to actually hit a legendary. So I thought that was really interesting to see those play out. Of course, there were some highs and lows of that, but before we get into those, Wita, you wanted to talk to us about a specific augment, right?
Yeah, Wellness Trust was a pretty interesting pickup coming through from the likes of Shukyu for that KO reroll composition, because when you stay above that 50 gold breakpoint, you can't invest that deeply into it, but when you hit that composition, you can kind of stay on level 6 for a while, be stable, and then regenerate a lot of gold and HP to kind of go back and try to scale in here. Obviously not working out too well in this game specifically because all the other reroll compositions just spike so much harder than his.
And I want to first start by giving a sad dab to our fallen dab king, Legend Zamir. Went for that reroll composition, really did not work out for him. But you know, across the board we saw several reroll compositions. The one that really delighted me was getting to see Enzo go for the Cassiopeia 3, something I have literally never seen before. He was going on that Noxus win streak, and our observer pointed out, and it came out on cast, that he was just rolling below 10 gold some turns to keep that win streak going. And Cassiopeia 3 ended up being his highest damage dealer in several of the fights I saw on the side of the board during those. So I've learned something new today that I am going to probably never take into my own games, but just keep in the back, just in case.
You could always try it, right? Don't knock it before you do. Something that I was really excited for when I saw this game is the karma that we saw come out of Helsing. And before you hate on the karma reroll, hear me out, because the Targon variant of Rise, which you play on an Evoker board, is the absolute best in slot for comms like this, for reroll comms like the Echo that we saw in the launch patch, but also for reroll comms that the Karma that just struggle with taking down really beefy tank units. What happens is you take down the entire board around that tank, and your Rise is just gonna beam them up, Scotty, and you don't have to worry about those tanks anymore. It's perfect. But for Helsing, didn't come into fruition until that very last final reserves proc. Then he found a Rise, failed to duplicate it to even get that Rise too. It was just all too little too late to really make it happen. So unfortunate to see, but please don't hate on the comp. I swear it's actually really fun and good.
I guess I'll believe you for the time being, but a composition I don't think anyone doubts at this point is this Slayer Zed composition. We've seen it top the lobby twice so far today. We've also seen it take a third place, so incredibly consistent it would seem for our players here today.
And with that, I think we do want to take a look at our standings. Game 4 has passed, 2 more to go, and these are the players that are currently in the top 32. Now keep in mind, this might still get rocked. There's a lot that could get shooken up with how these players go through these lobbies. Of course, the players that are very top on the next page, they're the ones that are most likely safe, but here in this field, there's a lot that could be going on, and we actually see Tomino taking 2 first places as first, Gunmei too, so 2 players on 2 firsts. Really nice to see that.
Yeah, and Sumino is pretty much already through. Could go 8-8 from here. Probably will not happen. You do want to get more points for your first tiebreaker as well, but he is essentially through the day 3. Already can start thinking about that, but you start looking at some of the names that are in here. We see Sasa, we see Ging, we see Lelouch, we see Gunmei. These are players that we all know. We all know their competitive pedigree. Overall, like, this is a pretty good mix of names that we know and respect, and some new names on the block.
I think the big one that I want to highlight there once more is Enzo. Of course, we talked about his very deep World Championship run, but I also want to bring up his Rising Legends Finals run, in which he was the highest points earner of all time here in our finals. He hit, I think, 71 points going into day 3, something ridiculous, and he's showing that same consistency, taking a 4th followed by 3 second places in a row so far here on day number 2. So it looks like the trend continuing into Runeterra Reforged.
And if you're watching and you're part of an esport organization, word on the street is Enzo's still looking for a team. I'm just saying. Just saying. With that, we are going to release you into a quick break. And after that, we're going to start with game number 5 and some new caster faces. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, my name is Gabriel. I'm 20 years old. I live in Brittany. My in-game name is Gobosteur, and I started playing since set 1. I actually love the set so far. I played a lot of games. I just personally dislike the legend system for competitive, but I really love spamming games. I think I have more than 400 games right now. Personally, my main goal for this set is to qualify to Rising Legend final, because I'm actually really working hard, and I do think I have the potential to do it. Really like to at least do a final, because I have a very supportive family that are giving a lot of love in the game, even though they don't understand it at all. For example, my mom did this sweatshirt just for me. She don't even know how the game works, but it's really sweet from her. And I will also say thanks to my sparring partners from the Discord. We are training together, and they give me a lot of good advice, so I'm getting better with them.
Was desperately looking around my desk before the start of the segment to see if I could bring us in with a non sequitur. I'm out, guys. I think I'm low. Is there something we can do with a Bluetooth dongle? Is there a joke we're connecting to game 5? There's something. I'll figure it out for game number 6. But of course, we are getting towards that cutoff point. We have just 2 games to go for day 2 of the Golden Spatula Cup. And we've got the next lobby on deck. As you pointed out, this is the lobby that is just below that cutoff.
Yeah, the best way to kind of describe this is that tomorrow we are only going to have 4 lobbies, and this is currently lobby number 5. And when you keep in mind that we seed the lobbies by the amount of points that they had, this means that these are all players on the cutoff right now. And final bit of numbers here. I know they're hard. Math is very hard. That's why I don't have a degree on it. 28 or 27 points is the magic number, and it seems like a lot of people want to take a trip to the Ecliptic Waltz.
Yeah. People really not a fan of the university, it looks like. Oh, Saru is.
Yeah. Saru's not letting anyone push him around.
I just kind of realized that like I almost said like ecliptic vaults, as in like the dance. I mean that's a little bit different.
Oh yes! I love that you can see whose
Saru
it is when you head to any given portal. So Saru does win.
All right, triple prismatic on deck today. So Saru really putting a wrench in things.
Minor thing. It's just the first one that's prismatic. It's not Jason's workshop.
Which one is? I always get confused between
We
Jason's and.
had that discussion yesterday as well, when the same argument was in play. It is Jason's workshop is the triple prismatic. I guess that you want more tools to work with, hence it's in the workshop, and then the university you just need like one thing before you get let go into life, and then you gotta like fend for yourself. I don't know. There's something there to be worked with, but
well, I like it. We're telling stories here on Cast.
I'll take it. All right, I can see that.
So Widow, I'm gonna put this to you then. In a land where everyone's rocking out of the gate with a prismatic, we know there's still, potentially they could get more prismatics naturally. What kind of comps are you favoring the most for our players here in a very, very important game?
That's going to depend, right? Because there are some players that are 18, some players that are 17, and the players at 18 right now can kind of go back-to-back thirds. That's fine as you're looking at the more stable cards, but the players at 17 points, well, they're looking at some more high-rolling compositions potentially. So that's going to be fun to see here. Big pickup here as well. Early Casio 2, Matt. Are we going to see the Casio 3 yet again?
Almost certainly not, but I can still dream. I think what's going to be interesting this game, of course, is we have so many Ornn players coming in, but previously Living Forge has been pretty low in the valuations. We saw it once in game number one, day number one, where multiple people picked it up at the same time. But ever since, even in our prismatic lobbies, I'm not sure how the players are going to value that.
Yeah, I think I do remember seeing that when I was dropping by from day number one to see the Forge. I think you're exactly right, Matt. If we see multiple players going down that route, then it's going to slow the game down a lot. But it seems like instead going to try and get all the power right now for Hashida.
These are not great options, right? Like I think Rascal's Gloves is probably the best one here. You were looking at like a Glamorous Gauntlet. You're looking at like the Death Blades, the Whirls, like just items that give you like more combat power, not the Earth Angel staffs and stuff here. But Sappho had a great day yesterday. Today, not necessarily fantastic, but he has found that early level up. So be on the lookout for some interesting level breakpoints coming through from the Spanish player.
Yeah,
he also
plenty of
has
gold
one
in the
component.
bank. Yeah,
he only has one component, Matt, so he is going to take a lot of damage.
At least I suppose long term, I think as you're alluding to, Matt, they will have the money to spend on level up to make the board stronger. For the time being, we'll have to see how bad these early losses will be. As again, True Dream has decided to go for the Living Forge, so we'll be receiving those on items over time, a drip feed once every 10 rounds.
And really just highest of high rolls, Rita.
I was about to say, last time I checked, Living Forge doesn't give you an anvil, it just gives you a random item, right? And he just opens up and picks up the Eternal Winter. That is pretty good, especially because when you think about the early game, you need to look at those frontline items very often if you're looking to win streak. That's kind of where a lot of the power is coming in. And you can kind of say, we should talk about, Matt, we had so many on players, but only one on that Living Forge kind of tells you where the power level of this legend lies, and it's not in the prismatic augment.
Yeah. And now looking at Chuso over here, he's gotten the double Ancient Archives, popped the Challenger once, and then Juggernaut as well. I think this is the 1-2 combo that was offered to him, so he's going to be going for that Challenger composition later into the game.
Yeah, to be able to get that online from the very beginning of the game and have as well, a good amount of items to make sure that this gym will hit like a truck. A very good place to start. Hypno picking up the prismatic double trouble. So we've seen where that's led us before, but the itemization and the units from Hypno might suggest something a little different.
Well, I'm curious because one of the things we brought up, we were talking about the possibility of Callista with double trouble. With all of this AD itemization, is that a route he could consider?
I'm honestly, I'm not sure. Like, I'm excited to see where this is going to go, right? Because when a lot of the things we're looking at, as we're talking about Callista, Talia primarily has been the biggest double trouble composition. And Callista is not your traditional AD carry, right? You won't have to have those items on the Yasuo of the world and set, so you don't have that stabilization point from the swords. So it's going to be spicy to see where it ends up, right? Because you have someone like Chuso very heavily leaning in towards that challenger line already.
He's definitely planted his flag exactly where he's intending to go from the rest of the lobby. So far, though, hasn't managed to actually turn what seems like a promising early board into actual wins. Still needs to get some extra level ups in there. Up against a pretty scary looking blacksmith's gloves there. They actually throw the Radiant version chilling across the board as well.
Now, looking at this front line, of course, this Cho'Gath in the early stages of the game is going to be a pretty solid wall here, especially with the Gargoyle Stoneplate. Going to be able to give himself a lot of HP if he's able to get those kills early. So should be able to keep Anaconda pretty stable here in this stage too. And will shut down Chuso's board once more.
He's very early good losses. Early action indeed, but like these losses for Chuso are actually really good. So if he gets like a full loss streak in the prismatic lobby at like 80 HP, 78 HP, that's a lot of power coming through. Open spat in the carousel here as well. No one got to drop the spat earlier on, so no initial Taxation's crowns. But as we've seen so many times before, Peter, all of these spatulas with the Shurima, with the Noxus, there are so many great makeable emblems.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Hypno does with this. It certainly gives us a little bit more evidence towards the idea that this could be a Callista reroll, given the chance that would be a pretty solid slam in early on, but we'll keep an eye out. Ashida, of course, picking up those blacksmith's gloves early on has the immediate, if somewhat unreliable power there to keep things nice and tasty. Oh, my mistake. Looking at the opposing boards there, still a blacksmith's gloves, just on, in this case, what will hopefully become our second Cassiopeia 3.
Fingers crossed for me, but I think Hishida will probably have different plans. I like this for the early game, though. You're going to have a very strong front line, plus Cassiopeia. She's going to get that Radiant Archangels here from the gloves, so just that scaling AP. And it's been doing great for Hishida's win streak, as you were saying earlier, mirroring the way Enzo played the previous game, sacrificing economy just for board strength.
Check in with Shido here. We can see, of course, the other level up player, as Matt pointed out, likely to be lost streaking, is doing exactly that, down to 66 HP. But late game, we know that Shido should be able to swing this one around and come out with a massive late game board.
I'm curious what this is going to turn into here from Saru, because these are incredibly flexible items. Obviously, this is leaning towards either a strategist or a multicaster board, but the only thing that he's actually committed himself to is somewhere in the AP realm with that Shiv.
Yeah, I think a Zero is, speaking the most regular carrier thing of with Static Shiv right now in that 4-cost slot, right? But that also involves the locks, and as we saw the statistics from yesterday, not a composition that really has done incredibly well, because even when you play a composition from ahead, very often your units will be cannibalized by the Akshan players. You also will not end up hitting that top 4, so I'm really excited to see where we are going to end up here, and I think a lot of it could come down to the 4-1 rolldowns, as well as these items coming through from the Crocs. Big fight for a streak here. Anaconda is not able to contest that, but he does have that early action that you pointed out earlier.
With the Infinity Edge as well, definitely promising a lot later on. So as we do move to the Krugs with Saru wins and Hypno to a lesser extent keeping those win streaks intact, I wanted to kind of open up the conversation a little bit more because we're seeing so many of them in this game. The Blacksmith's Gloves, the double random Radiant item. What are our players doing to play around that the most effectively?
It's just like, generally speaking, a unit that can kind of make use of all of these items. That's, generally speaking, the best way to go. And I think that putting it on frontline units tends to be the most stable thing as well, because a lot of frontline units can do some with some damage, can also just do a little bit of work with their other elements as well, in terms of like tank items are, generally speaking, really strong in their Radiant versions. But again, speaking of Radiant items here, Matt, we have the looks of something going on here from Stakesor in that reroll department. Could be Kale, could be Tristana. I'm not really sure he's completely sure either.
Yeah, I actually really like this. They share a lot of units, as we saw in the previous game, where we had that 4th place KO reroll contested, knocking out the other player who was going for it. So Stakesor on this roll down is going to have the option of picking up all of those 1-cost units and deciding later where he wants it to lead. Now with the 2-star Tristanas, it is leaning more towards that direction, so he can start picking up the more bespoke units for that variant of the reroll.
Okay, very close to the end there. Of course, I suppose that we could see a lot of reasonably similar itemization between the two. Building up a pretty decent front line. I imagine for Stegzor still looking to keep the loss streak intact, has Tanya's Titan ticking away, giving HP every round and making sure he doesn't fall too far behind.
There's a very old version of the Kayle reroll composition that actually utilizes both Tristana and Kayle as dual carries. So it looks like maybe Stegzor is going to be reviving a dinosaur here.
There's also just a thing here, the fact that you can get that third 3-star online for the Poppy, right? When we get to that point here where like he's going to have an easier access to one of those 4-star carries in the front line by having both Tristana as well as that Kayle 3-star alongside that Poppy. But there's a big thing here as well about playing Ornn. You get that medium forge access, you get a complete item to keep you up with the tempo as well as more gold, but Stegzor does not want that. Instead takes a dip into the transfusion area.
Yeah, I mean, when you've certainly been taking a bit of a kicking in the early going, that's going to be a lot of value back in for you. We were not very far away from those 3 stars really landing at speed, as Chido will actually be moving up to level 7. Against Sarah wins and Hypno, they're on their win streaks up at the top of the lobby, so there's still a lot to catch up for our players currently in the bottom 4.
Well, I do want to flag really quick earlier. We saw Tiniest Titans picked up alongside Transfusion, I believe, was the second augment. And those have complete anti-synergy because Tiniest Titans is going to keep healing you up as Transfusion benefits more from having you at low health. Yes, you can maintain a lower bonus and have some safety there, but it's a little bit of a weird interaction played on a razor's edge.
It's an interesting one for sure, right? Because you get more HP on your front lines, which means that your losses are going to be less severe. And when you get to a point where you are in that stabilization point, you just get a little bit more power. That's another thing that's worth noting here, right? Without the transfusion, maybe the other frontline dies before this Poppy, and you take an additional unit loss here if you are going to be Stegzor, right? So there are a few things where it is kind of counterintuitive, but there's still a lot of value to be kind of put into that situation. It's very interesting for sure. I do agree.
I suppose at least it will slow down eventual losses, but I agree, it's a really fascinating way to play. Of course, the portals, the augments, all giving our players an enormous amount of opportunities to express their skill. Sarah wins, of course, proving themselves the most skillful right now, completely undefeated in 1.5 stages, hopefully looking to turn it into 2.
Oh man, this looks like a nightmare from Summoner's Rift, right? You're just looking at that 80 Vel'Koz coming through.
I was gonna say, this is a new way to itemize Vel'Koz. Don't think I've seen this build before.
So he is with the Akutaba, I believe is the name of this augment here, the Deathblade gold generated augment. That did take a bit of a nerf, I believe, as well, down to just 40% chance of a goal. But you can kind of see when you have a unit like this Vel'Koz that kind of just kills units off the strike, you can just end up picking up extra gold all throughout here. And he's going to transition into a different 80-centric line at some point here. You can kind of see he's holding stuff on the bench to go down that route with the Akshan most likely. So a little bit of extra economy and a full completed item to boot as well.
Yeah, once that Akshan comes online, it's going to be absolutely terrifying to see how much gold that Akshan will generate just by ripping through the compositions. But again, as we come to the midpoint of stage 3, we still have our 2 win-streaking players at the top, but Stegzor at the bottom, as you said, Matt, worryingly playing a very, very dangerous game with his HP. Remember, this lobby is lobby 5, 1 spot below, making it to day 3. The finish here is crucial.
Aru's still 100 streaking as well at the top of the lobby, so he's been doing a great job of that, maintaining that consistency as we head back over to Stegzor's board. We see him making his final preparations on this roll down, looking for the Tristana 3 plus the Poppy 3, maybe even going for Maokai at this point.
He's selling off the Poppy, actually.
Triss.
It's another Triss, sorry, yeah, but actually, and this makes a lot of sense when you look at it. Like, he's just trying to keep these Poppies out of the pool when he's rolling down for these 1 costs. And those are massive hits. Everything now is going to be online. No, still needs that extra yodel. So needs to find a Clut, kind of get that going, but he has that 3-star Galio as well, a massive tank here. So a lot of power on this board for Stegzor right now. Still needs to go level 6, find that additional yodel to put in, but once he gets there, this board should be online.
And we know Stegzor's got that tiniest Titan to bring him back online longer term. Right now, still proving a little bit tricky to get through here. I don't think No, we'll just about get there. I think it's having the 3-star Galio in the mix, just a little bit of extra tonkiness that most versions of this comp just don't have.
It's so flexible.
The reason why Kled will be a great addition here as well, I really like the inclusion of the Galio. It's kind of an adaptation to the board, right? Because on his 3-1 roll down, he just got thrown Galios into the face ad hoc, right? But a very important thing that you need to kind of consider here as well is that when you get the Kled, it's going to be Yordle, but most importantly, it's going to be Slayer for that Kale, so Kale gets access to that healing, because right now she trucks out a ton of damage, but if you don't roll a healing item on that Demacia proc, she is going to be very vulnerable.
Yeah, and when you're up against boards like the Akshan board, you know your backline is never even remotely safe.
Yep, and we're going to take a look across the board as well. Saru has finally broken his win streak, so we can see the shaping up of this Akshan composition here for Safo. It's not going to be enough against this Kale, though, as Tristana takes the brunt of the damage from Akshan, and it looks like Kale will make quick work of the rest of the Deadeyes.
Do bear in mind that... Yeah, well, so Safo, our level up player from before, has made it up to level 7, but while managing to keep a decent amount of gold in the bank. And as you can see here, currently in 7th position, has still kept quite a lot of money in the bank, presumably looking to push further than this.
There's so much experience and so much gold, already almost level 7.
He's kind of just getting maximum value out of this transfusion before going for a big transition into a board that will be a lot more stable, revolve around some of these 4-cost carries instead, maybe some of the 5-cost on top of that. There are options here for Safo. Just got to figure out exactly where to go from here. But with a Gwen 2 potentially being relatively easy accessible, I'm excited to see where this goes, because is he just going to go for fast 9ing instead? Like, it's an option here. He's 47, depending on which augments comes through. That is not necessarily a horrible idea.
People are starting to spend their money. Akshan 2 coming in as a very nice find on that Belveth, but the boards are starting to get quite a lot stronger.
Juicy pivot here. The Hand of Justice, of course, getting additional benefits from that augment. The Ionia pivot coming in from Chuso has so many strong items to drop on this. Could be a challenger Belveth here, and indeed it will be.
18% bonus damage means she's going to hit even harder than normal. At 1-star, she will be a little bit more vulnerable to getting deleted. But even at this point, she's dancing through. Empress Prox gives her back her health. Once she gets rolling, she has that Void Coral that lets her heal up again and again and be the last mummy standing.
Absolutely disgusting amounts of damage coming out from this Belveth 1. And it looks like Chuso has more than stabilized at this point.
Looking at these augment choices coming through now, it's going to be gold again. Another Capricious Forge could give you, another just additional throwaway Thieves Gloves to a certain extent coming in with the Blacksmith's Gloves, right? But a lot of combo power could also be quite nice here. Sentinel Spirit is not really going to benefit your Belveth this game, because you don't have that Ionia emblem, but it is a massively powerful augment. Scope Weapons Belveth, we've seen this before. It's a throwback to older sets. It's a classic. You can hate it, you can love it, but it's going to come back to haunt you no matter where you go.
And the biggest problem for that Belveth is always going to be that she gets herself into trouble. So at least this will help her in the earlier parts of the round until she gets that first kill and then flings herself into the opposing team.
This is just an absolutely nuts combo coming out here from Chuso. Everything he's gotten up to this point has built up to this massive Belveth carry in the backline. Going up against Hypno on a bit of an interesting composition on their own. Ionia double trouble Talia in the backline.
Yeah, and he has the multi-caster hard as well, right? So has access to a lot more flexible elements here and has gotten relatively unscathed through this mid-game. But hitting into Chuso's Belveth is not going to be classified as going through unscathed. He's still on level 6, still trying to roll for spikes. But if he finds those spikes we've been talking about, he could be in a fantastic spot to try to push and contest for the lobby.
Well, I mean, at least we know what Hypno is going for long term. Picking up the multi-caster heart means that we will be seeing Talia from now until the very end of the game. It's a fascinating setup, but our players here at the GSC, they are good enough to find lines that no other players would consider.
Having to describe this composition in my notes is such a nightmare. I'm like, okay, Ionia, multicaster Heart, okay. Also Double Trouble. He's just kind of figuring it out here. But it doesn't seem like it's working too well for him the last couple of rounds. Feels like he's behind the pace of the lobby.
It's a little awkward because, you know, a lot of the time you'd like to have those two Talias both pumping out maximum damage. You've kind of turned one into a casting bot. The itemization isn't fantastic for Hypno at the moment. We can see that Shido Ruse has already hit up to level 8, has got the Akshan blitzing through everybody, and well, I mean, while this round I think will go okay, I worry for Hypno longer term.
Yeah. I was looking at those items, I was like, is Olaf in this set? Like, I was like, those are some massive Olaf items, but now has full-on carousel priority here, Sappho. As we see, he's been holding on to a lot of gold, looking to go into that level 9 situation here on 4-5, but as we've spoken about so many times before, it is a pretty precarious position to be in, because it's a lot of time you have to consider moving into this transition, and you need to be sharp, because when you're down to just 15 HP, you have 1 to 2 lives left to work with.
Sappho on the transfusion will assist him a little bit, so not as dangerous as it would be otherwise, but like you said, just 1 or 2 losses will take his life. So need to see what this roll down is going to be on 9, trying to pick up things to fill out this Akshan carry composition, but I don't know if he's got enough gold.
Oh, he's going right down to the bone now to try and find everything that he needs. Has some choices here, perhaps not the choices he was hoping for. With 9 slots, surely there's enough in the tank, even if we haven't hit the 2 stars across the board.
That's something.
It's just not an impactful 2-star at this point, to be completely honest with you. Right, like, it's not the Belveth you're looking for these items to carry. It is going to be something that hopefully gets to hold you over for just a moment in time, but do you start itemizing that, or do you itemize the Aria? It's going to put out a lot more damage in the long run now. You look at the CC coming through across the board, able to buy time for this Akshan, but against stronger boards that are more consistent, this would have been a much, much bigger loss for Sappho.
Yeah. Really dangerous position for him here, even with those grenades giving the damage boost to the Akshan bullets. It's just not enough. He's just an Akshan 2. We're heading into stage 5, and he doesn't have the support around him to let him put out the damage he needs to.
Just a quick brief
There's
about... Oh, not too shabby. We've got good itemization there. Going to be able to slam everything in immediately, even if we don't have a scoped weapons. We have got a Cassante 2, which hopefully will be able to punt somebody off the board and bring these numbers a little bit more even.
Dude, I feel like you gotta ship the Reforge here right now just to get something for the front line potentially. It does hit that Titan's Resolve. It's not a Sunfire, it's not like one of those bigger tank items, but it is gonna buy a bit of resistance here for this Scion.
You can see the Belveth doing her best here in the backline, going to start off very strong, but running into Chuso's own Belveth. That challenger combo we saw do so well in the early mid-game gets shut down by this more complete legendary suit board, spiced to perfection.
Oh boy. All right. Well, there's some, for Shido, at least there's some good news forthcoming. Doesn't have the HP recovery that we've seen from other players, so has to dance on the edge of the knife for the rest of the game. And we look on the economy of the rest of the lobby, the rest of the players have got a lot of gold to try and catch Sappho up with.
So I don't know what exactly the priorities here. Okay, just sells on the rise to start building some economy. So I'm not exactly sure like how his priorities would align, because sometimes you will see players roll without the Heimerdinger when they don't have their important carry yet because of those upgrades in the shop, just taking up an important slot that could have been, let's say, a Belveth or an extra Aria, stuff like that. But he's keying this Heimerdinger in for now, just to say he wants some specific upgrades. So he needs to pick them up as he's rolling here, but they are very expensive. There are 6 gold upgrades. And you can kind of see like he had like 25 gold to work with. They're all gone from just the purchase of 1 unit and 2 upgrades. This has to be stable enough for him for a while. Only really has the lower part of this bracket in the lobby right now in this matchup pool that could be important as well.
So dipping down Has Scott leads the Kaiser 2 online, fully itemized to back up the Belveth. This 6th challenger board should be able to hand out some pretty big L's. True Dream is in elimination territory. This could be our first player out.
Huge Zephyr onto the backline, going to interrupt this Kaisa, making sure she's delayed in the time she can fire away. Meanwhile, the enemy Yasuo making quick work of that front line. Yasuo will perish momentarily, leaving the Kaisa alone in the backline to do good damage against this massive set. But Kaisa takes down True Dream.
And that's an exact lethal as well. True Dream going 8th here. And that's rough now because that pretty much eliminates any option for them to make it into day number 3 here. That is heartbreaking. But meanwhile, Sappho stabilizes for a while now, but it's the 2 Spaniards here in Sappho and Chu. So kind of battling out right now at this low HP point. And look at Shara at the top. Find those upgrades. And also at 75 HP still. So there's a lot in this lobby that can kind of twist and turn for a moment in time now. And the big question is, which board is stronger?
Well, we know that out of everyone here, Peter, this legendary soup board has the highest cap.
It's just getting there, though, that is the problem. We still haven't got the second shrink in place for the turret. The 2 stars aren't fully in place as of yet. Shido is fighting back from an absolute corner here. And how long Belveth stays alive and keeps on chaining changes everything.
There she goes, finally falls, but Velveth actually jumped away at the last second. Hashida takes the loss, and Sappho may have stabilized.
As you mentioned, Peter, second shrink module being found here for Sappho's Heimerdinger turret. Still 1 star. Not sitting on the pair of the Belveth. So when these other boards get a little bit stronger, that Belveth isn't 2-starred. That could become a big issue right now, but he's just battling it out for any placement right here that could make that final game of the day a little bit more comfortable in terms of what you need to be able to reach that final day 3 here. Hashida Zephyr was good in the previous fight. The rest of his board not so much here. So again, all around here looking for the best spot to here, and does it land on anything important here?
On the right-hand side of the screen, playing for his life right now. Rusei on the left-hand side doing much the same. Kale versus Z on the right-hand side, where it's all about the Kale's damage. Buffed up by the Zeeks, is trying to chew through an absolutely monumental front line. But the Kale is getting stronger and stronger, and it's looking like Hashida is about to get swept away.
Hashida barely hanging on here in the backline. This Azir still has not fallen, but Kale will find her. Hashida takes the loss. Meanwhile, on the left side, Sappho stubbornly hanging on to life.
But meanwhile, Hypno has joined the fray of players in the danger zone, down to just 8 HP now. Sappho on a win streak here now. Holy moly.
It's 2-star Scion as well.
Well, we knew that the stars coming was going to be very, very important. But if nothing else, it just lends an extra space. We can do something worthwhile and push the comp further. Looking at the HP from our 6 remaining players, 3 of them in maximum peril as the 2 stars start to rein in. And our current bottom 3 make their case for making the top 4.
This board is it's looking better now that you have that Juggernaut on the Swain here, making him just a little bit more tanky, trying to find that set too, just to have a little bit more frontline, a little bit more triggers for this Talia one. Just a singular gold here being the option. That is not ideal for Hypno.
Difference maker, and it could be problematic here on the right side. You can see Hypno on the left. You will see Sappho potentially continue his domination. This Talia so far so safe in the backlines, but this massive front line cannot be contested. Hypno's board in trouble. Meanwhile, looking over to the left, that Scion absolutely massive, still alive, is the Belveth in the backline as well. Gets the reset. She will live, take down the board. Talia on the right, all on her lonesome. It's just not enough, and Hypno will fall.
Oh gosh, that was such a heartbreaker. I mean, Hypno, Hashida, both players who were looking to try and really prove themselves in this competition have now been denied the chance of getting it to day number 3. Remember, everyone in this lobby is currently below the line. They need a really good finish to make day 3.
Yeah, but they can't kind of get that. They have winning ends now, right? Specifically, I think that's what you got to look at for those final games. As you got to get that second place finish most likely coming through here. Right, looking at Chuso now, it's kind of interesting that the two Belveth players in the lobby, currently speaking, are the ones on streaks now, but they're facing off against each other, Matt. This could be the end of either of them.
Belveth versus Belveth. Whoever can pop off more will decide the fight in the backline. Safo's Belveth in trouble, but has all of that healing to keep her alive. The massive shield from Senna might be enough to keep her up. Look at the Belveth. The challenger in the middle will win the 1v1, but the rest of the board falls as Safo still alive. Kaisa can't do it. Chuso takes the loss, but survives another day.
You're definitely right, Wheeler. There is one more game to play after this one is done, but in this game, top 4 very much up for grabs. Chuso needs this next item to be a difference maker. It looks like Rusey on a 6-round win streak is destined to get that top 4.
And while Matt, you were kind of questioning at the start of this game here, at the middle part of it, that when Stakes picked up that combination of transfusion as well as having that tiny Titan already. But look at this situation. He's 60 gold, he's 30 HP, and he's not necessarily losing a lot of these fights. It has been a very sound investment for him so far.
Yeah, perfectly balanced, that bottom cushion of his HP. As his health falls, his board gets stronger, giving him the chance to take those fights, take those wins, and rebuild that health back up. So he's played it absolutely incredibly.
Shido managing to get some two stars into the mix to push his streak even further. As Taro rolls down, looking for the 2-star of his own. I think we'll just be able to sneak a Jarvan upgrade in there before the cutoff.
That's a Locks free in the making there, Matt. Right, that's going to be a massive thing to look out for.
Now we are going to see both of our Belveth players fighting for their lives. On the right side, Chuso. On the left, Safo, who's been on a massive win streak, fight after fight after fight. Chuso will easily take his fight as Safo starting to fight against that massive Akshan. Belveth barely survives, and that means Safo will as well, taking another victory.
I think this is the big thing about the Pays to Learn wallet composition. Now we've reached the beyond the point where it was very, very dangerous. We've got massive multi-threats coming. Shido pick up a 2-star Belveth as well. There's so many different damage sources and massive tanks to deal with on this board that I think even if you can somehow deal with one of them, the other one's going to get you.
I think that just won Safo the lobby, Wida.
We'll see, right? Because there are some multi-carry compositions coming through, and the lockdown coming through from the likes of Alessandra Free could be everything, but he's only on 6 units. This is not an ideal board right now, so gotta keep that one in mind here. Shroud is also going to be good on the opposite side of the field.
Lysandra falls almost instantly there to Chuso's Belveth. So much damage coming out. Akshan as well under fire. Shurima finally procs, giving him a little bit of health, but not enough as Anaconda will fall. And we finally have our top 4 of the lobby. Top 3 even.
I mean, it was very hard fought.
Top 2.
Holy moly, yeah, because like that was a lot of things, and Charu actually ends up getting a 3rd place here, but he was 2 copies away from that Locks free. That could have been massive. And in the meanwhile, it is Chuso with those double combat augments and just a singular copy of Belveth that actually ends up outplacing Safo, but that's just kind of what can happen here. And looking at the Static Sport here, he's level 9 now, has a lot of upgrades, has an incredible frontline with that Galio free that's been with him all throughout the game so far. Like, this is a very, very stacked board coming through from Stefan.
Very much could be the final 1v1.
So got one last chance to try and make it work. On one side, you have the beginnings of what could be an amazing comp. On the other side, you have the Kale comp brought to its full glory. Galio 3, everything online. The justice is raining down. Everyone is getting ripped to pieces in a glorious blaze of light. Stake takes the 1st place here in Lobby 5.
And well, Kale reroll still a thing, Matt. We were kind of doubting it, but there's so much power in having transfusion, right? And I think that to me, Tiny's Titan is one of the best, if not close to being the best tournament augment. The amount of gold that you get when you're at the skill level, the amount of HP that it gains. Right? Think about the likes of Metabolic Accelerator, how powerful that was back in the day. Tiny Titan, it is just a combination of those two and just made even better. It is such a powerful augment because it gives you so much time and so many resources.
Well, I remember multiple points during not only Dragonlands, but even back in Gizmos and Gadgets when we, whenever we would talk about augments, we would say, hey, Tiny Titans is one of the best, if not the best, augments for specifically tournament play. Tiny S Titans is everything that Tiny Titans was and more. Like you say, it combines the effects of Metabolic Accelerator with additional gold coming in, and it just gives you so much staying power into the later stages of the game. It lets you get away with risks that you otherwise wouldn't.
I think you were still right, though, Matt. I think in the hands of a lesser player, it could have absolutely tripped over itself and ended up working against its own interests. I think for Stegzor to take a risk like that at this kind of stage of the competition, I think is a very good statement of an intent of a player who's got their eyes fixed on day 3.
We'll see if he's going to be able to make it as we head over to a quick break, a tiny break, if you will, in between Games 5 and Game 6. And between that, the analyst desk will break down that last game.
Hey guys, I'm Zaza. I go in-game by 5454, which stands for Zaza. I'm 24 years old and I come from Germany. What are my thoughts on the set? I think it's really fun. Like, we have the best release patch we ever had, and I'm really looking forward to competing in the set. I think implementing TFCs has a lot of positive things with it, but yeah, I think it still needs some refinement, but like for me, I like always qualify for GC through TSC, so I can't complain too much. Oh, my best tournament was GC2 last set, and I finished first. And I think like GCs are also the most fun for me. I think the best performing player last set was for sure Canvas. I think he made like every day 3 and went to Worlds. So yeah, it has to be Canvas. Yeah, I think the most creative player I know is probably Skip Pierce. Like, he's always cooking some fun stuff. My goal as a player is for sure making Worlds one time. I've been doing well domestically. I won a GC, and yeah, I think now my next step is going to Worlds one time. Big thanks to the German community for cheering for me. Like, whenever I do well, they are always cheering in chat, and like, it really hypes me up. So thank you for that.
And in a win that was not only a win for Stegzor, but also for my fellow co-caster Panda. We do have Sweden and Spain on top, Panda.
Yeah, there was a Greek player also in the mix, who I don't represent for now, but if the Greek community wants me, happy to also caster bless their players as well for the future.
The offer is there, you know? You can do with that as you wish. But there was a lot going on in this game, and I really want to talk about the Kale, right? Let's get that out of the way. The winning comp from Stakesor, Kale reroll. I saw people in chat saying like, oh my God, they're now gonna play Kale every game. They have been doing that. If you haven't seen it before, it's because it usually doesn't do too hot. It's a very flippity flop comp, where sometimes it can cap incredibly high, and sometimes it just doesn't work at all. And I do want to hit on why it worked for Stakesor. We did have the Tiniest Titans that our fellow co-casters shouted out. I think that's just best in slot for this one. It allows you to tank for a long time, get those open forts, stay low while everybody else levels, get those one costs. It was even open to it with having that Tristana in the mix in the beginning, saying like, you know, I'm whatever I'm feeling is what I'm gonna do. Really great start there. Then decided to go for the Kale, hitting everything basically in a matter of a couple of rolls. So really nice. And later on, find Transfusion, which there's a little bit of a miss and hit synergy because you are low, but you still heal back up. So it always bounces back and forth. But with Kale, that just allows your front line to be tankier. And he doubled down on that with the Morning Light, allowing the Bastion units in that front line to just be insurmountable. And that was really what made this dream come alive later on, then going to 9, just chef's kiss.
Yeah, he completed step 1 of kill reroll, which is just hit, and hit very early if possible. That was the case for Stakesor. Even hit a Galio 3, which is a new variation to this kill comp that we haven't seen on broadcast yet. Usually you have these kind of fail-safe plans. If you don't hit that Maokai 3 or that obviously Poppy 3 you want to hit and kill as well, you can 3-star instead the Kled, sometimes the Teemo, sometimes Tristana. Galio is not always the best option, but in this case he found those naturally once rolling. For the rest of the players, we saw with the dramatic start, some players falling a little bit too behind in tempo, playing a very standardish comp that was not able to actually make it into that top 4. We saw that being the case for Hashida, for example, with a very normal looking board with the Lux 1 when he was eliminated in 7th place. Similarly for True Dream with the Ionia Challengers board. So I think the prismatic start really elevated the tempo of this lobby, and some players just could not match it coming into stage 4 and 5. A player who could was Saru, who was the player that actually chose this to be a prismatic start, and he almost benefited from it incredibly, almost hitting that Lux 3, just barely fell short.
And we are going to take a look at our standings. Now, keep in mind, there are 64 players in this tournament. Only the top 32 move on. And right now, everybody that's in this bracket and the bracket below is fighting for their lives. Everybody you see is trying to stay in this bracket. Everybody that's right underneath them is trying to get in. Their games are about to get even crazier. And with yet another win from Wega, he is going to take the lead over Ging here in the top player standings.
And one quick reminder for players who are, maybe not close to that 27 points, they can't mathematically make it in this last game. There are still GSC points to be earned in this day 2 difference from last set, for example. So still a lot at stake for every single one of the 64 players here. Obviously, as you mentioned, makes much more for those that are on that threshold that have a chance to make it, even if it is with, just a really wild dream of getting a first in this last game.
That also means that, like you said, the players that are not going to make it, they're still fighting to get an additional 5 GSC points because we raised GSC points overall. So that means you now need a little bit more to qualify. But if you participate in all of the Golden Spatula Cups, your chances are much more likely to get you there. So we're really excited to see that come into play. Now, there is one more game. There is a lot of craziness that is coming our way. So buckle up, get your notes ready, and prepare for what could be a very, very impactful round. I think our casters are getting ready as we speak. Not sure what lobby we're hopping on board with, but I would expect that it's one of the lobbies that is right around that cusp of the breakpoint. So we really see them fight for it. And yeah, I'm just very excited. I think still we should see some Rift Walk maybe. That's one thing I haven't seen on the stream yet. Anything else?
You
have
ballsy
seen
move
the
for a
Jinx?
game 6. I'm not sure I trust Cassidon that much. He's teleporting around the board. At least when I pick Riftwalk, does not seem to be very consistent and not very Belveth-like, in my opinion. But I think this is a game where players will be taking risks, especially players that are at 21 points, 20 points, 22 points, maybe even trying to play things like Kill Reroll that have that chance to just win out if you hit early enough. I believe casters are ready to go. Game 6 will come underway very soon. And the hopes and prayers of all our players will be answered, or not, this last game.
I mean, I hope they're answered. I don't want to be stuck with no resolution here. That's a bad story. We're going to figure it out. We're going to be coming into the final round of day number 2, as you said, deciding who makes it to day number 3 of the Golden Spatula Cup, not only for their chance at the title of Golden Spatula Champion, but for more of those juicy, juicy Golden Spatula Cup points.
Yeah, I mean, heading back to lobby 5 again, exactly where we were in the previous round. Again, just below the halfway cutoff means there's a certain rarity to be able to see players who are being put under this kind of extreme pressure situation where they've had, a kind of a middling day so far, and they're now being asked to perform the best they probably played all day long.
And there's going to be a variety of people aiming for top 3 or top 2, because you have players at 21 points, and they will need a second place to be around the tiebreaker mark, right? 28 points very often comes down to the tiebreakers. Same thing goes for the people at 22 points. They can get away with a third, but when you are in and around those lobbies, you normally don't have the best of tiebreakers, so something's got to give here, and the people that are going to be in that first and second place spot could end up being very happy after this game.
Yeah, we're going to be coming back as well with some of the players we saw from the previous lobby, or exactly one, with Safo, who we saw making valiant attempt at that legendary soup board, but fell just marginally short, followed by another player that I was really impressed with so far today, Narkez, who's shown quite the flexibility in the compositions they've been able to go for.
Let me just say that Narkez.
Oh, no, please.
I was saying that I was looking into it to a Discord server, and let's just say that Narkez was not too happy about his previous game. Ended up with like 4 close, and he couldn't really apply correctly and stuff like that, right? So kind of got stuck in the middle of nowhere here, Peter. You're kind of talking about someone you were looking for.
Well, of course, Kerfuzzled is our king here in the UK, but he's actually playing with Snubble, whose nose you can see all the way up through in this picture. These two are actually practice partners together, so as a result of this lobby, it's very likely that one of them will not be making it further forward because of the other.
Peter, I know that Kerfuzzle is going grey, right, as you can see in the picture, but I feel like comparing him to Charles is a little bit wild, like...
a little bit of an age gap, I think. Just marginal.
I mean, it would be a coordination out of the corner of my eye. I'm pretty sure it was Kerfuzzle the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, none of us are witness to it, so I feel like Peter has the biggest chance to get it right here. So I guess we're just gonna have to trust him on this one.
Yeah, I guess so trust Peter. Peter is British, so he probably knows better than we do, right?
The ultimate authority, of course.
But I think players in this lobby though as well. To be fair.
Yeah. I think the most interesting player here for me is Kubikson, who in previous tournaments has been our youngest Golden Spatula Cup player. I suspect that is still the case, as he is rather young, and has become a little bit of a Polish rising star. Been a feature in several Golden Spatula Cups at this point, and I'm hoping that this is going to be his season to make his mark in the same way Double 61 did back in Galaxies when he was just 16 years old.
Am I confusing something here, Matt? Or did they Photoshop the right eye of Kubikson? Is that like another little Kubikson to the side in like the dark part of the glasses?
No,
or
I think it's just the way his glasses are refracting, where it's just like his head is smaller in the glasses. So we're seeing like a tiny little ear next to his actual ear.
I mean, to tug on both of your ears for a second, I do want to take a chance to recognize, we talk about players who've had history behind them. Lococo from France, of course, has world's experience as well coming into this lobby. So, along with, of course, Kerfuzzled, who did play at the most recent championship. So there's a lot of talent in this lobby for our final game of day 2.
You could kind of call Lococo the original Enzo, which sounds weird because Enzo played competitive TFT before Lococo, I'm pretty sure, if I go back and look into the players that played in the Galaxies qualifier and stuff. But remember back to Gizmos and Gadgets, when we saw Lococo come onto the scene, his performance in the Rising Legends finals in set 6 was very much akin to the likes of what Enzo was doing in the last set. So definitely a player that is absolutely insane. And speaking of absolutely insane game states, we are on ScuttleBottle, Matt.
Yes.
I mean, this is one of my favorite portals. For me, I love the portals that let me just do the thing I was already going to do, but more. And ScuttleBottle is one of those best examples. You can do some cute little strategies as well, like fielding only one unit in the second stage because they don't do any damage. And as a result, your economy just absolutely slingshots from all of the gold these little guys give out.
And on
There are
top of that extra gold coming in, I do want to just point out that we've actually got a couple of different legends. So we've already seen the Aurelion Soul and a little bit of Lee Sin, but they have been rare. It does make you wonder, with this extra gold coming in, who's going to be the one getting the biggest benefit?
Yeah, so I want to kind of go back to the whole Scuttle Puddle thing here as well, because there's kind of a mentality thing where it's like you need to make 20 gold 1-4 or you're kind of grieving yourself, because you either need to have a ton of tempo in the items that you have produced for the units that you're producing for yourself, or you need to be at 20 gold, because either one of those, wait, that's the arm, no? Observer, I'm gonna ask the same thing as like a normal Twitch chat would when there's a lot of spam. Can we get a mod check?
Figure out which boy that was. Snubble actually going for the opposite strategy. You were saying there's two options. You either have to tempo out of it or you have to just massively econ up. It looks like Snubble looking to find the absolute strongest board possible coming out of these PvE rounds.
So as we said before, a lot more gold coming in, so our players should be able to hit that interest threshold pretty much at this point heading into the main game itself. So there will be a lot more gold going around as we get to see a rare case of the Lee Sins here. Has a chance to pick up trade sector if Snubble chooses.
The issue for specifically Jing's reroll here is that he doesn't have any of the attack speed items you kind of need to get off to an early start here, but is going to go for one of the combat augments on offer instead here. And it does look like he's not... Oh, is he going to do that? That is the robotic arm. I'm not tripping, right? Or wait, what?
I don't think so. Given that he put it on Echo, I'm assuming it's the one that gives the 25% AD and AP.
Yep.
But
yeah, that's implant.
Yeah, I'm happy to be wrong if that is the case, as we see Kerfuzzled across the board going for a couple of 2-stars very early on.
Sorry, I just wanted to interrupt because we have got Ravenous Hunter in the lobby, and it's going to be Coco currently at the bottom.
Let's go!
We know what that means. Everyone to battle stations. You must keep this Warwick from coming online.
Let's go! Love me some Warwick. Love Ravenous Hunter. We saw how successful it was when Wagga played it, and like you said, Peter, everyone just like actively trying to deny it as much as possible. A little bit pro on the Yordle augment as well. Just keeping the eyes on that early.
Okay, already getting that 2-star Warwick out the way here for Coco. That's going to guarantee him a very strong mid and early game here coming through. And we can see a little bit of approach you're talking about. He's on that unstable Yordle delivery. And well, that often means you're playing Kale. And guess what? He's playing Kale.
Yeah, I mean, the special
funny how that works.
So we've got an augment that already is getting you a lot of extra stuff in a lobby where we're getting extra stuff out of the, out of the crabs as well. So there's a lot flowing in here for everybody else. They need to keep their eyes closely on how things develop. As Narquez goes for the infusion, interesting choice here with potentially an early move into sorcerers.
Multicaster as well available here, so I think this is really good, especially for AP compositions if you have multiple casting units, and especially with the multicasters, you just get multiplicative value from having everyone get that additional mana every couple of seconds. So I'll be interested to see where Narquez goes with it.
Check in with Coco and see how the itemization is looking, because of course those are the two pieces of the puzzle. Find the units, find the best in-slot items. We've already got access to a Quicksilver. If Coco wants to go for it, is currently winning, which wouldn't necessarily lend itself to finding those prime items easily.
So something I want to highlight here is that he can pretty much make use of every single component on the carousel right now, right? He can make second belt, wouldn't be ideal. Rod is half a rage blade. Another cloak, for example, would give him the freedom to slam this Quicksilver next round instead. He obviously would prefer to get the Bloodthirster going first off, because if you're unaware of how this Ravenous Hunter augment works, it means that Warwick no longer has that passive healing that comes through from his ability. Therefore, you need to get that Bloodthirster going so you can get those extra healing coming through. But you trade so much power, that is just a totally fair trade.
The danger, of course, when you have such a powerful early game augment like the Ravenous Hunter, sure is hard to get your components because you never get first pick.
Yeah, we can see, as much as we're going to be likely having people stealing away. Wait a second.
BF Sword's lasting a suspicious amount of time.
There we go. Good job, Snubble. You made sure that no shenanigans were going on here. So, okay, so Coco's going to end up with a tier. Wasn't one of the ones we were really hoping for.
No, but it's worth noting he has a Reforger on the bench, so if he gets stuck in a pinch, he can use that as a way of getting out of that position. Meanwhile, Quebec's on here focusing on hitting these economic breakpoints here, as he is looking into playing something that looks like it's going to be a set reroll line coming through. And again, keep in mind that you have so many more resources on the Scuttle Puddle, so much gold that you're holding on to, so you are going to be much more likely to hit because you have a lot more to do on your roll downs.
I really love seeing the variant strategy that comes out during Scuttle Puddle because it really is a mad dash to 50 gold at all times. So like you're saying, Rita, seeing things like Kubikson sacrificing his health in order to get into Krugs with that 50 gold, pretty common.
No, I don't think Kubikson's feeling too bad about this. I mean, right now, the Zed sort of just dashing into the backline and just dying immediately, but there's still plenty more runway to go. I mean, we've already seen from our previous lobbies what the Zed will look like at full power, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, Kubikson currently running the Summoner's Rift Gold Solo QZ.
Can you run? I should really know that there's no Titans Resolve on the in Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I always forget that because I was playing ARAM yesterday. Actually, I was like, "Where's Titans Resolve?" That really helped me here. And then I was like, "Oh, that's not a real item."
Not like static shift, just like back into like a Terra on the Summoner's Rift. I'm like,
yeah,
it's just like it's like it's just not a tier and a recurve bow. Like it's actually so much more here. And speaking of so much more, we get to see some of the other item options there are when you are playing Warwick here. Instead of going for the Bloodthirster, he slams that Hodge down instead here, going for maximum tempo. As long as you have some sort of healing option on that Warwick, everything should be fine.
I mean, that is going to be, potentially, well, over time, stacking up to 50 times in a very similar manner to the Titan Resolves. Take or receive damage. You're gaining ability power. There is no commensurate, there's no kind of big stack up to maximum. You're not getting resistances in the same way the Titans will. You're just building up raw power instead.
Another thing that's worth noting here is that we saw Sappho be level 5 on the carousel, right? So he had a very early investment into these levels here to maintain the streak, and it is broken before, well, the Kruk round, quote unquote, right, going into the end of the stage here. So that is a bit of an issue for his position here. So that is not necessarily the worst thing in the world because he has a pretty solid item setup, but it's not ideal.
Yeah. Going to be rough for him coming in the next couple of rounds trying to recover that economy. Like, admittedly, he might even make it to 50 gold here. He's still going to lose a couple gold from the no longer having the streak, but we'll be in a pretty decent position thanks to Scuttle.
Oh, there's so much gold to whirl with. He even gets a KO.
Yeah.
Oh
my God. What is this?
Rolling like 50 gold here, no issue as well on top of everything. This is such a massive turn, but you gotta get it out of the way before you start stumbling all over. Oh.
This is a ridiculous progression here. Already almost at Poppy 3. I think you gotta just, you gotta just sell out that Kled.
All right,
there we go.
That's 3-star.
No KO.
Roll a little bit more.
Honestly, like, sort of underwhelming for like a 50 gold roll down. I'm not gonna lie, right? Like, we only found the Poppy 3. I do realize that he was a little bit away from some of the other 3 stars potentially coming online here, so not the end of the world, but this could have been so much more explosive. Imagine if you had found every single upgrade here. People streaking all throughout the stage.
Well, here's the thing. He was running into the problem every reroller has run into in the history of TFT. Suffering from success, having too many units you're trying to 3-star simultaneously, and just running out of bench space. Luckily, did hit that Kale just as the augments came out, so in a little bit better of a position, but we'll see what he does from here.
A little bit pro. Sonny has got some ground to make up. No, going for, okay, going to be putting in some power towards those bastions up on the front line instead, looking for further healing, that morning light. I mean, we've got a pretty decent setup here. We've got enough Yodels to be able to get the 4-star Yodel online, and then Poppy, of course, will be in there. So this board is pretty strong. There's still a large loss streak and not quite enough gold to be able to roar up the table as of yet.
So the Morning Light pick is kind of twofold because it also gives some extra copies of random Bastion units that could have put him closer towards this 3-star Maokai in the front line. Does have Tristan at 3 though, so does have that Poppy 4 now. We've spoken about this multiple times now, how big of a power spike this is.
Sold out the extra Maokai too, so it looks like not going to stay committed to that. I guess going to settle for a different Bastion in the later stages of the game to give more board strength.
I suppose you've got the incentive now that you've already got your 3 stars online. Figure starting everything else maybe is a little bit excess to requirements when you could be throwing in Bastion units from here to Kingdom Come. Pro, I think has, at that point has started moving now from a position of getting smashed fairly hard in the rounds to being able to take relatively soft losses and eventually build up a streak.
Lakoko popping a tome here, but not necessarily anything that's like super fantastic for his composition. Has also taken a loss, it looks like. Gotta go with the Shadow Isles Emblem. I think that's the most straightforward option being on offer here. You get that kind of the connection with the Callista. So that's something you can aim towards the back end of this game here. But decisions have to be made here. On the bench can make 50 no matter what he does.
I'm not going to find anything too exciting. And as you mentioned, Peter, he did take that loss in the previous round. Not going to take the same bad luck. So staying at the top of the lobby with this incredibly early game focused augment. Now coming into the next carousel. Probably not going to be able to get that Rage Blade he's hoping for, but could get the Quicksilver.
We said about the early game focus from Lakoko. I think there's at least a degree of acknowledgement that things haven't gone exactly to plan as of yet. Picking up the return on investment, which will be a real long-term option. Eventually, Lakoko will get a Tactician's Crown after 22 shop refreshes, but that is a long way away. And in that time, Lakoko will be operating down by 1 augment.
Some premier forecast options here, right? A Seer Lux, I believe, as well was on offer here. Urgot, if you want to go down that route. So some interesting things to see whether or not these are going to be key components for the boards that are being built out by these players. And look at Snoopy at the top of the standings right now. He's the only player that is streaking. And guys, we did get the robotic arm. We finally got our mod check through. But it is going to be on the Coco's Warwick.
That's not too bad. That's pretty good.
That could be pretty powerful.
Good. It's so, just for clarity,
yeah,
60%
it's all right.
To trigger an extra attack on a unit that is stacking on every time it attacks. It's going to be pretty damn gnarly. We're up to 5 Challenger already. The Warwicks, we've got 6 Warwicks. We need 9 Warwicks all when it's all said and done. So things are coming together for Coco. Remember again, the Tactician's Crown will be coming down the pipes later on as well to push this forward further.
Already here, Peter.
Oh, it's already here. My apologies.
Yeah. But also look at this port coming through on the opposite side from Naki. Yeah. That is a Kaisat 2 coming through, but also 7 copies of Callista. He did go down to 0 goals. He's a little bit away from like the overall being able to recon back into the game, but he's so close to these massive hits here. But this board could be incredibly explosive.
Yeah, Kaisa 2 and 3-5, really hard for even Lakoko's Warwick to contest, especially since it's only a 2-star. Meanwhile, across the lobby on Sappho's board, we see what his board has been building up to. Kind of a nothing burger so far. There's that Lux too, but I'm not sure how much power this board actually contains with all of the items still on the Malzahar.
I mean, the Sniper's focus seems to give some promise later on, particularly if that Lux can get a shot onto some of the more distant units, then she'll be absolutely nightmarish. Unfortunately, as we can see here, that some of the front lines in this current lobby are very, very strong indeed, so punching through them is going to take a lot of work.
Yeah, and she's just getting immediately focused down by that Yasuo, as you can see. Almost inted it, the Yasuo did, but was able to finish her off before dashing away. So Sappho going to take another loss on a 6-loss streak with only 20, now 30 gold.
Yeah, but we'll get another nice infusion of cash coming through from the Scottles here. That's something you got to keep in mind. But as you guys are talking about, he's not necessarily in the strongest of positions right now, but you can kind of see he's holding on to that Nessus on the bench. I think he wants these items from this Malzahar to end up on an Azir.
Oh boy. Well, we know, Azir has got, of course, an enormous command of the entire battlefield, so we'll certainly get very good use out of that sniper's focus longer term. Taking a quick look at the HP totals and gold totals on the right-hand side, we can see the lobby is fairly flush with cash at the moment, with significant streaks towards the top and bottom.
Safo now rolling down for all he's got.
Purposely skipping these Rek'Sais here, is not interested in upgrading his current board as a holder, but wants that massive transition to come through. But massively hitting here as well is going to be the likes of Lekoko. This cloak kind of being a little bit awkward right now. He needs to find that glove to get that QSS rolling.
He's still currently in a position where he's going to be getting not very... on this next carousel coming up, barely any choices at all. So we're still waiting to see how strong this Warwick board can be, because in this lobby we haven't seen the same hate drafting we saw previously, trying to keep the Warwicks away from Coco.
Yeah, everyone very focused on making sure their boards cap as highly as possible rather than limiting the cap of their opponent's boards. It makes sense with all of the gold that they're getting, that if you don't match that acceleration, if you slow down your own board even a bit, that could cost you those precious, precious placements.
It's also kind of interesting here, right? The fact that Kubixon, he's playing Assault, the anti-reroll legend, and he is just rerolling here, right? Just triple combat augments coming through, but I want to touch on his positioning for a second as he is rolling down, trying to find some of those big hits, because it's the new school assassin positioning, because you got to get those rogues to take aggro in the early parts of the fight. This way they get to the backline easy and quickly, no biggie there, and then your frontline comes in and tank their frontline afterwards.
All right, I'm down for it. It feels like it's relatively risky, but I suppose if they can go off and start chunking everybody, we've seen how quickly Azed can do that. So check in with Snubble, who is currently on a win streak up at the top of the lobby. Noxus 6 in place. Of course, Matt, you mentioned before, like to see some dual losses coming in here. Going to be able to amp up that Noxus damage.
Yeah, going to be incredibly powerful, not only on the Katarina, but the Darius as well, who's gone that full attack damage. You'll often see Giant Slayer earlier on in the set was touted as better than Infinity Edge, but you know what's better than either of them? Getting to have both. So Darius going to be putting out a ton of damage on the board, as you can see right now.
Very, very scary to deal with. Of course, and Snubble, you can see on the bench, has already got a fair few bits and pieces brewing through. A little bit pro, of course, still receiving those Yordle deliveries, so we'll be immediately throwing them our way to try and get this little bit of extra frontline online. Kale, with the Edge of Night in pocket, is a little bit safer than she normally would be.
I want to talk about something here that has been brought to our attention by our observer. We are not on the board right now, but Lekoko has Robotic Arm, Ravenous Hunter Warwick with the scoped weapons as well. So just so much additional power coming through. Meanwhile, Safo, as we're talking about, has been moving some of those items onto the Azir. Meanwhile, the Lock's taking a bunch of items as well.
It helped power up that board a little bit running into this Kale reroll. We'll see how they scale effectively. And it looks like Azir, newly upgraded on the board, is doing quite a bit of work. The Lux will soon focus as that Poppy dies onto this Kale, who, actually Edge of Night almost saves her. May do so.
Oh, jeez,
not quite enough.
That was so close, but really good call them out on the eventual transition to the Azir come. That is an Azir with only a sniper's focus right now. It can get an awful lot stronger, so particularly our players, little bit pro knockheads, who are low on HP at this stage, need to be careful. These next 3 rounds are going to be very dangerous.
Also, Yasuo here for one of the challenger players. I believe there's a couple of those in the lobby right now still, right? So potentially could be that Yasuo 2 on offer. Lekoko just going to take that sword here. Is that just going to be a Bloodthirster instead of the QSS for this Warwick? Just get that final item on him out of the way now. That could be the case. You can see a little bit pro going towards the level 8 here. Gets that center in the natural addition to the board here, while also getting the final item.
It's a monumental edition.
Did we vote for Sana?
the nation of the Shadow Isles. You know, it's more of a loose collection, more of a communal thing. No formal government on the Shadow Isles, but you know, we can say she's a national icon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm governed by a bunch of angry ghosts every day, so I can definitely relate to this experience. Little Bit Pro, though, has got one more chance to try and stave off of those ghosts up against a multi-caster board, but not one at full power quite yet.
No 3 stars there for Narcas, which is going to be problematic for that board as the Poppy continues to be uncontested there. The double stone play, one of them Radiant, is doing quite a bit. Very little healing on this Kale, so the Vel'Koz just able to knock her down. Poppy versus the world.
I think she's doing all right. I mean, I don't think she's going to win the round, but she does soften the blow a little bit. Pro keeps him from falling face down in the snow.
Oh, it's so rough here for a Little Bit Pro.
Oh, no.
It's even rougher for Narcas.
So the big thing for Narcas that's worth noting here, though, is that he does have at least one more life in the tank here. So could have just waited back for a turn, but does not want to do that. Wants to get that immediate power spike off that 3-star Vel'Koz onto the board. And you look at his front line, that's already pretty good. So really nice spike for him to work with. But all eyes on Little Bit Pro here. This suboptimal addition, I'd like to say here, off this Kale reroll. Can it get out of the 8th position?
On the right side, we are going to have Little Bit Pro fighting for his life. On the left, we are going to be seeing Safo once more in this position of being down in health but up in board strength. Safo's board does seem to be doing quite well against its mirror, but the front line will fall shortly as Kale on the right side, you can see firing away, and it's going to be up to the Kai'Sa to save this for her team. Not going to be enough, and both players will survive this death match they're faced with.
Bear in mind again, this is our last lobby of day 2. These players, you could be seeing them playing again tomorrow. They need a really good finish here. Snubble, one of those players who is, of course, trending in that direction with an 11-round win streak, absolutely ripping through the lobby.
And wait a second, I want to point out here. Little Bit Pro, normally on a Kale reroll, you would not have enough gold to go 9 from here, but Scuttle gives you so much gold that he could just push 9 after this.
The Scuttle in combination with the unstable Yordle delivery as well, right? There's so much extra gold coming in here. And I believe he is going to be just about there, yes. Whether or not he's going to be able to play a good unit on the board, that's a big question, but he is level 9, get that final ascension onto the Kale. That is going to be the biggest deal here. Finds another Slayer. And now the question is, has Narcas and Safo spiked in a similar situation here? Have they been able to get there? Now, that is the biggest of deal here. And look at the matchup pool right now for Little Bit Pro. Snubble, Lekoko, and Kubixen. It's the top of the lobby. There is no way back. You got to go through the hard way.
Well, do or die time again for our players. If you go out at this point, it's almost guaranteed you are not seeing a day 3. On the right-hand side, you can see the battle to the bitter end. We've got the Darius, unstoppable, unflappable, ripping through the front line. Poppy, I don't think is quite good enough this time.
Wouldn't matter, though. The Edge of Night still unproc, but look at that Warwick on the left side tackling down Safo's board, and it looks like Lekoko really running away with this game.
Meanwhile, Narcas here, he hit that 3-star Vel'Koz, but he did take another loss now, down to his last life here. And pretty much no matter what in terms of advancement to day number 3, they need to get that second, need to get that first place here. Has an additional champion duplicator. He can't really do anything with it. There's no spikes available here, not even the potential option of a 2-star Galio to save this final few fights here. And, oh, this Zephyr gotta be good here if he wants to stay in the game.
Where's the Zephyr going to land? The options are good. Does knock the Azir up in the air, which means it's going to be a Lux for a good portion of this fight to be the main damage dealer up against Kafuzzles, who is almost dead as well. This will be a huge swinging point for whoever survives. But the Azir makes landfall, goes onto the Vel'Koz, but gets deleted immediately. Kafuzzle goes down to barely alive.
On the left side, meanwhile, while that was going on, important fight just happened. Little Bit Pro faced Lekoko and won. The power of that Poppy 4 knocking away that main carry, who again did not get to build that Quicksilver earlier, means that Kale got to ramp up and absolutely decimate Lekoko's dog.
We have been building up all game long to see if this one Woofy boy will be enough to rip through the lobby, but I still don't know for sure. Our lower health players have definitely been ramping up massively, and we'll get to see what the dog's got in store for us. Again, the scope weapons means this Warwick stays completely out of aggro range for most of the round.
Yeah, and you can see just how well he's doing. The Lux hasn't started targeting him yet, nor has the Azir. Azir quickly ripped to shreds, as is the Lux on the rest of the board. Narquez goes down to the massive Darius of Snubble. Now we are down to our top 5.
I mean, we get a nice close-up of the carousel here for a second. Very lovely animations here. Where would you rank this carousel compared to the Monsters Attack carousel, right? It's a very different artistic style, right? So, gotta appreciate those final...
nice. You know, it's vibes.
Gotta appreciate those final details in life here. As we can see, appreciating final things, Zephyr being one of those here. Being picked up now, that's going to be a nice utility piece for Little Bit Pro, as he is on that win streak right now. And Kubixon, he's trying to find that final copy of the set, but it's not going to be possible now. Just trying to get some more Slayers going, as he has some of these aura items for the set and the Katarina.
And if we've got the question of who can take down the big woofy dog, we have had an answer from Shablo admins letting us know that off-stream Kubixon Slayers did get the job done. So it's still anybody's game to play. With 5 people left alive, Little Bit Pro has no room to maneuver, but is at level 9, has got the fully online turret.
Here we go, his last chance potentially here is Kale firing away, protected in the backline, still has the Edge of Night, but just brutalizes the board of Nogi. Not a chance for that front line to survive, and now Nogi's board will fall, and he takes a huge hit down to single-digit HP. Kubixon takes a loss as well.
Nogi has been stuck on level 7. We talked about this fact. He rolled to level 7 on free 5-0. He went 0 gold, free 5, level 7. He has not been able to build that economy back up to go in towards that level 8 here. He's been trying to play the tempo game. But now we see all the other boards hitting level 8, level 9, hitting all those similar power spikes. And he has still not found that Kalista free. He's just slowly but surely bleeding out.
Yeah, I mean, Nogi certainly a player, of course, as you can see on his portrait, fighting out of Germany, relatively competitively inexperienced, being really put through the ringer here, will go up against this Noxus board from before in the Ghost form. Again, it's all about if you can keep this Darius on lockdown and stop him from ripping through absolutely everyone. He's starting to go off, and where he goes, destructions follows. Nogi will get taken out. Little Bit Pro still up for grabs, stays alive. Kubixon, one more chance.
It looks like Kubixon will survive as Lococo's board struggling to find that maximum cap. And now we have 2 players down to single-digit HP totals.
When you look at the streaks here from the graphic, you can kind of see how close it is outside of Little Bit Pro's current game state, right? 1 loss, 1 win. These are also close going up against each other. Whereas Little Bit Pro, he has that final spike. He is level 9. He has everything going for himself right now. But can a player like Snubble get to level 9? Can he find those final upgrades that would push him over the breakpoints? That is the biggest question right now.
Certainly has been saving money for perhaps exactly that reason. One more item coming in, perhaps to make this Nasus even stronger bulwark to keep too much aggro from falling onto Darius. It certainly, it certainly feels like a composition with the rogues in would be the answer to Kale on any given day.
It could be, but the Kale has the Edge of Night. She has so much tanking, so much healing, coming through from the Slayer trait. It is so hard to get her out in just that one fell swoop. And look at the Jarvan is as well, trying to block the attention of the likes of the Katarina.
The fate of several players hangs in the balance as we see the Poppy denying that Katarina from the backline. Kale starting to fire away with those maximum waves going back and forth across the board of Kubixon. It's down to the Zed, stuck midair, and Little Bit Pro will take down Kubixon, saving the game of Snubble as well, who can now roll for that Katarina, for that Zed that Kubixon held for so long.
The Coco finding Yasuo too here. Another thing we didn't really talk about, right? Little Bit Pro also found a Aatrox too going to the previous fight, and he has the double shroud set up here. He has so much utility with the Zephyr on top of that. There's no front line, and everything else on the sides here will have such a delayed cast time that it's really difficult to get to that kill in time.
Oh boy, what a throwback to yesterday on the eve of tomorrow, the final day of play here in the first Golden Spatula Cup of Runeterra Reforged. We do have a knock-up onto the Warwick. That's a huge amount of damage gone, but for how long?
Looks like that Warwick still slashing away from the backline. The Yasuo helping out as best he can, but look at the Kayle, still uncontested. Yasuo whiffs once more, and he will fall to the Kayle. Lakoko taking another big loss, and Little Bit Pro, 8 rounds in a row, undefeated.
I think we've actually had... Oh, no, please, Wiener.
I was about to say here, this is so important for Little Bit Pro as well, because he's one of the players on 21 points. He needs at least second or above. Third place cannot make do like it could potentially for some of the other players here in the mix right now. That is a super important thing to look out for here. And remember, when you look at the situation for the Coco, he does not have that Quicksilver on his ward because he made that early Hand of Justice. BT as well, and Erasure. Right? This is not ideal in these late game situations. There's so much crowd control, and this warrior cannot contest that.
Yeah, I think if anything, the scope weapons may have actually been the thing that brought Lakoko low. It was so strong before, she said, but now he's more spending so much of the late rounds up in the air, doing absolutely nothing at all. At least in this case, it's a raw DPS race.
Not a ton of CC on offer, though, from the board of Snooble. It's all going to be down to this Darius, dunking away left and right, finds one, but no reset, as the Warwick puts his focus on the Duncan Darius and will take him down, followed by Snooble, down so miserably low. 3 players at risk of elimination all at once.
This is so close, and they're all 3 on 21 points. Like, there's no one in this current mix right now that can be happy with a third place. It's second and above, and again, it might be first place or bust because of the tiebreakers. Everything right now is so intense in terms of making it to that day 3.
Snooble have been on top of the lobby for such a long time, but having that HP hacked away does find the 2-star Aatrox. These are the final moments of these players. Getting to a day 3 of a GSC is a massive accomplishment in of itself, let alone winning one, but there's no way that can happen if you don't get beyond this lobby.
Whatever Little Bit Pro is looking for, he did not find on that roll down, so it's all down to his positioning here.
No Senna 2 here, and also he has Snooble there. This Zephyr has to be 100% perfect. Again, so many utility items. Zephyr does not land on the Darius here. If the Darius can wrap around, there could be options for Snooble.
So the Aatrox being sent up in the sky on the right-hand side. We've got the Darius stacking up on the left, starting to work his way around the outside of the fight, cutting through those backline units. Kayle is still alive, drops down the waves on his head, but he's going to be left on his lonesome to try and delete absolutely everybody, and I think he's just not quite up to the task.
Poppy doing so much, and it looks like Little Bit Pro will take a win of the entire lobby. Little Bit Pro takes first place in the final game of day number 2, advancing himself into that precious day 3.
Ooh, I mean, who even gets the second place there? That's the biggest deal, because like we know that Lakoko had a lot more HP to work with than Snooble for that final fight, but was that loss big enough? That's the big question. What a game, and we get to see the final line that you have to balance on when you're playing Kayle reroll.
Oh my god!
I gotta be honest, I was not convinced at first by the Edge of Night pickup, but it ended up being the absolute best in slot third item for that Kayle. The only time she is ever threatened is if a rogue or a Yasuo makes its way into that backline. But with the Edge of Night, you can guarantee that you have 2 or 3 seconds where that Kayle is uncontested. And with her ridiculous attack speed and damage at level 9, that's enough time to kill whoever's threatening her.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the full force of being deployed. We are getting confirmation that Coco came in second place overall, with Snowball coming in third. So that, as we just said, could make all the difference between seeing a day 3 or not.
Incredibly well-fought game from all of them, though, I will say. That was one of the most fantastic photo finishes we've had today. So we will see how the standings shake out at the analyst desk, and we will take a quick break between now and then. Stick around.
Hi, I'm Snubble, or Snooble, depending on who pronounces it. I'm 25 years old and I'm a TFT player from Denmark. Who's going to perform the best in the new set? I hope Kevin Parker makes it for once. Like he's been pushing for a while, been consistently a very good player. I'd like to see him make it. The same goes for Solo, because Solo hasn't made it. Like to Worlds, right? It'd be cool to see Leilana put up like a strong tourney performance this set, because he's been insane ladder warrior for so long, right? I played in the one tourney I played in GSC 3 in 8.5. Like I'm still very new to the set, right? So it was my first open qualifier and it was my first GSC, but I made it to day 3 in my first GSC. I didn't place very well in the last day. I think I placed like 28 out of 32 or something like that, like 22, 28, something like that. Like wasn't pretty, but we made it to day 3 pretty comfortably, even though I think I low rolled the 2 days. But like I've gotten a lot better at the game since then, so hopefully we'll see that this set. But yeah, there's still a lot to learn. Like I really started playing at the end of set 7.5, so I'm still very new, right? And I only really grinded set 8, so I'm gonna shout out like probably like Bedur, Fossil, Frobber, and Witch, and then like my stream community is like probably the places I'll send a shout out.
You know, going into this desk, I had one comment from my fellow co-caster here, and that was, Makes, I want to talk about Kale. 5 minutes. I have so much to say, so please, Panda, talk to us about the rise and fall of Littlebit Pro.
I corrected to 3 minutes because we've been told to keep our points bouncy, so I'll try and go as fast as possible. And just have to give props a little bit Pro to start things off, because he played that game wonderfully. You can hate kill rerolls a comp, you can hate how strong you might think some of those units are, but he really walked the line of knowing exactly how strong he was, exactly what his game plan was for a game like this. The game 6, you know you have to win big to make it to day 3. Rolling for the top 4 for a third does not matter. He did not roll once, I believe, from level 6 onwards. He even gave up on that Maokai project, which would have been a better cap in the end, being able to sell the Trist and keep the Heimer instead. And that gold he made from 39 to 42 when he first leveled to 6 might have been the difference maker between going 9 when he did and rolling those 2 times to find that Gwen to get Slayer in. So every single decision Littlebit Pro made from the moment he hit his 3 stars to the end of the game, I think was perfectly calculated when it came to itemization, when it came to units. And I think that was a very, very deserved win. Building Edge of Night in a lobby like this with Zed, for example, was crucial, because one loss there against that Zed player at any point in the game and you're out with the HP he had. So I think if anyone ever wants to analyze the line between risk and reward in a game like of TFT, I think it's a perfect example.
I would absolutely agree. I think there was a lot in there. He knew he had to do this, right? He was in a position where it was like, okay, either I go 8th or I go all the way. And so holding back on all that gold, I think, was a very key moment here. Really liked seeing that Morning Light come back. I think it's one of the best in slot augments for this composition. But also, let me get this right, because I've been calling it Ravenous Hunter, because I think Warwick is just a bunch of party, but apparently it's Ravenous Hunter. So this time around, pronouncing it correctly as my cat jumps up on my lap here. I really like seeing this comp as well. I love that Lococo played it. I think on the back of that, he might get into that cutoff as well, which is going to be great. And Kubikson, we don't know for sure yet, but we're going to see in just a couple of minutes how the standings are looking. Now, all across the lobby, there was a lot going on with a lot of variations, but just looking at the post-lobby screen, Swain seems to be something people just always pick up for the early and mid-game. Talk to me a little bit about that.
He's just very strong stage 2 and 3, and he has obviously very good traits, especially Noxus. We have strategists for Azir as well, so he's just a big support unit in many of the strongest comps in the game right now, or most of the prevalent comps in terms of play rate for these lobbies, for games like this, where you have to find these incredibly strong comps like Noxus. And I think it's just the main reason why. But early game especially, he can really hold down on his own. He is kind of the star of the show in stage 2.
I love stars of the show, you know, and I think a lot of our players are exactly that. So while we're working on the tiebreakers, why don't we talk a little bit about the day in retrospect? So we did get a little bit more variation on the legends, particularly towards the end. Do you think that's going to be a trend that continues when we are in positions where players are like, okay, I have to first rate, either I high roll this and I go for this legend, or I just 8th?
I think it will still be more Poro, because Poro has access to some of the more broken augments in the game, something like Ravenous Hunter, for example, augments that really transform the way you can play and allow you to play a line that is not going to be contested, for example. I think it's one of the key things. There are only so many different comps you can play, most of them being reroll where you don't want to be contested, and having Poro to offer you things like Double Trouble, to offer you things like Ravenous Hunter, too healthy, opens up new possibilities for an angle that no one else might be playing in that game.
I agree to an extent. You know, I think Poro is definitely the most flex, but I also think that in situations like this, where you know you have to high roll, you might go for something like an Earth, where you know, okay, there are some boards that I can reach with this that are incredibly capped, but it could go either way. So you're kind of putting your faith into the lucky hands of Fortuna. We'll see whether or not that works out as standings are being worked on. We do have an interview for you guys, so don't go anywhere. But we already know who it is going to be. It's going to be Tomino, Panda. Are you excited?
Very excited. We haven't had Tomino for an interview yet. I think he hasn't made it to too many GSCs, maybe even has not made it to day 3 in the past as well. Possibly he has. We can't really keep a mental note of every single player in the world. But I think we haven't seen him in EMA finals for sure. So it's great to see, I think, these breakthrough players proving they deserve to be here, proving they can fight among these historic names like Ging, like, you know, Lelouch, for example, and still make it not just into day 3, but make it as a first place or among the top spots in the standings.
Yeah, and speaking of standings, let's have a look at how they look and who made it in, because that is the biggest question here. We do want to know who's in there. And at the very bottom, we have Snubble and Kubikson both sneaking into them on the back of tiebreakers. Really, really nice.
Some big names like Aware, Lyris, like Coco, a little bit pro, who we just saw dominating this last game. But also some names like Dark Hydra and Sologosang, the OG players from Germany, making it into this day 3 as well. And now we're going to load in the first page, the top 16 on this day 2, who have proven they are among the best players in EMEA for this patch. And we're seeing it here. Gunmei, very happy to see him, and Ging as well among those players.
Yeah, always good to see him. Scapeus is in there, Enzo, Lelouch, you know, we are seeing our heavy hitters come through, but also Legend is in here, Yerka, who was shouted out at the very beginning of day 1. I know Peter is going to be extremely excited about seeing him come through here. So lots and lots of new faces to get to know too, and one of them is going to be Tomino from Slovakia, who is going to join us here on cast. Hi, Tomino, how are you?
Hello. Ooh, I'm feeling amazing.
Awesome. That's part of it, right? Congratulations for doing so well, leading the lobby on this day. You've done fantastic.
Thank you.
So, Tamino, I want to ask you right away. Day 1, day 2, how's the tournament experience been for you? Were you comfortable in the patch coming into it? Were you confident?
Not really. To be honest, I like the B page more. But what can you do?
I think it's a recurring thought with many of our players, but somehow you still managed to smurf your way into this position on this day.
Yeah, just hit.
You know, I love when our players say this, like, "Oh, how did you prepare?" You know, I'm sure it was, just hit. But looking at the comms that you've played, there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. You even had a board that was 8 Void. You got that one online, right? But also stuff like the Slayer Katarina said. So not so much Kale reroll, which I'm sure Twitch chat is going to love you for. Talk to me a little bit about this patch. And even though you don't enjoy it, what's your favorite comp to play right now?
Probably just Strategist, Lux, Azir, and Nasus.
Awesome.
Yeah. And if you get the opener, like, you have to go for the reroll Z or Kale.
You have to. You're just obligated to, clearly. I mean, in a tournament, you kind of are if you want to do well, as you have. Coming to this tournament, is there any meta read that you had that you think was unique compared to other players? Do you think there's anything that other players were misjudging, either it's very good or very bad, that you thought wasn't correct, and you kind of benefit from that in this tournament?
I don't like Action, honestly. I think it might be because I can't play the comp, but every time I played, I go 7th at best. So I played Advanced and then 7th and stopped playing it.
I am very familiar with this, so don't worry. I'm with you on that. I don't like the action. It doesn't work for me. I don't know how to get it to work, and I'll leave it to other people. But seeing as your competitive experience thus far is mostly rest of EMEA, it's the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, on Rising Legends, so on the big EMEA stage, how has the experience been so far? Do you feel like the competition is tough, or do you just feel like, oh, I'm so much better?
Yeah, definitely. The competition is really tough. Like, you can see the difference even from day 1 to 2. The lobbies are much more stacked with better players.
And going into day 3, do you feel, what are your kind of ambitions for the day? Do you want to just rack up GSC points, finish as strong as you can? Are you hoping with your current form, obviously you had a very good day. It's not just hitting. I think you had a good game plan. You executed well. Are you hoping to get one of those top spots, maybe, win the whole thing and qualify directly to AMA finals?
Like, surely I'm trying to win, but yeah, just playing like before probably is the play.
Yeah, it seems to be a good approach, so hopefully that'll work out for you. I think if you're already making it to day 3, why not play for that very first place? But before we send you off, Tamino, is there anybody you want to greet, shout out, friends, family that are watching, people you prepared with?
My sister probably, the X Stealth Clown, and the Czech and Slovak TFT community.
Awesome. That's excellent. So we're gonna watch you tomorrow, of course. So all of chat will come back to see how you perform and maybe get that first place. Thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure. And good luck tomorrow in your games.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Great to have new faces joining us on the interviews, new faces performing at a high level. Despite them being very humble and kind of surprised to be here, I think Tamino has proven throughout the day that he has what it takes to be a player of this caliber to make it to day 3. Hopefully, that will be a pattern in the future as well in the next 2 GSCs, and we can maybe see a country we haven't seen represented before in EMEA finals at the end of the set.
And I think it's also cool to see more representation coming out of rest of EMEA, to be honest. Like, it's one of the TRCs that exists, and I think more people should know about all of the TRCs and participate and check them out. So if you haven't already, go do that. But we have more in store for you guys because there was a contest that was running on our Twitter all day. Where is Timo? And I've been told where it is because I watched the Twitter comments. So Panda, did you find it? Do you know where it is?
Of course, Mix. I have incredible eyesight, as everyone on the caster team knows. And I saw him. It took me 5 seconds to find the multiple copies of Timo. I don't want to spoil it for the audience because they're still finding out at home.
Get out. All right. There is one up there, as you can see, on top of the Baron, one on the Bush down there, and then one in the Nebula on the left side. And Alpha Fajor, I hope I said that right, Chiquito, won this contest. Of course, there's going to be another one tomorrow, so check that one out if you have as great eyesight as my colleague Panda here.
I definitely do not wear glasses in real life. Not at all.
No.
Not me.
No. That's why there is no pictures with you with glasses at the World Championship.
No,
watching
that must be
games,
someone
right?
else. That was probably
Yeah.
PewDiePie. I'm very often confused with him, so that must have been it.
Get out. With that, we are going to tell you to tune in back tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST, that's Central European Summertime. You don't want to miss it. We have a lot in store, new faces, new casters. It's going to be a great blast. And of course, check out the socials. The VOD of this event is going to be on the YouTube. That is PlayTFT, same as Instagram, same as Facebook, in case you use that. And our Twitter is TFT Esports EMEA. Now, Panda, why don't you do us the honors and go through the caster techs?
Well, you see two of them here on the screen. At makes with an underscore key factor to get that one right. Mine, Impetuous Panda, very easy, 2 words to write. Very
If you know how
intuitive
to
for
spell.
all non-native English speakers included. Then, of course, we have WedaCasts at Twitter, which is an easy one as well. We have our observer as well, Danny, who is going to join in on the social fun. There's going to be Red KZ4, very easy one as well. A color, some letters, and a number. Very simple for all ages, really. And then we have Counterfeits Casts as well. I'm doing this one from memory. And Niberia is just Niberia.
Yeah, he's one of the cool people that just got their name without having an incredibly hard name like Impetuous. But with that, of course, we want to tell you to have fun with Freljord Cup. That's going to come in an hour. When is Soju playing? Probably then. I don't know. We'll see. And with that, we will see you guys tomorrow. Take care and thank you for watching.